Chapter 3242. Above the Luo River, on the peak of 1,000 mountains, there was a handsome youth with the appearance of a heavenly demon. He held a long spear in his hand, treading on the waves as he charged towards the mountain gate. The youth's clothes were as white as snow. He was thin, but he was like a pillar that could support the heavens and the earth. His temperament was cold, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The youth was enraged, his hands were constantly trembling. There was only one belief in his heart: to fight his way out of the mountain gate, to fight for a sky that belonged to him, to make everyone submit to him. That way no one would be able to stop him. No matter who it is, those who obstruct me will die. The young man's cold voice reverberated above the Luo River. The 10 experts surrounded him, but they were forced to retreat again and again. These 10 experts were all elite disciples of the god Luo clan. Each of them had reached the half-step divine emperor realm, and the young man in front of them was also a half-step divine emperor. He fought against 10 of them alone, and his spear was extremely ferocious. No one could beat him. Stinking brat, don't be too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my Luo god clan, I've long found you an eyesore. I'll fight you. King Luo Bin roared, his eyes were sharp as he stared at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth gave King Luo Bin a cold glance and flicked his spear. Like a goddess scattering flowers, waves of air rolled and water arrows flew, completely sealing off King Luo Bin's path of attack. King Luo Bin's body trembled and the spear was flicked away. Almost in an instant, the space beneath King Luo Bin's feet was shattered by the white-clothed youth. King Luo Bin was smashed into the void by the youth, blood gushed out and his face was pale. This fella has actually become stronger. Cough cough. King Luo Bin spurted out a mouthful of blood as he murmured. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. How could he be so powerful? How could he occupy the source of the Luo River? If it wasn't for the source of the Luo River nourishing his body and helping him to break through, how could he stand at the peak of the Luo god clan? This was an extremely unfair matter. Get lost. The white-clothed youth went berserk once again. With a silver spear he flicked away the 10 experts. None of them were spared and all of them were heavily injured. The youth charged towards the mountain gate with unstoppable momentum. Let's return. A low and deep voice rang out. The white-clothed youth's face changed. He felt an incomparably powerful force that directly sent him flying. The white-clothed youth retreated 100 steps before stabilizing his body. His face was as gloomy as water. Why? Why won't you let me leave? You are imprisoning me, this is revenge. The white-clothed youth roared. His eyes were completely bloodshot. At this moment, his heart was cold without a trace of warmth. You're still not strong enough. When you break through to the Divine Emperor realm, you'll have the strength to dominate the Central Region Divine Land. At that time I'll let you leave. But if you leave now, won't you be throwing the face of my Luo god clan? A series of shouts came from the sky again, but there was no one to be seen. The white-robed youth knew that with the Grand Elder guarding the mountain gate, he would not be able to leave no matter what. Not enough, not enough. When will I be considered strong enough? Do you want me to die of old age in this broken place of yours? Damn it, I've had enough of this Luo River. It's been over 100 years I've been bored out of my mind. For my goddess I've endured again and again. But in the end even my brother's identity is still unknown. I don't know if he's still alive, but you guys still won't let me leave. You bunch of selfish bastards, I hate you guys to death. The white-clothed youth's eyes were extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they could penetrate through the void. Get lost. Don't even think about leaving the Luo god clan before you reach the Divine Emperor realm. I'm doing this for your own good. Unfilial son, don't disappoint me. The voice in the void gradually disappeared and eventually turned into nothingness. At this moment, Goddess Luo raised her head and flew towards the white-clothed youth. Her eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. I'm sorry. Big brother, perhaps he's really gone. Even if you go out now, it's useless. I know that I can stop your body, but I can't stop your heart. I know that you guys have a deep relationship, but if you leave the Luo god clan now, you won't be able to cause any harm to them. You'll only be in danger. The Grand Elder's words should be for your sake. No matter what happens in the future, I'll follow you. But I hope that you won't hurt yourself. Even if Big Brother is really gone, I'll still be by your side if you want to take revenge for him. Goddess Luo murmured. The white-clothed youth grabbed Goddess Luo's shoulder tightly. If it wasn't for her, he would not be willing to stay in the Luo god clan. But in the end he was imprisoned here. Even if he wanted to leave, it would be an extravagant hope. Although Goddess Luo was here, he knew that he had lost his freedom. Now that Jiang Chen's life and death was unknown, his heart was filled with sorrow and pain. Although Goddess Luo said that she saw Jiang Chen being buried in the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusion, De Huang still believed that Jiang Chen would not die so easily. Unless he saw his corpse, otherwise he would never believe that little Qinzi would die so mysteriously. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had never seen him. If Jiang Chen dared to die so early, he would definitely dig Jiang Chen's corpse up no matter what. I understand. De Huang turned around and left. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Little Qinzi, you better not die. Otherwise, even if I have to challenge the entire West Pole divine region, I'll make them all die with you. None of those sanctimonious monks are good. After escaping from Goddess Luo's embrace, De Huang turned towards the source of Luo River. Goddess Luo's heart was filled with sorrow and pain. She knew how much pain De Huang was feeling at this moment. His brother's life and death were unknown, but he could do nothing. He could not even leave the God Luo clan. The anger and self-blame in his heart would definitely engulf him gradually. De Huang's departure was like escaping from her hands. Goddess Luo's heart was also in pain. The kind of heartache that she had never felt before. De Huang did not blame her, but her heart was filled with remorse. His heart needs peace. There are some things that you can't understand. No one can understand his pain. I just didn't expect that the omnipotent guy that he was talking about was actually such a disappointment. A faint moan came from beside Goddess Luo's ear. She wore a green dress that was like a waterfall. Her black hair was like the abyss. Her face was like jade. She had an extraordinary temperament. She was cold and elegant. She had bright eyes and white teeth. The lady's red lips moved slightly. Even King Luo Bin, who was far away, was afraid of her. One glance could topple a city, and another glance could topple a kingdom. Sister, it's not like what you think. Big Brother is really strong. Unfortunately, that divine emperor realm expert was too terrifying. With his late hierarch realm strength, he could not turn the situation around. In the end, he could only disappear into nothingness. The illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple was a dangerous place to begin with. He had almost killed everyone there. With his strength alone, he was able to support the heavens and the earth. He could even handle a divine emperor expert with ease. All of this is due to time and fate. Goddess Luo said with a bitter smile. She was filled with guilt for Jiang Chen's death. Not to mention that she could not do anything. Even De Huang was trapped in God Luo clan when he wanted to avenge his brother. Trash will always be trash. Trash will always be trash. No words can erase it. Death is the end of it. You and he are not wrong. It's this ruthless and cold world that's wrong. You should also cultivate hard. Don't come out until you reach the divine emperor realm. You've wasted too much time because of love. You've already wasted too much of your time. This time you should go into seclusion. The lady said faintly. Goddess Luo's expression changed. In the end, she nodded her head helplessly with an indescribable bitterness in her mouth. Chapter 3243. Central Region Divine Land, Broken Dragon County, Slate Blue Boundary, Duyin Mountain. Thousands of miles of grass and trees form a slanting peak. 10,000 miles of mountain valleys do not see you. The winding mountain road turns to the end of the spiritual spring. A step into the sky crosses the mountain. The Duyin Mountain stretched as far as the eye could see and was surrounded by flowers and grasses. Jiang Chen had walked for half a year before he finally entered the boundary of the Duyin Mountain from the Wildland Divine Region. From here onwards, the real Central Region Divine Land could be considered. But even so, this was only the edge of the Central Region Divine Land. Jun Luohua, what do you mean? Do you want to fight to the death with me? Do you really think that I, Wang Fengqi, will be afraid of you? You want to attack me in the boundary of Duyin Mountain? Aren't you afraid that the people of Duyin Mountain will come out and kill you? A tall young man holding a heavy ruler said coldly. His eyes were cold. Beside him there was a young girl in her 20s. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. There were more than 10 hierarch realm experts surrounding them. They were firmly trapped in the middle, blocking all their escape routes. Why do I, Jun Luohua, need others to judge what I do? Who do you think you are? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. You're really beautiful. Feng Yan is getting more and more beautiful. I like it. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Fengqi, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Even if I kill you, does your Wang clan still have the guts to attack my Jun clan? If you're courting death, today Feng Yan is mine. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so lucky with women. However, from today onwards, Feng Yan is my woman. After he finished speaking, Jun Luohua turned to look at the timid girl hiding behind Wang Fengqi. His eyes became brighter and brighter. This girl was slim and graceful. The Feng clan actually had such a talented girl. Why didn't he realize it before? He was really unlucky, extremely unlucky. Wang Fengqi had actually beaten him to it. Even if she wasn't a virgin, he still wanted to have some fun with her. If he, Jun Luohua, wanted a woman, there wasn't a single one he couldn't get in the blue plate world. Feng Yin, if you follow me in the future, your Feng family will definitely rise along with me. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of my Jun family. Ah. Jun Luohua snickered and looked at Feng Yin with an extremely lustful gaze. However, at this moment, Wang Fengqi was protecting Feng Yin behind him. Brother Qi, I'm scared, Feng Yin whispered. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let this bastard bully you. Wang Fengqi said in a deep voice, protecting Feng Yin with all his might, not giving Jun Luohua any chance at all. You trash. Let's see if you can protect your beautiful lady. Jun Luohua sneered and waved his hand. More than 10 Hierarch Realm experts swarmed towards Wang Fengqi and instantly drowned him. Wang Fengqi's strength had already reached the early Hierarch Realm. However, it was impossible for him to catch up to 10 Hierarch Realm experts. He could only defend himself passively. However, the opponent's attacks were too fierce. It was difficult for him to defend himself. In just a moment, Wang Fengqi was forced into a desperate situation. The top 10 experts made it difficult for Wang Fengqi to move an inch. They had continuously injured Wang Fengqi. At this moment, Feng Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Brother Qi. Sister Feng, leave first. Don't worry about me. Wang Fengqi shouted angrily. He wanted to stop the top 10 experts, but he was powerless. He was forced to retreat again. His face was pale and his strength was suppressed to the extreme. Feng Yan did not leave. Instead, she helped Wang Fengqi up with difficulty. The two of them supported each other and leaned on each other. Kaka, what a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Your father loved to break up lovebirds. In the future, little sister Feng doesn't need you anymore. I'll take care of her. I'll definitely make sure she's happy. Wah! Jun Luohua said with a beaming smile. His eyes were filled with lust, as if he wanted to take her for himself. Damn it. You bastard. I'll kill you. Wang Fengqi roared angrily and rushed forward. He was extremely unwilling. He would not let this bastard taint his sister Feng even if he had to risk his life. With your strength, you're no match for me. Even without my guards, you'll still be defeated by me. Jun Luohua said disdainfully and directly faced Wang Fengqi. Wang Fengqi held the heavy ruler in his hand and slashed it down with a ferocious aura. His moves were extremely ferocious. However, it was nothing in front of Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's strength had already reached the middle hierarch realm. Even the Wang clan's patriarch might not be stronger than him. How could this self-proclaimed genius of the Wang clan, Wang Fengqi, be his opponent? In front of the Jun clan, this guy was just a piece of trash that was not worth mentioning. Jun Luohua's palms struck continuously. Wang Fengqi's heavy ruler almost fell out of his hand. He was heavily injured by Jun Luohua again. The scene was extremely chaotic. Wang Fengqi was on the verge of death. You're a piece of trash. You dare to snatch my woman? Are you worthy? Jun Luohua spat at Wang Fengqi and said with a gloomy face. He was disdainful towards Wang Fengqi. In front of the Jun clan, even 10 Wang clans were not enough. Did this guy really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the blue plate world? He was really shameless. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth, unable to restrain his anger. However, he was not as skilled as Jun Luohua. He could only be so passive. He hated that his strength was not as good as Jun Luohua's. He hated that he could not even protect the woman he loved. Then how could he face Feng Yan? Go and die. No dog of the Wang clan dares to bark at me. Jun Luohua struck out with his fist. Wind and thunder surged. Wang Fengqi's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. Was his life going to end at this moment? He still had endless revenge that he had yet to execute. He still had countless wishes that he had yet to fulfill. He still had to bring his clan to the top. He still had to protect the woman he loved for the rest of her life. However, at this moment, everything turned into a fleeting cloud. Because his life was actually going to be ended by Jun Luohua at this moment. Clang. Once the heavy ruler appeared, it directly blocked the momentum of Jun Luohua's attack. At this moment, Wang Fengqi also escaped from danger. Wang Fengqi looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The heavy ruler was originally in his hands. Why did it suddenly fall without any warning as if it was helped by the gods? It even blocked Jun Luohua's fatal attack. What's going on? Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked around in surprise. Who is it? Get out here. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will make you wish you were dead instead of going against my Jun clan. Jun Luohua shouted angrily as he looked around with a gloomy expression. On the treetop, Jiang Chen was lying there, swaying along with the sound of the wind. What a tragic story, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you interfere in the matters of me, Jun Luohua? Who are you? Jun Luohua said angrily. There's something wrong with your surname. I just don't like you. Can't I? Chapter 3244. I just don't like you. Wang Fengqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is too overbearing. However, this expert in front of him did have the right to say such words. Strength is the hard truth. Jun Luohua did not expect Jiang Chen to be so direct. Can't you be a little more reserved? Am I that annoying? I'm still the young master of the Jun clan. You don't give me any face, I'm really annoyed. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of such a powerful expert. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than him. He might have reached the peak hierarch realm or even the half-step divine emperor realm. Even if a dozen of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. This senior's strength is tyrannical. We are not as good as you. However, if senior wants to go against us, I think our Jun clan is not to be trifled with. If senior is willing to give face to our Jun clan will be grateful and treat you as our distinguished guest. Jun Luohua said proudly. As the descendant of the Jun clan, the young master of the Jun clan, he naturally had his own pride. Even when facing someone stronger than him, Jun Luohua did not have the slightest bit of fear. After all, the Jun clan's strength could not be changed by ordinary people. His clan was very famous. Even in the Broken Dragon County, it was one of the best. You dare to say such words in front of me? Looks like you're threatening me? I don't care about your clan. You bully others and even want to snatch a woman. You scum, you're really something. How can you be so righteous? I'm just going to take care of the injustice in the world. What are you going to do about it? Jiang Chen said coldly. He looked at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's expression turned ugly. He subconsciously took a step back. He could clearly feel the endless killing intent from Jiang Chen. If he took another step forward, he might be killed mercilessly. Jun Luohua did not doubt that this arrogant senior in front of him was really unpredictable. Since he appeared here, how could he not know how strong the Jun clan was? Senior, you have to think this through. My Jun family is very powerful. Even in the Plate Blue world, we are one of the top existences. Jun Luohua continued with a cold expression. He had tried to use the Jun family to force Jiang Chen to back off, but he obviously didn't expect the other party to be indifferent. Jun Luohua didn't believe that there was anyone in the Blackboard world who wouldn't give face to the Jun family. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he struck out with his palm. Thunder and wind moved and a wave of air rolled out. Jun Luohua and the others were all sent flying. Jun Luohua and the others fell not far away like dogs eating shit. Each of their faces turned pale. However, none of them dared to act blindly without thinking. The expert in front of them was too strong. They didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. Senior, do you really want to make my Jun family your enemy? Jun Luohua said while gritting his teeth. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He didn't know if this Jun family was related to Jun Tianqiu, but those with the surname Jun were all bad guys. This was an indisputable fact. Since he had encountered such a dirty thing, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Otherwise, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp like icy sword qi. It shot out, causing Jun Luohua and the others to retreat subconsciously. Each of their faces turned pale, not daring to have the slightest bit of resentment. My Jun family will remember this matter. We will meet again someday. Jun Luohua's expression changed. He snorted coldly and quickly retreated. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Jun Luohua didn't dare to continue challenging Jiang Chen's bottom line. He was afraid that he would die a violent death. That wouldn't be worth it. Jiang Chen didn't kill him because he was thinking about the other two. If he killed Jun Luohua and the others, he could just leave. However, they were also from the Blue Plate world. If the Jun family came to find trouble with them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill them. To him, Jun Luohua's death didn't mean much. But he could harm others. So Jiang Chen didn't kill him. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Wang Fengqi's face lit up. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He looked at Jiang Qin respectfully. He admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. With just a wave of his hand, he forced that beast Jun Luohua to retreat. When would he have such strength? If he had such strength, that Jun Luohua wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The moment Wang Fengqi looked at Jiang Qin, he was like a god. He looked at Feng Yan, who was scared out of her wits. Only by becoming strong could he protect the people around him. Only by becoming strong could he have the right to command the world. He wanted to become strong. He had to become strong. There was nothing. All right, I have something to ask you. Is this the Bluestone world? Jiang Qin looked at Wang Fengqi. Senior, this is indeed within the boundaries of the Bluestone world. It belongs to the Broken Dragon County and is within the territory of the White Tiger sect. I am a disciple of the Wang family of the Bluestone world. This is my fiancée Feng Yan. Quickly greet Senior, Wang Fengqi said very respectfully. Thank you for saving me, Senior, Feng Yan said in a low voice. Feng Yan said in a low voice. Her weak look reminded Jiang Qin of the first time he met her. She was so weak as if a gust of wind could blow her away. No need to be so polite. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, Then do you know the Fossil sect? The Fossil sect? That's the Kunshan County that's millions of miles away. It's much bigger than our Broken Dragon County. Sir, where are you going? Wang Fengqi asked in surprise. That's right. I'm going to the Fossil sect. Although Wang Fengqi didn't understand the situation of the Petrification sect, he knew that the Fossil sect was a big sect. If Senior dared to say that he was going to the Fossil sect, then his strength must be very strong. Jiang Qin thought for a long time. He didn't know anyone in the Central Prefecture Divine Land. He had only interacted with the people of the Fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong and the others weren't the kind of people who would curry favor with those in power. If he wanted to find information about Xuanhuan Hongyan and the Buddhist pagoda, the Fossil sect was the only place he could trust. The Central Plains Divine Land was vast and boundless. A distance of millions and millions of li was truly not close at all. Even with Senior's speed, I estimate that it will take more than half a year to reach the Fossil sect. I have a plan. I wonder if Senior would like to hear it? Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Qin. Just say it. Chapter 3245. Wang Fengqi was delighted when he heard this. He continued, half a year later, there will be a 100-sect conference at the White Tiger sect. It is held once every 1,000 years, and the 100-sect conference is to select experts to be sent to the Fossil sect. As an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect, once you have the opportunity to enter the Fossil sect, you will be like a fish in the sea, a bird flying in the sky. Countless experts dream of entering the Fossil sect. Wang Fengqi said with yearning. He also looked forward to such a day, but his strength was too weak. It was impossible for him to become an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you want to stand out in the 100-sect conference and enter the Fossil sect, there can only be 30 people. These 30 people must be from the powerful sects of the White Tiger sect. Moreover, it is said that the Broken Dragon County was chosen as the selection location after careful consideration. Although the strength of the White Tiger sect is not weak compared to the Fossil sect, it is much weaker. The Fossil sect is one of the sects directly under the sword drawing sect in the Kunshan County. These experts who enter the Fossil sect will have the opportunity to advance to the next level and enter the sword drawing sect. If they enter the sword drawing sect, they will be the true pride of the realm of the gods. This is something that I did not even dare to think about in my lifetime. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement. But so what if he was excited? Even if he entered the Fossil sect, he probably had no chance at all, let alone the sword drawing sect. The sword drawing sect was an extremely powerful and invincible existence. To Wang Fengqi, even to his entire Wang family, it was an extremely terrifying existence. The sword drawing sect was one of the supreme sects in the realm of the gods. How could he imagine it? The sword drawing sect, the pride of the realm of the gods? Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. He was not interested in the Fossil sect, but if it was the sword drawing sect, perhaps he would be a little interested. Even the strongest disciple of the Fossil sect, Tantai Jingzong, might not be his opponent. What was the point of entering the Fossil sect to him? As long as Senior enters the Petrified sect, everything will become extremely simple. With Senior's strength, you are definitely qualified to enter the top 30. 1,000 years ago, I was only a half-step ultimate god. However, I'll try my best this time. If it's possible, I'll enter the Fossil sect. That's where the true experts gather. If I'm lucky enough to go to the fossil sect with you, it'll be my dream. Wang Fengqi said with a straight face. That's a good idea. I'll wait here in Broken Dragon County. There's no need to rush for half a year. Jiang Qin nodded and said. If Senior doesn't mind, you can stay at my Wang clan. How about it? Wang Fengqi continued. How could Jiang Qin not understand what he meant? However, he did not have much to do in the Plate Blue world. Going to the Wang clan would save him some trouble. All right, I'll go to your place then. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Wang Fengqi became wild with joy. Being able to gain the favor of Jiang Qin was definitely a very exciting thing. Jiang Qin's strength was even more terrifying than the patriarch of the family. Wang Fengqi was very sure of this. Even the patriarch didn't give him such a huge pressure. I don't like noise. Just treat me as a friend. There's no need to cause too much commotion in your clan. Otherwise I won't go. Jiang Qin said faintly. Wang Fengqi understood. Senior must be an expert who sought truth from ordinary people. He was definitely not an arrogant person. The Wang clan was considered to have some reputation in the Plate Blue world. Although it could not be compared to the Jun clan, it was still one of the strongest clans. It was also qualified to participate in the 100 sect gathering. At least this time Wang Fengqi was full of confidence. He wanted to enter and try his luck. Wang Fengqi was very smart. He knew that Jiang Qin did not like noise. Therefore he did not tell anyone. He only arranged for Jiang Qin to stay in his own guest room to train quietly. Every day he would go boating by the lake, drinking wine and practicing with his sword. Every time Jiang Qin trained, Wang Fengqi would stand at the side and watch Jiang Qin train without blinking. The splendor in his eyes grew more and more intense. But he never said a word. Moreover, he did not disturb Jiang Qin even once when he was training. He only watched attentively and then trained hard. Although he could not achieve Jiang Qin's swordsmanship, he could feel that Jiang Qin's swordsmanship was of great help to him. It was also very effective for him to improve. To be precise, although he was known as one of the top talents in the Wang clan, Wang Fengqi was really not smart. On the contrary, he was very clumsy. This made even Jiang Qin sigh. Fortunately, he was very resilient. If the first time did not work, he would do it a second time. If the second time did not work, he would do it a third time. In short, every time he trained, he seemed to concentrate all his strength, as if the sword was his life. But the results were still very little. Perhaps this was a problem of talent. Jiang Qin did not care about it, but his hard work was seen by Jiang Qin. The sword and the ruler were different tunes, but the heavy ruler was like a giant sword. The heavy sword had no edge, but it was more difficult to master the ruler than to master the sword. This was something that Jiang Qin understood better than anyone else. 3 months later, Wang Fengqi's strength had made great progress. His realm had also become sharper. The heavy ruler in his hand had also become lighter. Of course, all of this was due to Jiang Qin's boundless sword. The power of the boundless sword was something that even Jiang Qin could not completely understand. It could be said that the power of the boundless sword lay in the fact that it could strengthen the realm of the sword to the point of being invisible. The ultimate sword was endless and without end. It's still a little interesting. So hard-working but still unable to comprehend the boundless sword. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "This guy is really stupid. How could he be called a supreme genius by the Wang clan?" Of course, Jiang Qin did not know that in this world, how many people could reach the realm of his sword principle. Even the sword saint said that Jiang Qin was more terrifying than him. The boundless sword would definitely shine in the hands of Jiang Qin. Looking at others with his eyes, it was natural that there was no one who could enter his eyes. "Kid, you're too stupid." Jiang Qin shook his head and said. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Being called stupid by Jiang Qin, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, the realm of the sword was too profound, and he could not understand it in a short period of time. He could only see it on the surface, and it could not be compared to the sword that Jiang Qin practiced. "I'm sorry, Senior. I didn't mean to learn your sword technique. I was just curious." Chapter 3246. Jiang Qin didn't blame him. He just waved his hand and said, "I'm not saying that you shouldn't learn my sword technique, but you're too embarrassing. Is the sword principle realm so difficult to learn? I'm worried for you watching you practice the heavy ruler. How about this, I'll give you some pointers so that I can watch more comfortably." Wang Fengqi's eyes lit up. If he could get Senior Jiang Qin's pointers, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. He would be more confident in the 100 sect gathering. "Thank you, Senior," Wang Fengqi said excitedly. "Still calling me Senior? Shouldn't you be calling me Master?" Feng Yin appeared behind Wang Fengqi. Jiang Qin could not help but smile. This little girl often came to look for Wang Fengqi and they were quite familiar with each other. She was indeed smarter than Wang Fengqi. At this moment she directly asked Wang Fengqi to call Jiang Qin master. Even Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that I'll take him as my disciple. I Jiang Qin have never taken in a disciple. Jiang Qin said coldly. Senior, please accept him. You don't know how much effort Brother Qi puts into his cultivation. It's all because of his hard work that he was able to reach where he is today. He managed to break through from the peak Divine King realm to the Hierarch realm in just over 1,000 years. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to achieve that and they wouldn't be as determined as Brother Qi. Feng Yan said with a pleading expression. Jiang Qin couldn't bear to see the two of them looking at him with such a pitiful expression. He sighed. Feng Yan was delighted and gave Wang Fengqi a meaningful glance. Wang Fengqi blushed and said anxiously, Master, I didn't want to take in a disciple. You're really strange. Alright, I'll take in a stupid disciple. Let's see if you have the ability to comprehend. If you don't, this sword technique will be meaningless to you. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. Wang Fengqi knelt down and kowtowed heavily. I will listen to Master's teachings. The limitless sword has no realm. Your sword is your heart and your heart is your sword. Your sword follows your heart and your heart follows your heart. The limitless sword doesn't have any moves, but according to your understanding of the sword, it can continuously evolve attacks that are stronger than the previous one. This is the state of the sword realm. It can't teach you every move, but you can evolve endless sword techniques in the limitless sword. Understand? Jiang Qin said coldly. This was his first time being a teacher. I don't understand. Wang Fengqi's concise and comprehensive words almost angered Jiang Qin. Feng Yan snickered at the side. Jiang Qin glared at her. If it weren't for this damn girl, he wouldn't have been forced to accept Wang Fengqi as his disciple. Although Jiang Qin valued his perseverance and unwavering confidence, there was still a huge gap between these things and talent. It's true that an iron rod can be ground into a needle, but if you don't even know how to grind it, it's a bit unreasonable. Jiang Qin guided Wang Fengqi for a day. During this day, Jiang Qin almost cried because of Wang Fengqi's stupidity. This guy didn't look stupid, but he couldn't understand the essence of the limitless sword at all. Maybe he took it for granted. The complexity of the limitless sword wasn't something that anyone could understand. The sun was setting. Jiang Qin glared at Wang Fengqi and said, Master leads the way but the cultivation is up to you. Master leads the way but cultivation is up to the individual. Before you can use the third sword, don't say that you're my disciple. Yes, Master. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. He knew that he was too stupid. The exact same sword, when used by his master, possessed an endless amount of power, but when used by him, it was like an exhausted old woman. It didn't have any destructive force at all. No wonder Jiang Qin was so angry after teaching his disciple for just one day. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. After Wang Fengqi and Feng Yan left, Jiang Qin couldn't help but murmur. He really brought this upon himself. To be this stupid, he needs to be in a different realm. What? This bastard Xuanhuan is too shameless. I'm going to fight him. Wang Fengqi's face was pale and he said in a deep voice. Feng Yan pulled Wang Fengqi tightly. She was afraid that he would do something impulsive. Brother Qi, I know you're very angry about this matter, but I had no choice. My grandfather was intimidated by the Jun family's pressure, so he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. It's not like you don't know that even if our two families joined forces, we could at most tie with the Jun family. In this 100-sect conference, whichever one of you can enter the petrified sect to cultivate, can marry me. My grandfather has tried his best. I'm sorry, Brother Qi. Feng Yan bit her red lips and her expression was ugly. The Feng family and the Wang family were no match for the Jun family, and the Jun family had even directly entered the Feng family to propose marriage, which made the Feng family look extremely bad. Wang Fengqi knew that this matter had nothing to do with little sister Feng, and even the Feng family could not do anything about it. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Jun family for going too far. Don't worry, Brother Qi. I will definitely not leave you. Although we are not together yet, I, Feng Yan Sheng, am your woman and forth is your ghost. Feng Yan said firmly. Wang Fengqi pulled Feng Yan into his arms. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't let little sister Feng down. If he was stronger than Xuanhuan, that guy probably wouldn't be so arrogant. At this time he actually forced him into a dead end and forced little sister Feng into a dead end. Xuanhuan's strength is indeed stronger than mine. However, I will definitely train hard in the sword technique that Master taught me. I will definitely not embarrass Master. Jun Luohua, I will definitely make you my defeated opponent. Wang Fengqi fiercely punched the stone pillar. The reason why the Feng family made such a request was to protect both the Feng family and the Wang family's face. After all, this was the biggest concession they had made, and they had finally gotten the Jun family to compromise. However, the final result would depend on whether he could defeat Jun Luohua. At least for now, Jun Luohua was stronger and more terrifying than him. Wang Fengqi only had 30% confidence at most. Why am I so stupid? Why can't I learn the limitless sword that Master taught me? Wang Fengqi hated himself. He hated iron for not becoming steel. Senior Jiangchen is too strong. The limitless sword is definitely one of his strongest techniques. It's not easy for you to obtain Senior Jiangchen's inheritance. Therefore you must cultivate well. I am also unable to understand the true essence of the limitless sword. This isn't something that can be changed overnight. However, once you understand the limitless sword, you will definitely be valued by Senior Jiangchen. Feng Yin said softly. Don't worry. I won't let anyone snatch you away from me. Not anyone. Wang Fengqi clenched his fist tightly. His face was incomparably gloomy. Jun Luohua, I will definitely not lose. Chapter 3247. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, but Wang Fengqi's strength still did not improve much. The limitless sword seemed to have lost its soul in his hands. He could not even perform the first level of swordsmanship, the first sword. It showed how stupid Wang Fengqi was. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. He really should not have listened to Feng Yan's advice and accepted such a stupid disciple. Jiang Qin knew that Wang Fengqi was stupid, but he was persistent and indomitable. However, he did not expect him to be so stupid that Jiang Qin could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. The strength of the limitless sword was that everyone had a different understanding of the realm of swordsmanship, so the horror of each sword was more difficult to grasp. The first sword was only the beginning of the limitless sword. To break through the barrier of the limitless sword and comprehend the real limitless sword, this step was extremely difficult for too many people. In the end, Jiang Qin did not expect this guy to complete the transformation of the limitless sword in a short period of time. Jiang Qin was also speechless. However, the 100 sect gathering had arrived, so Jiang Qin did not bother to argue with Wang Fengqi. The master showed the way and the cultivation was up to the individual. He had already passed the limitless sword to him. As for how much he could comprehend, it was unknown. He could comprehend the sword one by one. The power and mystery of the 15th sword was not something that ordinary people could understand. Even the 7th sword, Wang Fengqi could not understand it. In the realm of swordsmanship, there were too many changes and mysteries. Even Jiang Qin could only be regarded as a beginner. Because he understood swordsmanship, he could constantly break through the peak of swordsmanship. However, when Jiang Qin looked at this burdensome disciple, he really did not know what to say. In the end, he gave him a pinnacle primordial divine tool as a token of his appreciation as a master. When Wang Fengqi held the pinnacle primordial divine tool in his hand, his heart seemed to have sunk. He had never seen a pinnacle primordial divine tool. Even his own master only had an upper-grade primordial divine tool. In the entire slate blue world, there were probably not many people who could have such a terrifying divine tool. With this pinnacle primordial divine tool, his strength would definitely rise. If he met Jun Luohua again, he would not be defeated so easily. Thank you, Master. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement. To Jiang Qin, this pinnacle primordial divine tool was nothing. However, to Wang Fengqi it was a priceless treasure. Now, Wang Fengqi was even more curious about his master's identity. Even the master did not have such courage because he himself did not have a pinnacle primordial divine tool. However, his master could give it to someone else so casually. This courage was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Moreover, he did not participate in the 100 sect gathering to join the fossil sect. He only wanted to enter the fossil sect and negotiate with the people in the sect. Don't be blinded by external things. Don't use this primordial divine tool unless you have no other choice, unless you are in a life and death situation. When your strength can reach the late hierarch realm, then you can take this primordial divine tool out. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a gentleman's innocence will arouse the envy of others. Sooner or later you will be targeted by others. Jiang Qin said. I will remember Master's teachings. Wang Fengqi said with a solemn face. He was extremely fond of the pinnacle primordial divine tool, Heavy Ruler. It was personally refined by Jiang Qin. It could be considered as tailor-made for Wang Fengqi. Although he was not very satisfied with this disciple, they met by chance and it was fate. In the future he might not be able to help Wang Fengqi much, but he had done his best to teach Wang Fengqi the limitless sword and the heavy ruler. If you have the opportunity to enter the fossil sect, you might have a greater opportunity. However, by then don't tell others that I am your master. Jiang Chen said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression. Why is that, master? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, you blockhead. Feng Yin pinched Wang Fengqi from the side. Jiang Chen did not say anything, but Feng Yin could see the seriousness in Jiang Chen's eyes. If it wasn't because he had something important to do, then he had many enemies. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen be so afraid? Feng Yin knew that Jiang Chen was protecting Wang Fengqi and not letting him be in any danger. Folded Dragon County White Tiger Sect. The 100 Sect gathering was being held here. The experts from hundreds of sects were all waiting here with their heads raised. As one of the biggest sects in Folded Dragon County, White Tiger Sect was considered to be quite powerful. They must be quite capable to be able to host the 100 Sect conference. Of course, Folded Dragon County was just a small county. It couldn't be compared to a big county like Kunshan County. The entire White Tiger Sect was bustling with people. Hundreds of sects had gathered. The scene was spectacular. Hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts were making their own preparations. Hundreds of sects were just a concept. The number of people participating in the 100 Sect conference was no less than 200. Among them their strength varied. There were half-step Hierarch Realm experts and early Hierarch Realm experts. There were only a few middle Hierarch Realm experts, which was already very eye-catching. After all, some of the sect masters were only middle Hierarch Realm experts. Looks like the people participating in the 100 Sect conference are all very powerful. Who said so? Sai, the competition is also very intense. We have to work hard again. We failed the last time. This time I will not be beaten back to my original state. Haha, you're right. We've already been here once. It would be too embarrassing if we were defeated by a newcomer. That's not necessarily the case. There will always be talented people in every generation. They'll lead the way for hundreds of years. Who knows, there might be a few devil incarnate. People like us should give up our positions. A group of Hierarch Realm experts laughed and said. However, the drive in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. Wang Fengqi stood among the crowd, feeling incomparably proud in his heart. This time, no matter what, he would not fail. Moreover, he had to suppress Jun Luohua. Otherwise, little sister Feng might be snatched away by others. Once he entered the petrified sect, he would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of pressure. When facing the Jun family, he would not need to be so timid. Chapter 3248. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to lead the team again. Thank you for your hard work. The leader of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, said with a smile. Sai, this is nothing. This little bit of tiredness for the sect is nothing. But as the leader of the sect leader Bai, you have worked hard. Zhang Tingxiu said with a smile. However, the person leading the team this time is really not me. It's my senior brother. It's just that he was delayed, but he will be here soon. Zhang Tingxiu said. That's good. However, I have a request this time. I hope Brother Zhang will agree to it. As for the reward, it will definitely satisfy Brother Zhang. Of course, I'm just a middleman. The one who really needs Brother Zhang's help is the Jun family. Jun family? Which Jun family? Zhang Tingxiu's eyes narrowed. Of course it's the all-powerful Jun family. It's just a branch of the Jun family. Bai Wenliang said with a playful look. Well said, well said. Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu looked at each other, and both of them revealed a knowing smile. The 100 Sect tournament, to put it bluntly, was to select elite disciples and send them to the fossil sect. In the end, they would be selected layer by layer, and they might even have the opportunity to enter the sword drawing sect. However, that was 1 in a million, and it was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Selecting 30 powerful genius disciples from more than 200 people was not difficult, but it was not easy either. Although Wang Fengqi had not comprehended the true meaning of the limitless sword, his strength was very strong. At least among these people, it was easy for him to enter the top 30. That was why he was full of confidence this time. Jiang Qin did not see anyone from the fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong would not show up in public. As for Sun Xiaolong, he did not see him either. Hence, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Wang Fengqi had been diligent in his cultivation and was indomitable. His strength had been cultivated step by step until now. He had achieved it through his own tenacious efforts. Therefore he had overcome all obstacles along the way. He only needed one last battle to have the chance to obtain one of the 30 elite disciple spots. And in this last battle, coincidentally or not, the person Wang Fengqi met was Xuanhuan. It was as if the heavens had arranged it. Between the two of them there was no turning back. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. It seems like you're destined to die with a grievance this time, Xuanhuan said with a sneer. This battle was specially arranged by him. His purpose was to make Wang Fengqi's plan fail. In that case, Feng Yan would be his woman. However, he didn't expect that this coward hadn't gotten Feng Yan yet. It seemed that this time, it was quite worthwhile for him to win the heart of the beauty. He would definitely anger Wang Fengqi to death. Xuanhuan sneered. Let's see who will have the last laugh, Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. At this moment he didn't have much confidence in himself. In half a year's time, his strength was still far from being able to catch up to Xuanhuan. However, as long as he unleashed the pinnacle grade primordial divine tool, he would definitely have the absolute advantage. However, his master had said that unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't unleash the pinnacle grade primordial divine tool. This was his master's warning to him. Although Wang Fengqi was stupid, he could still guess some of the pros and cons. Overconfident fellow, do you really think that you can have the last laugh? Haha, if it wasn't for someone saving your life in the forest, do you think that you can still live until today? You're really an idiot. Xuanhuan snorted. Wang Fengqi was defeated by him. There was no doubt about this. With Wang Fengqi's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Therefore Xuanhuan had absolute confidence. Moreover, if he were to kill Wang Fengqi in this battle, no one would say anything. Even the person in charge of the fossil sect, Zhang Tingxiu, was bribed by him. What did Wang Fengqi have to fight against him? Xuanhuan held the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Wang Fengqi. He was extremely arrogant. Come loser. Let's see if you can last 10 rounds in my hands. Then let's wait and see, Wang Fengqi said to Lung Lung. He did not know how confident he was in this battle, but he would definitely not give Xuanhuan any chance. Both of them wanted to kill each other. However, Wang Fengqi obviously knew that it was impossible for him to kill Xuanhuan. Even if he was lucky enough to defeat Xuanhuan, he would at most suffer a great loss. To him, the difficulty of this battle was self-evident. Alright. Xuanhuan sneered and took the initiative to attack. His sword swept down and a gust of wind broke through the waves. Gentleman's sword, first style, sword descends to the level sun. Xuanhuan's aura was like a rainbow. Among the experts who participated in the White Sect conference, he and Wang Fengqi were the best. The battle between the two had attracted many people's attention. Many people had gathered around. The battle between Hierarch realm experts was quite intense. Xuanhuan from the Jun family is too powerful. I think he can definitely enter the top 3 this time. That's hard to say. There is no ranking in the 100 Sect conference this time. It's a real battle of life and death. Some people will only show more experts when they fail and fall. Xuanhuan is so powerful. Isn't it because of the Jun family's strong foundation? If I'm given enough resources, I can definitely become a dragon among men. Strength and luck are indispensable. Plus, you need to reincarnate. Otherwise it's hard to say. After all, there's only one Xuanhuan in our Broken Dragon County. Countless people were filled with questions and curiosity about the battle between the two. The genius of the Wang family, Wang Fengqi, is not someone to be trifled with. The battle between the two will be a real battle between tigers and wolves. You're right. However, I still favor Xuanhuan. After all, the Jun family's strength is there. Wang Fengqi will most likely lose if he fights against Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin looked at the scene silently. The surrounding people began to comment on it. He would not take any action. All of this was Wang Fengqi's luck and fortune. Whether he succeeds or fails, he has his own path to walk. This was not something that Jiang Qin could help him for a lifetime. If he could comprehend the limitless sword, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Xuanhuan. However, it was a pity that his talent was too weak. With Jiang Qin's swordsmanship, it was natural for him to cultivate the limitless sword. However, how many people in the world could reach his and the Sword Saint's realm? The two of them appreciated each other. Their understanding of swordsmanship was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hence, even if the Sword Saint died, Jiang Qin would definitely be able to perform the limitless sword to its peak. That was the most terrifying thing. Xuanhuan was extremely depressed. He was actually suppressed by Wang Fengqi. Moreover, he was in such a miserable state and had to flee. At this moment, Wang Fengqi displayed all of his skills and didn't leave any room for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was heavily injured by Wang Fengqi. In the end, Zhang Tingxiu came out and stopped the fight. Chapter 3250. Killing people like scything flax, bloodthirsty. Your thoughts are too heavy. It's just a competition, why take someone's life? You are indeed a vicious and merciless person. I'm afraid my fossil sect will not tolerate such a stubborn person like you. Zhang Tingxiu protected Xuanhuan and said lightly. The corner of Xuanhua's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Zhang Tingxiu's words made Wang Fengqi's expression change. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the same as sentencing him to death? Was he fated to enter the fossil sect just like this? Senior, you can't be like this. Why did other people also have a life and death battle? There were at least 20 if not 50 who died. Why are others fine? Yet, when it comes to me, I become a vicious, merciless, and evil person. This is not fair. Previously he had killing intent towards me several times, but you were indifferent. Why is that? Isn't he the same? Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. He was very anxious in his heart. He defeated Xuanhuan, would he still be sent out? Humph, what a sharp-tongued kid. Are you questioning me? Whether you can enter the fossil sect or not, it's up to me. You look like a sinister and cunning person. Furthermore, you are so crazy. In the future, you will definitely not become a true genius. Even if you have some achievements in the future, you will most likely enter the evil path. My fossil sect definitely does not welcome such a person to enter the sect. You being able to defeat Xuanhuan was completely a matter of luck. If you didn't have this peerless divine weapon, how could you have one? You completely relied on external objects, it can't be considered your own strength. Furthermore, you actually dared to question me. This is simply an insult to me. You make me very unhappy, very unhappy. If I let you enter the fossil sect, what would happen? Therefore, you are not qualified to enter the fossil sect. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice as if she was pronouncing a death sentence. Wang Fengqi's figure staggered, his face paled, and he almost fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Fengqi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. I don't know where you obtained this divine weapon from. Just you alone, how could you be qualified to possess such a treasure? You must have stolen it or snatched it from somewhere. How could you be qualified to possess it? Give it to me. Zhang Tingxiu took the pinnacle primordial divine artifact from Wang Fengqi's hands. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes lit up. This trip to the Broken Dragon County was definitely worth it. She did not expect to get such a reward. This is my... Wang Fengqi was incomparably anxious, but Zhang Tingxiu still managed to snatch the peak-grade primordial divine tool away. He was furious and anxious in his heart. That was a gift from his master. Just as he was about to say these words, he suddenly recalled what his master had said before. If he couldn't comprehend the true essence of the limitless sword, he would absolutely not be allowed to say that he was his disciple. Return my divine weapon. Wang Fengqi took a step forward and was knocked back by Zhang Tingxiu's palm strike. His face was ashen and he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Humph, I don't know where you stole it from, but you actually want to take it back. What wishful thinking. Even if the patriarch of the Wang family was here, he would not dare to be so rude to me. I declare that you will never be qualified to enter the petrified school. It's the same now, it'll be the same 1,000 years later, and it'll still be the same 10,000 years later. Zhang Tingxiu said angrily. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with despair. He didn't listen to his master's words, and now he had finally caused trouble. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. Zhang Tingxiu obviously wanted to take it for herself, but he was powerless. At this time, how could he still have the face to look for his master? Even his master would not dare to offend the petrified school. Feng Yan rushed forward and helped Wang Fengqi up, but Wang Fengqi still spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. His efforts were all in vain. His sister Feng would definitely become someone else's bride. He was unwilling, but he was still suppressed mercilessly. Xuanhuan was obviously defeated, but she could still replace him and enter the petrified school. He only used a pinnacle primordial divine tool. What crime was that? But all of this was too unfair. Who could he find to complain to? Wang Fengqi was filled with despair. Feng Yan looked at him with tears in her eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. She wanted to leave with Wang Fengqi to the ends of the earth to fly together. But she could leave, but the Feng family couldn't. Once the Feng family left, they would definitely be destroyed, and they would become ghosts under the iron hooves of the Jun family. She couldn't sacrifice the lives of thousands of people in the family for her own selfish desires. If she did that, how different would she be from an executioner? I'm sorry, Sister Feng, I've let you down, Wang Fengqi murmured. His heart was filled with loneliness and helplessness, but he had no face to see his master. The weak are not qualified to be my disciple. Stand up. Jiang Qin walked over step by step and shouted in a deep voice. Under the shout, Wang Fengqi's expression changed again and again. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stood up slowly. He lowered his head and stood behind Jiang Qin. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple, Jiang Qin. You are the first and I'm not sure if you will be the last. But as my disciple you can't just fall like this. Jiang Qin's expression was gloomy as he looked at Wang Fengqi coldly. Wang Fengqi nodded silently and set up a benchmark in his heart again. You don't have enough talent, but your strength is still passable. Besides training, you can make up for your lack of talent with diligence. This is the reason why I value you. But the things that I give you, others are not qualified to take them away. Jiang Qin looked at Zhang Tingxiu and said indifferently. Things that you give me? It's funny. Can I say that the entire folded dragon county is mine? Zhang Tingxiu squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. Although the person in front of her was not weak, it was not to the extent that she was afraid of him. As the messenger of the fossil sect, even the lord of the White Tiger sect, a half-step divine emperor realm expert, had to give her some respect. Where did this young man come from? How dare he try to take away the things in her hands? He had nothing better to do and wanted to die. It seemed that he had found the wrong person. You are truly a little disappointing. It seems that your petrified sect is also a place that harbors evil. You are clearly siding with someone else, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words and see someone else's things. This so-called envoy is truly impressive. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment, the lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, also stepped forward. His face was gloomy as he looked at Jiang Qin. The 100 Sect Conference is our most important event. How dare you come and cause trouble? Brother Zhang, I don't know where this guy came from. He dares to cause trouble in the 100 Sect Conference. Looks like he's tired of living. Chapter 3251. That's right. Senior, this kind of evil person should die without a burial place. This person is not a good person. He almost killed me before and he still dares to pretend to be a good person. He has no sense of shame, Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Qin and Wang Fengqi with a gloomy expression. At this moment he wished that he could kill both of them and send them to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would have succeeded previously. Why would he wait until now? The Feng clan had to give in after the Jun clan heavily pressured them. Jun Luohua knew that it was impossible for him to fight against Jiang Qin with his strength. However, the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect were different. These two sects would not be afraid of Jiang Qin. He did not belong to any sect and was alone. Even if the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect wanted to kill him, there would not be any danger. They actually almost killed nephew Jun. It seems that these two people are not easy to deal with. Bai Wenliang said faintly. He was indeed qualified to say such words. He did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. As the leader of the Broken Dragon County and the master of the White Tiger sect, his strength was at the half-step divine emperor realm. It was quite terrifying. Apart from him, no one else at the scene could reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Even Zhang Tingxiu, who came to participate in the 100 sect gathering, was only at the late hierarch realm. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a pretext. Looks like the word fairness can only be shown when one's strength is strong enough. Jiang Qin sneered. Although Wang Fengqi had betrayed his own thoughts in this battle, he did not violate the rules at all. From Zhang Tingxiu and Bai Wenliang's point of view, it was simply too much. Jiang Qin did not want to participate in this at first. However, the other party was not fair at all. Jiang Qin would not let his disciple be bullied like this no matter what. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame my Petrification sect for being impolite. Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. Although Jiang Qin was very strong as the envoy of the Petrification sect, he naturally would not be afraid. Moreover, this was the territory of the White Tiger sect. If something happened, Bai Wenliang would not just stand by and do nothing. Why should he be afraid? Such arrogance. Not afraid that the wind will cut your tongue. The name of the Petrification sect is really famous. Jiang Qin sneered, showing an indifferent look. He did not put fossil sect in his eyes at all. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes were incomparably cold. Jiang Qin had slandered and even ignored the fossil sect in public. He absolutely couldn't sit back and do nothing. Previously, Zhang Tingxiu could still ignore Jiang Qin's existence, but now that Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to find fault with them, it was a little unjustifiable. If the fossil sect continued to remain silent, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the crowd? Most importantly, Zhang Tingxiu came here on behalf of the petrification sect. How could he not be angry when this person was openly looking down on the petrification sect? How could he not teach this guy a lesson? However, the person in charge had not returned yet. Therefore, Zhang Tingxiu was not in a hurry to make a move. However, he could not tolerate it. In his opinion, the prestige of the petrification sect was unattainable. Since Jiang Chen dared to look down on it, he could only bestow death upon him. It seems that you have made up your mind to become enemies with the petrification sect. Ah, what an imposing manner. May I know which sect my master is from? Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. No sect. However, I really don't put your petrification sect in my eyes. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Zhang Tingxiu's face had already turned completely gloomy after being provoked by his words. Where did this guy come from? Could he be the savior of the Wang clan? He actually dared to look down on the envoy of the petrification sect. This is too stimulating. Ah, who knows? There are all kinds of people in this day and age. However, this person's strength seems to be quite good. If he wasn't someone with some ability, he wouldn't dare to challenge the petrification sect. Even if he has strength, what can he do? Although the petrification sect's foundation isn't here, isn't it easy to deal with a kid who doesn't belong to any sect? Also, don't forget that this is the territory of the White Tiger sect. Do you think that the people of the White Tiger sect will just stand by and watch? That's true. It seems that this guy is destined to provoke the enmity between the petrification sect and the White Tiger sect. More and more people began to discuss the matter. Even Wang Fengqi's expression became extremely ugly. He stood behind Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. Master, how about we forget about it? We can't fight against the petrification sect. For me it's not worth it. That way, Master will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation." Wang Fengqi's heart was full of guilt. His master had stood up for him, but the strength of the petrification sect was not something they could imagine. Right now, not only was he unable to enter the petrification sect, but he had also dragged his master down with him. This caused Wang Fengqi's expression to become even uglier. If something happened to his master, wouldn't he become a sinner for all eternity? Although his master was very strong, the opponent was the petrification sect. Furthermore, he had the support of the White Tiger sect. At this moment, Wang Fengqi could already feel Zhang Tingxiu's dense killing intent. He was completely targeting his master. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Fengqi indifferently and said, "Life only lasts for a single lifetime. If you want to live, you must be magnanimous and unrestrained. You must kill the weak as soon as possible. You can't bow and scrape and you can't belittle yourself. If you do that, it will only make it impossible for your Tao heart to grow. But the one we offended is the petrification sect. Master, this matter was caused by me alone. Master, you don't have to stand up for me. This will definitely implicate you." Wang Fengqi was full of guilt towards Jiang Chen. Not only did he not give his master any face, but he had also become the target of public criticism. This was a very cruel thing for Wang Fengqi. So what if it's the petrification sect? Not to mention these small fry, even if it's the petrification sect's elders, I Jiang Chen, can come and go as I please. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu. These two fellows were jackals of the same tribe. Not a single one of them was good. Whether it was the White Tiger sect or the petrification sect, it seemed like there was a foul atmosphere in both of them. Haha, this is the first time I've heard someone as arrogant as you. Your tone is really not ordinary. You want to step into the petrification sect's hall? What a fool's dream. You don't know what's good for you. Today I must teach you a lesson. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes shone brightly. His eyes met with Jiang Chen's. His battle intent was high, ready to erupt at any moment. You're too trash. You're not my opponent. Jiang Chen said, Lung Lung. I think you're tired of living. The dignity of my petrification sect cannot be violated. Zhang Tingxiu angrily shouted. Holding the heavy ruler, a peak primordial spirit artifact, he charged at Jiang Chen. He took a step forward and his momentum was like a rainbow. As he charged, he was like a huge dragon rolling in the sky. What a terrifying momentum. Yes, I'm about to suffocate. This elder of the petrification sect is simply too strong. This ignorant fellow is seeking his own death. What a joke. It seems that the dignity of the petrification sect is really not something that anyone can ignore. At this moment, Zhang Tingxiu with a strong momentum, closed in on Jiang Qin in one go. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously retreated, his eyes filled with despair. Master. I'm sorry. However, Jiang Qin did not move at all. His expression was calm and his aura was calm. Under Zhang Tingxiu's incomparably domineering attack, Jiang Qin stretched out his palm. With a light movement, an incomparable power instantly erupted. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it destroyed everything in its path. In an instant, Zhang Tingxiu was forced to retreat. The latter's momentum was instantly submerged, and her aura was completely gone. Her expression was extremely gloomy. Defeated in one move. It was too horrible to look at. Chapter 3252. Defeated in one move, crushing everything in its path. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant fossil sect's envoy would be defeated in one move by Jiang Qin? It was simply unbelievable. Just how strong was Jiang Qin when he was still alive? Zhang Tingxiu couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. The great Tao was simple, one palm smashing the sky. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void in an instant. The crowd within 100 feet all retreated as they were shocked by the power of Jiang Qin's palm. Zhang Tingxiu, who bore the brunt of it, was even more so. The impact she received was simply unimaginable. Wang Fengqi was stunned, Jun Luohua was stunned, even the strongest Bai Wenliang was completely stunned. They had thought of countless ways to end the battle, but they never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to conquer the world with just one palm. It was a resounding slap to everyone's face. Even Bai Wenliang did not expect the ending to be like this. Although he knew that his master was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. Wang Fengqi's view of his master was constantly changing. His master's strength was already strong enough in his eyes, but he still could not understand how he could defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. How many means and abilities did he need to do that? Wang Fengqi suddenly felt that his master had become incomparably tall and majestic. He knew that his master was definitely stronger than anyone else here. The only one who could be compared to him was probably the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, who was as steady as Mount Tai. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Zhang Tingxiu. He originally planned to make the fossil sect proud, but who would have thought that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? When he returned to the fossil sect, he must not let his senior and junior brothers know about this. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to continue living in this world. Was Zhang Tingxiu weak? That was impossible. The fossil sect's envoy was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he must be a true expert to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility by the fossil sect. Even an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert might not be stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. He still had this bit of confidence, but he was so weak in the hands of Jiang Qin. Bai Wenliang asked himself. Even he might not be able to defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? His strength was clearly inferior to his own, yet he possessed such shocking explosive power, causing everyone's expressions to change. It was to the extent where a huge uproar broke out. This wasn't a coincidence. Jiang Qin's strength left Zhang Tingxiu completely dumbfounded. She had been knocked back by Jiang Qin with a single palm and was severely wounded. What face would she have left? How could her fossil sect maintain its foothold? Zhang Tingxiu held it in for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't hold it in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This move had caused Zhang Tingxiu to completely lose his combat strength. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were cloudy. Zhang Tingxiu had already done his best, but he was still defeated by Jiang Qin in a single move. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life, a great mockery. At this moment even he himself felt ashamed. What a strong fellow. It seems that we've all misjudged him. Who said it wasn't? He defeated Zhang Tingxiu in a single move. I'm afraid that only the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, can suppress this fellow. The fossil sect's envoy was forced back by a single palm. Interesting. It seems that this time none of them will retreat nor will they give in. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin's figure didn't change at all. He retracted his hand and stood there. Wang Fengqi was simply dumbfounded. Wasn't his master too godly? This move was simply enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. What kind of palm was it to be able to instantly defeat Zhang Tingxiu, to the point where he didn't even have the courage to attack again? Moreover, he was madly spurting out blood and was seriously injured. At this moment, the fossil sect's face had been completely thrown away by Zhang Tingxiu, and he himself had sunk into silence. To Jiang Chen this move was relatively simple. However, when it hit Zhang Tingxiu he was filled with despair. Jiang Chen only used 50% of his strength in this palm. If he used 70% to 80%, Zhang Tingxiu would already be dead at this moment. Jiang Chen still wanted to enter the fossil sect, so he didn't need to kill Zhang Tingxiu. If he killed him, the fossil sect would more or less feel resentment towards him. Hence, Jiang Chen gave him a heavy blow, making him unable to stand up again so that he could still fight. Sect Master Bai, it's all up to you now. My senior brother has yet to return. Please help me to capture this fiend. Zhang Tingxiu will surely be grateful. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice. Now, he could only place his hopes on Bai Wenliang because Bai Wenliang was the strongest among the people present. He was a half-step divine emperor. Capturing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Bai Wenliang also nodded silently. He knew that befriending Zhang Tingxiu was the same as befriending the fossil sect. In the future he would surely be able to gain some benefits from the fossil sect. So why not? Jiang Chen was only a peak hierarch. How could he be his opponent? Taking action against Jiang Chen at this time would leave a good impression on Zhang Tingxiu. This deal was really worth it for Bai Wenliang. However, to Bai Wenliang, a real promise would make him feel more at ease. Brother Zhang, there are 4 genius disciples in my White Tiger sect. All of them are very talented. It's a pity that they are still young. Bai Wenliang transmitted his voice. No problem. Leave this matter to me. I hope Sect Master Bai will do your best to capture this fiend for me. Zhang Tingxiu glanced at Bai Wenliang. He's really a greedy person. He won't do anything without benefits. This request wasn't too much for him. Although it was a bit far-fetched, Zhang Tingxiu wanted to give Jiang Chen a heavy blow right now. Only by doing so could he regain his face. If not, he would lose all his face in this remote place. Zhang Tingxiu didn't know what to do. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. With Zhang Tingxiu's promise, he could deal with Jiang Chen without any scruples. After all, he had the strong backing of the petrified sect. He must not drop the ball at this time. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. Kid, you're too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my White Tiger sect's territory. Looks like you're tired of living. You don't even put the fossil sect's envoy in your eyes. Interesting. Let me give you a good lesson today. Bai Wenliang harumphed coldly and strode towards Jiang Chen like a meteor. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The attack of a half-step divine emperor made everyone's countenance fall. They might not even have the chance to witness such an expert's attack in their lifetime. Of course, they would not dare to miss out a single bit of it. A half-step divine emperor's power was unparalleled. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Chapter 3253. Looks like this guy won't give up until he sees his coffin. Now, even the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight. He's definitely going to die. Aha, this guy invited by the Wang family is too arrogant. He has offended the fossil sect and the White Tiger sect. How can he have a good life? Plus, this is not just a 100-sect conference. How can the Wang family establish themselves in the folded dragon county in the future? What a failure. Are the heads of the Wang clan's people squeezed by the door? Now that the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight, it should be easy. Jiang Chen was the one who was the least optimistic. Even Wang Fengqi was holding his breath at this moment. Could his master really fight against the master of the White Tiger sect who was at the half-step divine emperor realm? In his memory, the master of the White Tiger sect was the strongest existence in the entire folded dragon county. Other than him, it would be the Jun duo of the Jun family. However, the Jun duo obviously did not show up. In Wang Fengqi's knowledge, the half-step divine emperor realm was an unattainable existence. It was a kind of loneliness of being invincible. His master's strength should not have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. His master would probably lose this battle and he might even lose his life. Wang Fengqi took a deep breath. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to take this lying down. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. This battle would most likely cause his master to be consigned to eternal damnation. His death wouldn't be regretted, but his master would be trapped because of him. This made his heart filled with shame. Everyone was watching this scene. Jiang Chen was still standing there without moving an inch. Bai Wenliang's aura was ferocious. It was more than 10 times stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. Such a terrifying impact had shocked everyone. They sighed in their hearts. A half-step divine emperor is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Imminent peril. Between life and death, a single thought is eternal. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth and dashed toward Jiang Chen. He wanted to stand in front of his master and block this attack for his master. This was all because of him, and he would never let his master become a scapegoat. Even if he had to die, he wanted to walk in front of his master and complete the final ceremony for his master. Brother Qi. Feng Yin cried out in surprise. No one had expected that Wang Fengqi would actually stand in front of Jiang Qin. Furthermore, no one had seen that scene at all. Bai Wenliang did not even expect that Wang Fengqi would be so reckless and actually dare to stand in front of him. In that case, he would kill Wang Fengqi first. Anyway, both of them had to die. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, but a trace of gratitude flowed through his heart. It seemed that this guy was quite loyal. He actually wanted to help me block Bai Wenliang's earth-shattering attack at this time. If he blocked it, then Wang Fengqi would undoubtedly die. However, with Jiang Qin's current strength, how could he let Bai Wenliang have his way? 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's expression changed, and a terrifying seal was directly struck out. This caused Bai Wenliang's expression to change, and he was forced to retreat forcefully. The divine dragon's roar was deafening. At this moment, it completely became a terrifying scene. Bai Wenliang was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. Although the outcome of the battle was still unclear, this move had saved Wang Fengqi and prevented him from being killed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. After a moment, the dragon's shadow dissipated. Wang Fengqi looked at this scene in disbelief. His master actually blocked the earth-shattering attack of the sect leader of White Tiger sect. How was this possible? Master. I'm sorry, Wang Fengqi stammered. His expression was also extremely ugly and he did not know what to say. Do you have so little confidence in your master? If I still need you to save me, wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Get lost, go to the side and watch carefully. I will only use it once. Sword 1, the starting sword of the limitless sword. If you still can't comprehend it, I have nothing else to say. Jiang Qin said coldly. He had to admit that Wang Fengqi's action had touched him a little. Jiang Qin wasn't a man who would easily fall in love, but this silly guy had shown him that there was true love in this world. Not everyone was cold-blooded and heartless. Jiang Qin's words touched his heart. I will only use it once. Can that silly guy learn it? Ah, what a joke. Senior Bai, you must make this kid pay the price he deserves. He dared to behave atrociously in the White Tiger sect, and disregarded the fossil sect. He deserves to die without a burial place. Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Qin with a gloomy expression. Although I am not your opponent, the leader of the White Tiger sect can kill you easily. Jiang Qin took a look at Jun Luohua. He did not even bother to lower himself to his level. He only used it once because the leader of the White Tiger sect could only take one of his swords. Sword 1 was the starting sword of Jiang Qin's limitless sword. It was also the origin of the Great Path, a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. Although this sword looked simple, it included everything. Although it was not as strong as the 10th and 15th swords, it contained endless sword intent. You can actually take one of my attacks. It seems that I have underestimated you. This time, I will not give you any more chances. Bai Wenliang took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. This time he wanted to set an example for the White Tiger sect. He wanted the Folded Dragon County to submit to him. Bai Wenliang's strength was the strongest in the Folded Dragon County. You don't have much time left. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Bai Wenliang let out a roar and charged forward. He held the 9-foot silver ring saber in his hand. The saber radiance shone brightly. His aura was ferocious like a dragon or a tiger. The huge saber slashed horizontally. Along with Bai Wenliang's charge, it descended from the sky with the power to split the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand. The tree branch in the distance was picked up by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin reacted immediately. In an instant, the limitless sword swept out in the form of a tree branch. The sword chi broke the long saber. The shadow of the saber was invisible. The sword chi was unparalleled. It directly shattered all of Bai Wenliang's saber shadows. This sword seemed to have descended from the sky. Wang Fengqi was dumbfounded. The saber broke, the person fell, and his heart was shattered. Countless people around were shocked by this shocking sword intent. Bai Wenliang's aura was weak. His face was pale. Both of his hands were trembling. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Qin in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic. Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Qin in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic. Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Jiangqin? Never in his wildest dreams would Bai Wenliang have imagined that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Jiangqin. Just like Zhang Tingxiu, he had almost no power to fight back. Chapter 3254. The bitterness and struggle made by Wenliang realize how weak he was in the hands of Jiangqin. However, Jiangqin was clearly not as strong as him. How could this be? Wang Fengqi cried tears of joy. His master was really too powerful. This was his pride and glory. That sword just now contained too many things. He was confused, but he remembered a lot. The shock that sword gave him was the most real. He could feel that his master didn't even bother to use that sword. If it wasn't to show it to him, that sword might be the weakest sword in his master's hands, and it was performed with a tree branch. Wang Fengqi could empathize with his master's good intentions. His heart was filled with gratitude. To truly be without a sword is better than having a sword. To truly let the sword in one's hand become one with the heavens and earth. The spirit of the sword technique was nothing more than this. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. The sword was originally invisible. Only when one truly understood the existence of the sword, then having no sword in one's hand would be better than having a sword. One sword could stop millions of masters. Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword, like an immortal monument. Everyone's heart was filled with awe towards him. However, panic, trembling, fear, and various other emotions appeared in the hearts of Zhang Tingxiu and the others. Even Jun Luohua took a step back. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal, right? Is he still human? He's simply a monster. Who could defeat him? A tree branch defeated a half-step deity emperor. Such a hilarious scene had appeared in front of them, causing everyone to feel a lingering fear. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Wenliang. The latter could not help but shiver. That gaze was too terrifying. It was filled with endless killing intent and even more so, endless disgust. Don't kill me. This is all Zhang Tingxiu's idea. Don't kill me. Bai Wenliang took a step back subconsciously. His face was extremely ugly. He pointed at Zhang Tingxiu and said. He did not want to die, but Jiang Qin seemed to have sentenced him to death. No one can provoke me, Jiang Qin said faintly. He struck out a palm with an overwhelming aura. Bai Wenliang's pupils shrank, and his entire body trembled. Have mercy. A loud shout was heard. Everyone looked at the white-robed young man who was shuttling through the void. However, Jiang Qin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Under the great soul-forming light, Bai Wenliang's soul was sucked away and both his spirit and body were destroyed. Sigh. The white-robed young man sighed, and his expression was a little ugly. Senior brother, you're finally back. It's him. He killed the sect master of the White Tiger sect and ignored the existence of my petrified sect. I was also humiliated by him, but the petrified sect cannot be tarnished by him. Senior brother, you must kill him. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Pa! The young man in white slapped Zhang Tingxiu's face hard. Zhang Tingxiu looked at her senior brother with a dumbfounded expression. This. What the hell was going on? Senior brother, why are you still not kneeling down and kowtowing to brother Jiang? Otherwise even I can't protect you. Bai Wenliang of the White Tiger sect asked for it. If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed young man shouted angrily. His face was as gloomy as water. He was Sun Xiaolong, who was saved by Jiang Qin in the desolate divine land over 10 years ago. In the past he had acted tough in front of Jiang Qin countless times, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. You bastard, you dare to act tough in front of brother Jiang? Zhang Tingxiu was instantly dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to disobey. Even his senior brother wasn't standing on his side. He had no one to rely on. Do you know that brother Jiang risked his life to save the people of my petrified sect? Even senior sister Tantai kept it a secret, and even teacher Wu treated him with respect. How dare you be disrespectful to brother Jiang? Do you think that the petrified sect will keep a stupid person like you? Sun Xiaolong shouted angrily, causing Zhang Tingxiu's face to turn pale. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. There was a great anger burning in his chest. The entire White Tiger sect, the tens of millions of disciples, and all the people who participated in the 100 sect gathering were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the petrified sect's ambassador would be so afraid of Jiang Qin and keep it a secret. It could be imagined that this Jiang Chen must be extremely terrifying. Even his background was like a mountain that they couldn't pry into. He killed the sect leader of the White Tiger sect with one hand, yet he could still walk so leisurely and was treated as an honored guest by the petrified sect's ambassador. Who would dare to act rashly? Those who originally didn't think highly of Jiang Chen all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue can cause trouble. No one wanted to be like Bai Wenliang, dying without knowing the reason. He was originally a guy who used the tiger's skin to pull the flag, but in the end he became a scapegoat. It really made people's hearts cold. The entire White Tiger sect was now in a state of panic. Under Sun Xiaolong's angry rebuke, Zhang Tingxiu hurriedly knelt in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed to admit his mistake. He didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. The petrified sect's ambassador, who was previously arrogant and high-spirited, actually changed his attitude towards Jiang Chen, causing everyone's jaws to drop. Jiang Chen could naturally see that Sun Xiaolong was venting for him. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Zhang Tingxiu in a fit of anger. Although Zhang Tingxiu was in the wrong, he was still a disciple of the petrified sect and a late hierarch realm expert. An elite disciple with such strength couldn't be easily killed. In the future, there was a high chance that he could become a deacon or even an elder of the petrified sect. It went without saying how much effort was needed to nurture a late hierarch realm expert. Even for the big sects like them, it was not something that could be replicated. Brother Jiang, do you still want to vent your anger? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill this bastard for you right now. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. No need. Killing him won't help anything. My purpose is to go to the petrified sect. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong indifferently. This guy was now very respectful to him, completely different from his previous pretentious attitude. After Tantai Jingzong went back and told them everything, they finally understood how powerful Jiang Chen was. He was the real core figure of that group of people. Although the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, was not the strongest, Sun Xiaolong knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat him. Jiang Chen defeated Bai Wenliang in a single move. His terror was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Haha, that's great. Brother Jiang, it's been more than 10 years since we parted in the barbarian divine land. My heart is filled with shame. Brother Jiang, you must come with me to the petrified sect this time. Let's catch up. Sun Xiaolong said with a laugh. As for Bai Wenliang's life or death, he didn't care at all. If he died, then he died. It was no big deal. It was just a change of leader for the White Tiger sect. Broken Dragon County would have some simple power turbulence. Everything was not a big deal to the petrified sect. I must go to the petrified sect, but there are some things that I have to deal with. Chapter 3255. At this moment, everyone in the White Tiger sect was in danger. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen carefully. His next move would definitely affect everyone. Only Jun Luohua had a feeling of extreme fear. He had an ominous premonition that Jiang Chen was going to deal with him. Although it was just a premonition, Jun Luohua had to prepare in advance. He had already thought it through and wanted to retreat quietly. However, at this moment he was still slowly stared at by Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jun Luohua felt his whole body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A feeling of deathly stillness shrouded Jun Luohua's heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. It was like the hand of the Grim Reaper was approaching him step by step. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Jun Luohua's face. He felt that even if he wanted to leave now, he wouldn't be able to. The feeling of sitting on needles made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Do you want to leave? Looks like you haven't realized your sense of crisis yet. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to deal with me? Jun Luohua took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say. Because compared to Jiang Chen he was just too weak. I have no enmity with you. Why did you let Zhang Tingxiu and the leader of the White Tiger sect kill me? Jiang Chen asked back. Jun Luohua's breath stopped and he was speechless. This sentence just happened to poke at his weak spot. Jun Luohua smiled bitterly and his face turned pale. Senior, my Jun family is also considered a famous family in the Broken Dragon County. I hope that you won't make a mistake. If you kill me, my Jun family will not let you go. Jun Luohua had no other choice now. He could only use his own family to defend himself. Otherwise he really couldn't do anything. But self-preservation was the only way for Jun Luohua. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Did this guy have shit in his head? At this moment you still dare to threaten Jiang Chen? You really deserve to die. Ha ha ha, interesting. There aren't many people who would dare to threaten me. But you're still so unyielding even in the face of death. I like it. The Jun family can be considered quite untamed. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Jun Luohua knew that he had been completely sealed by Jiang Chen. Was this guy really going to kill him? He didn't want to die. He was the genius disciple of the Jun family. He still had to bring the glory of the Jun family to the petrified sect, or even the sword-drawing sect. He would leave his mark on the entire divine realm. He was a monster who was the enemy of the entire world. He couldn't die without knowing why. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. Otherwise, my Jun family will never forgive you. Jun Luohua subconsciously retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to become a genius respected by thousands of people. The Jun family. What a Jun family. Ah, I hate the Jun family the most. Do you know Jun Tianqiu? Jiang Chen took a step forward and stared at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua staggered. He was pushed back by Jiang Chen's aura. His face was ugly. You know the strongest genius of my family? Jun Luohua's heart trembled. He knew that Jiang Chen and the genius of the Jun family were not friends of life and death. They were enemies. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so persistent. The strongest genius of the Jun family? Aha, then where is he? Jiang Chen sneered. The Jun family in the Broken Dragon County is just a branch of the real Jun family. It's not the real Jun family. Jun Tianqiu is indeed the strongest genius of the Jun family. Do you know him, Brother Jiang? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. This guy was everywhere. There was no sign of him in the jianghu, but there were legends about him. Even the powerful genius of the Jun family was inextricably linked to him. Was this really the first time this guy came to the Central Region Divine Land? It seems that this is just a branch of the Jun family. If I kill you, won't I anger the Jun family? Jiang Chen's smile became more and more serious. Don't. Before Jun Luohua could finish his words, Jiang Chen's palm had already landed. Jun Luohua turned into ashes in front of everyone's eyes. Even Sun Xiaolong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant and overbearing. Previously, he had acted arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't hold a grudge against him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape from his misfortune. Everyone at the scene was shocked. No one was not afraid. Jiang Chen killed the white tiger with a raise of his hand, killed Jun Luohua with a raise of his hand. He was in high spirits and his murderous aura was overwhelming. No one could stop him. Bastard! Give me back my Jun heir's life. A loud roar resounded in the void. Two silhouettes broke through the void with a powerful aura. They were two half-step divine emperors, blocking Jiang Chen's way. The Jun family's heroes. It's the Jun family's heroes. Both of them are here. It seems that it will be difficult for Jiang Chen to leave today. The strength of the Jun family's heroes is quite terrifying. Although they are no match for Bai Wenliang in a one-on-one fight, when the two of them work together, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He only has himself to blame. As long as Jun Luohua is not dead, the Jun family duo will probably not show themselves. At this very moment he has already sealed off all his escape routes. From the looks of it, this will be another bloody battle. He's too full of himself. He could have left, but he insisted on making things so awkward. Now that the Jun family's heroes are here, it won't be so easy to get away with it. The group of people looked at the two heroes of the Jun family who were pressing down from the void with incomparable shock. Could Jiang Chen withstand two half-step divine emperors? Although he wasn't afraid of Bai Wenliang alone, it wouldn't be easy to deal with two half-step divine emperors at the same time. The Jun family's heroes usually work together seamlessly. In this battle, Jiang Chen would definitely be forced into a passive position. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly when the mighty duo of the Jun family appeared. As someone who was born and raised in the Plate Blue world, Wang Fengqi knew how frightening the mighty duo of the Jun family were. They were practically one of the most powerful existences in the entire Folded Dragon County. Although the two of them had not left the mountain for a long time, even Bai Wenliang feared them like a tiger. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary person could deal with. Although the power that his master had displayed just now was extremely powerful, in Wang Fengqi's eyes, his master was also facing a great enemy. Master, be careful. These two people are not ordinary people. Wang Fengqi said worriedly. The Jun family's bloodline has been passed down for generations. How dare you cut off my inheritance? I will make sure you die without a burial place, Jun Qi said in a deep voice. Jun Qi said in a low voice. That was his own grandson. He had to avenge Jun Luohua. Big brother, why are you still being courteous with him? Use his life to exchange for June Air's life. Although his life isn't that valuable, June Karen and Lung Lung said. June Karen said coldly. June Luohua's death was a great blow to both of them. It was their chance to return to the June family's ancestral shrine. June Luohua was their most beloved junior, but all of this was destroyed by Jiang Chen. How could they not be angry? If that's the case, then all of you can die. At least you can accompany him. After destroying your June family, I will go and find June Tianqiu. Jiang Chen said lightly. Chapter 3256. June Tianqiu is the #1 genius of the June family. As a member of the June family, I am extremely proud. You. Haha, forget it. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compete with the #1 genius of the June family? Ah, what a joke. Today I will send you to the 18th level of hell. Boy, go to hell. June Kui roared angrily. His heart was already filled with anger. His own grandson, his own hopes, all of it had gone down the drain. What else could he not let go of? If he did not kill Jiang Chen today, he would not be a man. Why do you have to do this? Sun Xiaolong sighed. According to Tantai Jingzong, Jiang Chen could even be compared to a divine emperor expert. These two half-step divine emperors were just there to die. There was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Xiaolong's guess was right. Jiang Chen quickly made his move. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand seals linked together. His chi controlled the universe. His palms were like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. The two heroes of the June family didn't even last 10 rounds in Jiang Chen's hands. They were defeated by Jiang Chen in a domineering manner, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. When the two of them wanted to escape, they finally realized the threat of death. But at that moment, everything was too late. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. In the end, they were killed by Jiang Chen mercilessly. The June family had almost completely declined. The death of their genius disciple and the two old ancestors of the June family was a great blow to the vitality of the June family. They might not be able to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. No one dared to go against Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a peerless divine emperor that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with. Even Sun Xiaolong had no choice but to stand beside Jiang Chen and act as a foil. The most fortunate person was none other than Zhang Tingxiu. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong's timely arrival, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the fossil sect, perhaps he would have died more miserably than anyone else. Even the 3 half-step deity emperors were killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could control their life and death with just a flip of his palm. It was truly a blessing and misfortune to be able to survive. Jiang Chen's methods and the shadows of his spear were terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a strong cultivator was in existence that ruled over the world. No one in the entire Broken Dragon County dared to go against him. Even the envoys of the petrifying sect were willing to stay behind. How domineering was this? Wang Fengqi's eyes flickered with a strange light, his gaze was burning. One day he would become like his master, an existence that was the focus of everyone's attention. He wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't a piece of trash, he wanted to become a man of indomitable spirit in this world. Brother Qi, Feng Yen held Wang Fengqi's hand tightly. Their eyes were filled with emotions and excitement. June Luohua was dead and the June family duo was also killed by Jiang Chen. There was no longer any hindrance for them to be together. This was the most fortunate thing. Sister Feng, there will be a day when I become the strongest man in this world. At that time I'll come and marry you. This time I'll definitely enter the petrified sect. I'll become someone above all others. I'll protect you forever and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Wang Fengqi said solemnly. The determination in his heart and the determination in his eyes made Feng Yen very happy. The smile at the corner of his mouth was also sincere. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Now he was preparing to enter the fossil sect with him. Only by entering the fossil sect would he have the opportunity to show his strength and find Qingqing. Only then would he be at ease. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would never be at peace. Brother Jiang, this time I am not the only one who came. Tantai is also here. However, she is not here now. She is somewhere else. If Brother Jiang is interested, you can go together with her. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and said in a low voice. What place? Jiang Chen asked. The relic of a great emperor. More accurately speaking, it is the temporary imperial residence of an ancient great emperor. It is located in the south of the Broken Dragon County. However, this time 2 people came. Tantai and the number one genius of our fossil sect by Xianhu. That fellow treats Tantai as his exclusive property. No one can be compared to him. He is also known as one of the three successors of the fossil sect. You can imagine how powerful he is. Compared to Tantai, he rose up faster and earlier. Moreover, after knowing that you saved Tantai, he seems to be very interested in you and wants to meet Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. It could be considered a kind reminder. Great Emperor's temporary imperial residence? What is that place? Jiang Qin frowned. If there was nothing to attract him, what was the point of going there? It is said that it is the remains of an extremely powerful great emperor. It is called the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. The Five-Direction Imperial Residence is the last great emperor of the divine world. Ever since the ancient era, the number of sovereigns became fewer and fewer. Even after billions of years, there were still a lot of people who couldn't break through to the sovereign realm. They were infinitely close to the sovereign realm, but they couldn't break through. The five great sovereigns were the last great sovereign of the divine world 60 million years ago. No one knows where he went, but after him, no one else broke through to the sovereign realm. Sun Xiaolong's words completely evoked Jiang Chen's thoughts. The last great emperor of the divine world? If that was the case, it was indeed worth going there. After all, no one had broken through to the great emperor realm for millions of years. This kind of difficulty and mystery was worthy of Jiang Chen's investigation. Emperor realm. This step he had to work hard sooner or later. Therefore, it was reasonable that it attracted countless experts at this time. This time, as far as I know, there are four great sects that have sent out their strongest experts. The Extraordinary Will sect, the Water Charm Sword sect, and the Resurgent sect are all among them. The remaining one is my Petrified sect. These four great sects are also part of the 10 great sects of the Kunshan sect. I don't know where they got the news about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Although there are no Divine Emperor Realm experts, there are some genius experts whose strength is not inferior to Divine Emperor Realm experts. After all, Divine Emperor Realm experts are the pillars of the sect. It is impossible for them to be sent out casually. However, this time, the sect is also very concerned about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Otherwise, they would not have sent out 2 out of the 3 supreme geniuses of the sect. This is enough to show that the Five-Direction Imperial Residence will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. Whether we can get some good treasures will depend on our luck. However, what everyone wants to know the most is the reason why the Emperor Realm experts are unable to break through. If we can get the answer, I'm afraid that even the people in the Slaughter Pagoda and Martial Dan Hall will rush to get it. Chapter 3257. How much do you know about the Five-Direction Temporary Residence? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know about the rest. The Five-Direction Temporary Residence was discovered by a half-step Divine Emperor expert, but he was already dead when he came out of it. I'm afraid Tantai and Baichi Huayu will have to find out the real secret. But if you don't want to go, you can follow me back to the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The Five-Direction Great Emperor is the last great emperor of the divine world. It's worth it for me to find out. You fossil sect want to borrow my strength to help Tantai Jingsong, right? Jiang Qin said faintly. Ah, Brother Jiang is really Brother Jiang. You've seen through it. I know you'll be interested. Sun Xiaolong didn't try to hide it anymore. It was reasonable that Jiang Chen could guess it. However, Jiang Chen's help to the fossil sect was quite huge. An expert who wasn't any weaker than Tantai Jingzong would be a great help to the fossil sect. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong's help this time was an unexpected surprise. He would definitely report this to the sect when he returned. It was indeed a great contribution to the sect. All right. Brother Jiang, are your enlightened being friend and the Fire Qilin not here? Sun Xiaolong asked in surprise. They have something important to do. They're not here. Show me the way. We'll set off immediately. Jiang Qin said and looked back at Wang Fengqi. He's my disciple. You don't have to tell others about him. Just take care of him for me. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Jiang Qin took out a Peak Origin Divine Tool and gave it to Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he was overjoyed. Even for him, a Peak Origin Divine Tool was quite precious. Jiang Qin was so generous. The value of a Peak Origin Divine Tool was definitely beyond his imagination. Above the Peak Origin Divine Tool was the Primal Origin Treasure. Not everyone could have a Primal Origin Treasure. Even a Divine Emperor expert might not have a chance to get a Primal Origin Treasure without a great fortune. Of course. Ah, many thanks, Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong accepted Jiang Chen's primordial spirit tool without hesitation. He glanced at Wang Fengqi and nodded slightly. I'm leaving now. Enter the fossil sect and cultivate well. In the future, your path of cultivation will depend on yourself. I hope you can comprehend the limitless sword soon. Jiang Chen took a deep look at Wang Fengqi and transmitted his voice to him. Wang Fengqi nodded his head vigorously, then kowtowed heavily in the direction that Jiang Chen had left. This kowtow was his greatest gratitude to his master. Broken Dragon County Guidebook, Chiefing Mountain. The boundless secular world was filled with continuous mountains and thorns for thousands of miles. The road was at the end of the mountain and the river was scarce. It was filled with ancient trees and great rivers. It was incomparably barren. In this barren land, even birds and beasts were extremely rare, lacking vitality. The Chiefing Mountain is just ahead. In the 300 miles of Chiefing Mountain, there's a roundabout place. That's the entrance to the 5-direction pavilion. I still have to bring people back to the fossil sect to report, so I can't continue with you. Sun Xiaolong said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Sun Xiaolong turned into a stream of light and left. Looking at the vast mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen quickly flew forward. The sky above was gloomy as if a storm was coming. Jiang Chen crossed the mountain and saw an inconspicuous valley. In front of the valley there was a small door. There were no carvings of dragons or phoenixes in front of the door, nor were there any luxurious decorations. There was only an unlatched door. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the front. It seemed like the door was forcibly opened. It seems like they've been in there for a long time. Jiang Chen frowned and murmured. Just as he was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out to him. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The person who came was a chubby Taoist. He wasn't tall and wore a Taoist robe. He had a smile in his eyes, a mustache and a pair of triangular eyes. He didn't look annoying and even a little funny. He swaggered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Where did this person come from? He didn't seem to have anything to do with him, nor was he familiar with him. Amateus Buddha. Fellow Taoist, you have a full forehead and an imposing appearance. I can tell that you're the chosen one. The chubby Taoist said with a smile. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he didn't look like a kind person. It's fate to meet each other. The fate between us has just begun. If you don't believe me, you'll definitely understand it in the future. This humble Taoist name is Wuda. Greetings. Wuda bowed slightly, looking very respectful. Wuda? Could it be Wuda? Jiang Chen thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. After all, he had no enmity with this Taoist. This Taoist name is not very good. It's very easy for people to misunderstand. Hee. Jiang Chen also said with a smile. Sai, this humble one's name before I became a monk was very nice. Unfortunately, my master gave me this Taoist name. However, I didn't dare to reject it and kept using it until now. In the past I was Wu Liang. How is it? Nice, right? Wuda said with a smile, looking very proud. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you serious? Big brother, it doesn't sound as nice as Wuda. It's also a name that makes one's imagination run wild. I'm not interested in what you're called. What do you mean by calling me? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing. I just want to go in with you so that we can take care of each other. Fellow Taoist, I can tell at first glance that you are a pure-hearted person. Compared to those murderers who kill like flies, you are much better. Wuda said seriously. Do you know what this place is? Jiang Chen said calmly. I know. Isn't this the 5-direction temporary residence? It's rumored that the 5-direction great emperors are the last great emperors of the divine world. Someone must have entered this place before. For safety reasons, I'll go with you. I won't disappoint you, Wuda said seriously. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy seems to be very familiar with the 5-direction temporary residence. I wonder where he's from. Alright, let's go together. We can take care of each other. Please. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't know where this fat Taoist came from, but he wasn't afraid of him. At least he wanted to see what this guy had up his sleeve. Please? Wuda said. After you. Jiang Chen said. Please go first. If there's any danger, I can help you. Wuda said. All of a sudden, a white light flashed in front of the door. It looked like a spirit fox. Jiang Chen subconsciously took a step back and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Wuda was already on top of a mountain 1,000 meters away. Chapter 3258. Jiang Chen gazed at Wuda coldly. Nothing dangerous had happened yet, but this guy had already escaped 1,000 meters away. What the hell was going on? This is too much. Just a moment ago he said that he wanted to help Taoist friend. In the next second he ran away. There's no danger. Come down. Jiang Qin said faintly. This fella is really a clown. However, with his cowardly character he might not be able to escape. Taoist friend, are you serious? If that's the case I will open a path for you. Wu De said with a serious face. However, he did not have the slightest intention of opening a path for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was too lazy to care about him. As long as this fella did not pose a threat to him it would be fine. Moreover, this fella did not seem to regard Jiang Qin as an opponent. This fella's strength should be at the half-step divine emperor realm. Jiang Qin directly entered the Xufeng Palace. Within the palace, there was a thousands of miles long underground tunnel. Jiang Qin walked forward step by step while Wu De followed behind him slowly. Taoist friend, you're really bold. I was just one step away from seizing the opportunity. However, Taoist friend was still one step ahead of me. Let's go together. We can go to the Xufeng Palace easily. Taoist friend, wait for me. Jiang Qin completely ignored this fat old man. This fella has no ability but he is the #1 coward. However, Jiang Qin was always on his guard against this fella. He had to be careful against an unknown person. After all, he did not know what the fella wanted to do. After passing through 1,000 meters of tunnel, Jiang Qin and Wu De appeared in a huge underground square. It was 1,000 meters wide and it was quite calm. On the ground, there were many stone pillars with armless people carved on them. There were nearly 1,000 armless people on the entire underground square. They were divided into two sides and it seemed to be a huge formation. Jiang Qin could not see the end of it. Jiang Qin took a step forward and wanted to enter the formation. However, he was stopped by Wu De. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. This armless man seems to be an incomparably huge array formation. It's very strange, so it's best if you don't take any risks. Let me take a look first before making a decision. Wu De said in a serious manner. Jiang Qin was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this old Taoist to be so kind. It was rare. It seemed like this old Taoist wasn't a narrow-minded and despicable person. Can you see the strangeness of this formation? Jiang Qin glanced at Wu De and said. Currently, even he could not see the strangeness of this formation. However, Jiang Qin had to test it himself in order to gradually understand this formation. With the no-beginning formation he naturally had no reason to be afraid. Although this formation was complicated, he should be able to deal with it. I've been studying formations since I was young. It's been 79,000 years. Even though I can't say that I've achieved much in the field of formations, there are probably less than 5 people in the Central Plains who can surpass me in the field of formations. I'm confident that I can do it. Wu De said with an arrogant face. His entire being was filled with incomparable confidence. He had the demeanor of a great master. Just follow me. I've indeed lost my composure before. I must get back at this formation. Watch how I break this formation. Wu De nodded at Jiang Qin, appearing very confident. Alright, great master, please. Jiang Qin smiled. Wu De was in front. The two of them began to enter the stone formation of the armless man. Wu De looked around and mumbled something. After walking for half a day they finally lost their way. Why is this formation so strange? I actually lost my way. Wu De said awkwardly with a solemn expression on his face. This formation is quite terrifying. I actually couldn't see any clues from it. I originally thought that it was just a small formation, but after entering, I realized that it's actually so strange. In other words, Great Master has given up? If we get lost in this formation, won't we just be waiting for death? Jiang Qin said. Impossible. With this poor Taoist's attainments in formations, there's definitely no formation that we can't get out of. It's just a matter of time. Believe me, if we don't get out of this formation, this poor Taoist will not rest until I die. Although Wu De was lost, his slogan was still very loud. No matter what, they had to get out of this formation. This formation was just a maze. It didn't cause any harm to them. Therefore Wu De was not anxious at all. 3 days later, can I still believe in you, Great Master? Jiang Qin asked with a solemn expression. Wu De's face was slightly embarrassed. Obviously he had failed once again. This formation was too difficult. He had no way to reverse the situation. Even if he wanted to break it, it would probably take a few thousand years. Moreover, he might not even be able to break it. Believe me one more time. This is definitely an accident. Once I've thoroughly studied it, this formation will be a piece of cake. Wuda had boasted twice, but he had failed both times. At this time he could only study the formation silently. Wuda's bragging did not stop. Jiangchen was too lazy to count on him. After entering the formation he had been studying the formation. However, he still needed a few more days to completely understand the armless stone formation. However, he was not in a hurry. The no-beginning formation needed time to evolve, and he needed even more time to understand the formation. "Look, Jiang brother, there's someone over there?" Wuda suddenly pointed to the front and said. He could feel a strong fluctuation of life. Jiangchen also frowned. He took a step forward and went towards the corner of the stone pillar. At this moment a flying kick arrived. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. He punched out and forced the flying kick to retreat. A blue-clothed figure followed and continuously kicked more than 10 times. The terrifying leg technique was like lightning. Every kick was filled with an incomparable pressure. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would probably be kicked to death. Jiangchen's expression was calm with a cold expression. Both of his fists were like tigers, and he forcefully forced the blue-clothed figure to retreat. From the beginning to the end, his attacks did not manage to force Jiangchen back. On the contrary, he was the one who took 2 steps back. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The blue-clothed young man's long hair was tied behind his back. His face was sharp and his eyebrows were like stars. He could be considered as a handsome man. However, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be incompatible with Jiangchen. When their eyes met, a shocking battle intent could be seen. "Stop!" A low voice resounded. Jiangchen frowned. The voice was extremely familiar. A figure flashed past behind the stone pillar. A beautiful figure appeared. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. Her eyebrows also showed a hint of surprise. "It's you." The person who came was Tantai Jingzong. Her eyes were obviously filled with a hint of surprise, but she did not show it. Jiangchen's appearance had undoubtedly increased the strength of the fossil sect. Although this guy was not very amiable, his strength was undeniable. The blue-clothed young man's expression also turned cold. He looked at Jiangchen with sharper eyes. "You two know each other?" "Not familiar." "Not familiar." Jiangchen and Tantai Jingzong said at the same time and looked at each other. "Haha, what a match made in heaven. How can we not be familiar with each other when we speak so tacitly?" Wuda said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with a strange color. His beaming face made the blue-clothed young man even more unhappy. "Smelly old man, I'll tear your mouth if you talk nonsense again." It was obvious that he was mocking and pointing the spearhead at Jiangchen. In his opinion, Jiangchen was very unhappy. Even Tantai Jingzong's mood fluctuated a little when he appeared. Usually Tantai Jingzong rarely showed any emotion. Whether it was good or bad, Jiangchen was a fella that he hated very much. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry will definitely be trapped here. Only those who can get out are true heroes. Jiangchen said sarcastically. Bai Chi Huayu didn't say a word and just smiled slightly. However, he was choked by Jiangchen's words. "In other words, you're not even comparable to a nobody. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? If you have the ability, get out of this formation first. Grandmaster, I hope you can give us some pointers." Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. "Grandmaster, you have a long way to go this time. Everyone's hopes and lives are all tied to you." Jiangchen patted Wuda's shoulder and said with a smile. However, Wuda knew what Jiangchen meant. He smiled and nodded awkwardly. Then he started to study this obscure formation again. 3 days had already passed, but no one knew what was happening within the stone formation. A terrifying shockwave continuously spread out, and the surrounding stone pillars also began to shake. As they shook, they began to crazily collide with each other. The stone pillars of the armless people collided with each other, and in the end they were bounced back. The thousands upon thousands of stone pillars of the armless people were like giant stones dancing in a chaotic dance. "Rumble, what's going on? Didn't you say that it wouldn't take long to break the formation?" Bai Chi Huayu said while glaring at Wuda. "When did I say that? I said that it might take 10 days. It might also take 10 years. How would I know when I can break the formation?" Wuda rolled his eyes and said with a face full of disdain. "Smelly Taoist, I think you're tired of living." Bai Chi Huayu's face was as gloomy as water. However, at this moment, the surrounding stone pillars were constantly colliding with each other. The power was quite great. Even with their strength, they didn't dare to be hit by the stone pillars. They rushed forward and backward, taking advantage of the situation. However, as the collision between the stone pillars became more intense and faster, everyone's face changed. The indestructible stone pillars were like giant sticks being waved by someone. The friction between them constantly created sparks. Danger was everywhere. "I can't take it anymore. I'm scared to death." Wuda screamed again and again. However, his speed was extremely fast. Even Jiang Qin could not catch up to him. At this moment, Wuda had already disappeared from the trio's sight after a few turns. He had completely avoided the impact of those stone pillars, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Jiang Qin was dumbfounded as he looked at Wuda's departing figure. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ran away just like that? This Wuda was really, a dog can't stop eating shit. Originally, Jiang Qin thought that Wuda would share the tribulation with them and search for the exit of the stone formation. However, Wuda had actually slipped away. However, Jiang Qin knew that Wuda wouldn't be able to find the exit in a short time. He just didn't want to be hit by the huge stone pillars. Chapter 3260. The stone pillars were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That kind of earth-shattering collision gave Jiang Qin a headache. However, at their level, their skin and bones were as hard as copper and as hard as steel. If the collision wasn't strong enough to shake them, they wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. However, the strangeness of this formation was something that Jiang Qin had never heard of before. He initially thought that it was just a maze, but now it seemed that the formation's lethality was very strong. If this went on, they would probably die of exhaustion here. Half a day had passed, but the giant stone pillars did not show any signs of stopping. Jiang Qin kept using all sorts of techniques to protect himself. The 100 Qi Rain technique was out of everyone's expectation that Jiang Qin could withstand such a powerful attack with his peak hierarch realm strength. The speed of the stone pillars' transformation was getting faster and faster, and the impact force was getting stronger. "If this goes on, we'll all die here." 100 Qi Huayu frowned and said in a deep voice while glancing at Tantai Jingzong. "It seems that it's impossible to enter the 5 palaces." Tantai Jingzong also said softly. They were constantly resisting the strange stone formation around them, and their strength was constantly being suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be exhausted to death. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, Jiang Qin had no distractions. He must find a way to break this stone formation as soon as possible. Previously, when he used the no-beginning formation to evolve this stone formation, there was a huge change. However, he still needed 3 more days. Looking at the current situation, he must hurry up. A day had passed. Jiang Qin finally understood this stone formation. The formation also required a great impact. After all, this was a formation set up by an Emperor Realm expert. If it was not for Jiang Qin's no-beginning formation, they would probably all die here today. This stone formation was too terrifying. It was closely linked with each other, and these stone pillars would eventually be completely destroyed, explode, and die. It was just that the final formation hadn't been formed yet. However, the price that Jiang Qin had to pay in order to break the array was also relatively high. He needed 1 day and 1 night to control the core of the array with his mind. At that moment, his soul force and essence chi would be completely locked by the stone array. In other words, he would have to become one with the array. Otherwise, all of them would die without a doubt. Jiang Qin had no other choice because not only was he saving others, he was also saving himself. If he did not break this stone formation, he would be trapped here until he died. The 5 great monarchs sure are ruthless. To think that they would use such a terrifying formation right off the bat. They really don't want anyone to enter their temporary residence. Even a divine emperor would be crushed to death here if he's not strong enough. Jiang Qin inhaled a breath of cold air, but he did not dare to be careless. He quickly began to break the formation. Once the formation was broken, it would be a great loss for both sides. Time passed by. Jiang Qin began to use his soul force to control the stone formation, and finally, to break the stone formation bit by bit. This step was too difficult for Jiang Qin. If he didn't have an Emperor Realm soul, he wouldn't be able to do this. Jiang Qin endured the danger of being heavily injured and began to break the formation. The stone formation gradually stopped colliding and returned to its original position. At this moment, Jiang Qin's face was covered with sweat, and his veins were bulging. The divine origin chi in his body was almost completely used up. Because controlling the stone formation consumed too much of his soul force and essence chi. However, in order to save himself, Jiang Qin could only do this. He would rather die than rely on those guys to break the formation. "Break it!" Jiang Qin shouted. All the stone pillars were pushed into the ground by his soul force. At this moment, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had almost used up 80% of his soul force and his strength was also exhausted. However, the stone formation was finally broken. However, a white shadow quickly disappeared from the stone formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't know what that guy was. He only saw it once at the entrance. It looked like a fox. However, he didn't get to see its face and it disappeared from his sight in an instant. It was too fast. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. When he slowly raised his head, the public square in front of him had already turned into a flat ground. More than 10 people were standing on the public square. Although they were all in a sorry state, Jiang Chen was the one who suffered the most. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seemed like his efforts weren't in vain. I've finally broken this formation. I'm really ashamed. I actually used so much time to break this formation. Wuda shook his head and sighed. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking calm and composed. The people around him cupped their hands towards Wuda and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Taoist. I can't thank you enough. Taoist is really good. Taoist is too polite. I won't forget the favor of saving my life. Everyone admired Wuda and was overjoyed. If it wasn't for Wuda, they might have been trapped here until they died. The horror of this stone formation made everyone feel the pressure of being on the verge of death. Fortunately, they met a benefactor. Breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. If I broke the formation faster, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Wuda hurriedly ran over and helped Jiang Chen up. He said with a face full of shame. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Big brother, I risked my life to get the method to break the formation. How dare you say that you're the one who broke it? Don't you have any shame? However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to argue with him. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. After all, his strength was only at the peak hierarch realm. He should be the weakest among the crowd. Since Wuda wanted to show off, he would let him do it. Taoist Wuda is really good. You said you'd break the formation in 10 days and you actually did it? I'm impressed. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wuda slightly nodded with confidence as if he was enjoying it. Brother Jiang, you're overpraising me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Compared to a real formation grandmaster, it's not worth mentioning. Jiang Chen stared at Wuda fiercely. Looks like this fella is really thick-skinned. He's not hesitant when he's flattering himself. Looks like Brother Jiang's strength has yet to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. You almost died here. Such a tragedy. However, Brother Jiang's courage is really commendable. Even I admire you. Bai Chi Huayu gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. You're just a hierarch realm fella. Why are you here? Now that he almost died here, he deserved it. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The smile in his eyes was full of sarcasm. You don't have to worry about me. I'm still alive. I won't die yet. Chapter 3261. Jiang brother, why don't you go back? This place is not suitable for you. You haven't even reached the half-step divine emperor realm. If you continue to move forward, you might lose your life. It's not worth it. Wuda said seriously. Since I'm already here, why should I go back? Even if I'm going to die, I want to die here. Otherwise, I'll be a joke to others. Jiang Chen laughed and said. These words were meant for Bai Chi Huayu to hear. This fella can't wait for me to die. Jiang Chen could naturally see that this person hated him because of Tantai Jingzong. Women are really femme fatale. However, this Tantai Jingzong did not seem to be interested in him. Obviously, Bai Chi Huayu was not in the right to be jealous. You should just eat shit. Haze, even if you're going to die, Brother Jiang must die by my side. Wuda said in a deep voice. Why? Jiang Chen looked at Wuda in doubt. Because even if you die, your treasures will belong to me. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Why are you glaring at me? Brother Jiang, what I've said is the truth. Your treasures cannot be taken away by others. Wuda said with a wronged face. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen's look would have killed Wuda thousands of times. This fella doesn't look like a monk at all. He's so shameless and pretentious. It's a miracle that he could live until today. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen shouldn't be this weak. When he was fighting against the evil dragon emperor, he was much more powerful than he was now. How could he be in such a miserable state? He almost lost his life. I won't die for now. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth arched slightly as he looked at everyone coldly. These people should be the experts from other sects that Sun Xiaolong mentioned. Each of them was at least a half-step divine emperor. However, Jiang Chen could feel the domineering aura of a dragon and a tiger from them. Each of them was at least 100 Qi Huayu. Moreover, each of them looked like a raging bull. That kind of terror was not something that ordinary people could achieve. These guys were all peerless geniuses. Each of them was an outstanding figure even in the central region divine land. He wasn't a deity emperor, but he was stronger than one. A hierarch dares to come here to die? Looks like he's tired of living. That's right. It looks like this kid really thinks that this is a good place to go. Ah. If I'm not strong enough, there will come a day when I'll be blinded by greed. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Kid, you better get lost. This place is not suitable for you. Everyone mocked and ridiculed Jiang Chen with extreme disdain. After all, they were all at the half-step divine emperor realm. However, their talents were not comparable to hundreds of millions of people. Their status in their clans was not any weaker than a divine emperor expert. An ordinary divine emperor was not even a match for them. This was a genius, a one-in-a-million genius. This kid is quite fated with me. Haha, this poor Taoist will bring him along. There's no need for you guys to worry. Now that the door is open, we should all have our own plans. Why don't we go in and have a look? Wu De said with a smile. Only then did everyone stop targeting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Wu De. Although this fella likes to show off, he's not a bad person. He's not a selfish person like the rest of them. Only Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen silently. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would be so weak. Otherwise, would he still be the Jiang Chen that she knew? Bai Qi Huayu, is this kid from your petrified sect? Ah, you look so weak and you're still struggling at death's door. Do you think you'll be able to walk out alive later? A bulky man said with a loud laugh. He seemed to be full of hatred towards the petrified sect. Jiahadonglu, don't think that I, Bai Qi Huayu, am afraid of you. The matters of my petrified sect do not need outsiders to intervene. Your Shuiyun sword sect should take care of yourselves first. Shut up if you don't want to die. Bai Qi Huayu said with a sneer. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Bai Qi, looks like you've forgotten what happened 3,000 years ago. Back then you were chased by us two brothers all over the world. How dare you talk to me like this? Jiahadonglu curled his lips and looked at Bai Qi Huayu with disdain. Back then, if it wasn't for you two brothers being so shameless and fighting 2 against 1, would I have lost to you? Don't flatter yourself. Is your Shuiyun sword sect only capable of this? Bai Qi Huayu retorted sarcastically. You? Jiahadonglu said in a deep voice. His face sank and his eyes became colder. However, he was stopped by his elder brother. Why are you so angry? Haha, it's not a good sign for us to kill each other before entering the 5 palace. Brother Bai Qi, don't you think so? Jiahe Quanshan smiled indifferently. He was dressed in white and looked like a modest gentleman. That's more like it. It's better than some people who don't know what's good for them. If the Shuiyun sword sect falls into the hands of Jiahadonglu, it's estimated that it will deteriorate day by day. Bai Qi Huayu Lung said. Jiahadonglu was so angry that his face became extremely gloomy. Ah, let's see who the 5 great emperors are first. What's the point of getting entangled here? Wu De said with a smile. He came out to smooth things over. However, the people around him didn't say much. Except for the people of the Shuiyun sword sect, the remaining 5 people were watching the show silently. It seemed that no one was willing to say a word. I hope I won't be a stumbling block for everyone. Bai Qi Huayu sneered and turned to walk deeper into the underground square. Everyone followed closely behind. These words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't care at all. If it wasn't for him, they would all be trapped here. However, he was also trying to save himself, so there was nothing much to say. It seemed that this Bai Qi Huayu was really a narrow-minded person. He's just a little perverse. Don't mind him. Tantai Jingzong saw Leng Yi in Jiang Chen's eyes and said in a low voice, which one of you people from the fossil sect isn't perverse? Jiang Chen's words made Tantai Jingzong stunned. Only then did Tantai Jingzong realize that Jiang Chen was actually talking about her. You can think whatever you want. Those who are clean will be clean, and those who are turbid will be turbid. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, he followed the group into the depths of the underground square. Jiang brother, are you really ready? You should know that it's not that easy to enter this place. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. You have to think about it carefully. Wu De said very solemnly. Don't worry. I'll give you all the treasures after I die, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Phew, I'm relieved after hearing Jiang brother's words. Chapter 3262. Jiang Qin and Wu De walked at the back. More than 10 people had already entered the depths of the square. At this moment, a vast underground square appeared in front of everyone. The further they went, the narrower the width of the square became. Finally, it was only 20 meters wide. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet with 8 words engraved on it. Great Emperor's Imperial Abode, trespassers will die. These things were only used to scare people. For them, it didn't have any effect at all. They came here to look for the divine relics and treasures left by the Great Emperor. Walking further ahead, there was a majestic palace. The palace was 1,000 meters long, with exquisite carvings and painted pillars. There were also some small pavilions and a gurgling stream of water flowing slowly. However, this underground palace seemed to be very cold and desolate. In front of the palace there were 5 weapons, each with a divine weapon. Even Jiang Qin frowned. Although the 5 divine weapons were covered with dust, their terrifying power still made him feel a strong fluctuation. All of them are primal origin treasures. Incredible. Jiang Qin was shocked. The 5 divine weapons were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone's breathing was heavy as they walked forward step by step. The light in their eyes was hard to conceal. Blade, spear, rod, stick, halberd. The 5 divine weapons were separated on the 5 weapons platforms. Countless years had passed and they were covered with a layer of dust. However, it was still difficult to cover their unparalleled killing aura in the past. What a terrifying aura. These 5 divine weapons must be the collection of the great emperors of the past. Holding a divine weapon in one's hand, one's strength can fight against the heavens. No wonder they're called great emperors. These 5 divine weapons are actually placed in the main hall. Jiahe Quanshan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The covetous look in everyone's eyes could not be erased. Right now, none of them had made a move because no one had thought of which one they wanted. Once someone made a move, it was very likely that they would flock to snatch it. Even Jiang Qin was a little tempted. However, he didn't approach the 5 divine weapons immediately. After all, they were the possessions of the great emperors. How could it be so easy to take them? Jiang Qin looked around and didn't find any danger, but there was nothing strange either. This was the strangest thing. Previously, when they were in the underground square, they were almost trapped to death by the terrifying stone array. Entering the main hall, there was no danger at all. It really made one's imagination run wild. Jiang Qin didn't move, but he discovered that the greedy Wu De didn't move either. He was just beside Jiang Qin, drooling as he looked at the 5 divine weapons, but he didn't move at all. His steps were as steady as Mount Tai, he didn't move a single step forward. This guy looked greedy, but his heart wasn't swallowed by greed. This divine spear, I want it. Xuanhuan took a step forward and became the first person to rush out. At the same time, Jiahe Quanshan and Jiahe Donglu of Water Charm Sword Sect also moved. Tantai Jingzong also didn't want to be outdone. The 4 of them each obtained a divine weapon. A black shadow burst out and also obtained the last divine staff. Xuanhuan obtained the divine spear as he wished. Jiahe Quanshan of Water Charm Sword Sect obtained a divine blade, Jiahe Donglu obtained a divine halberd, and finally Tantai Jingzong obtained a mace. A mace is good. Maybe I can still use it. Wu De smiled with an evil smile. Jiang Qin's mouth slightly twitched. This smelly Taoist really made him look at him in a new light. A monk was actually so shameless. However, after thinking about it, he didn't care about such a strong pretense. As long as they snatch the divine weapons, I can get something else. Others eat the meat while I drink the soup. Wu De said with a silly smile. However, Jiang Qin did not think that this guy was harmless. However, what surprised Jiang Qin was that Wu De's strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. He did not feel anything at all. However, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuation. Why would he lie? Chapter 3263. With the divine weapon in hand, the world is mine. Jiahe Donglio's combat strength was unparalleled. His half-step divine emperor strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor. Even Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their strength. This was indeed the gap between geniuses. The central region divine land was indeed the center of the entire divine world. Even these monstrous geniuses who had yet to enter the super sects were already so powerful. If they were monstrous geniuses from the Buddha Pagoda's Martial Dan Palace, how powerful would they be? People were most afraid of comparison. In comparison, Jiang Qin felt that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, many people would surpass him. It was impossible for him to fight against the Buddha pagoda now. Therefore, Jiang Qin just wanted to find Yan Qingqing as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity to rescue her. It seemed impossible for him to fight against the Buddha pagoda now. Jiang Qin wasn't a reckless person. He knew what he should do. Therefore, he didn't make a big move until now because he knew that the palaces of the 5 great sovereigns were not that simple. The strength of an emperor realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could guess. At this moment, Jihe Donglio's strength was obviously superior to Bailey Xingyang's. He held the divine halberd in his hand and brandished it in a domineering manner. His strength was comparable to Bailey Xingyang's. Even if there was a gap between them, it shouldn't be this big. Obviously, it was the divine halberd that displayed its peerless divine might. Ha, look at my divine halberd. It's indestructible. Who can fight against me? Ah. Jihe Donglu laughed wildly. The divine might was unparalleled. It was the might of the divine halberd that made him feel as if he had the help of the gods. He was like a fish in water when fighting against Bailey Xingyang. What are you without the divine halberd? Arrogant fellow, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Bailey Xingyang held a long blade in his hand, constantly unleashing a peerless blade light. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them fought back and forth, crisscrossing each other. Their auras fluctuated, but Bailey Xingyang was still at a disadvantage. The halberd of Gaga Donglu was too powerful. With the help of the halberd, Gaga Donglu could be so savage, which made Bailey Xingyang very angry. This divine halberd is really amazing, amazing. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it seems that I won't have the chance. Powerful, simply too powerful. Wu De's eyes were filled with envy, his heart filled with joy. However, he was powerless, unable to obtain that divine weapon. With your speed, no one would be able to catch up to you if you snatched a divine weapon and left. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Qin didn't know how strong this guy was, but his speed was insane. When they were escaping, no one had expected this guy to be so fast and decisive. Jiang Qin didn't know how strong this guy was. Haha, brother Jiang, you must be joking. How can a sparrow and a swallow know the ambition of a swan? My ambition is not on the 5 divine weapons at all. Wu De laughed in a low voice. Oh, could it be that you know that there are more powerful things in the palaces of the 5 great emperors? Jiang Qin also looked at Wu De with interest. Wu De chuckled and put on a mysterious look. Buddha said, don't say. Are you a Buddhist or a Taoist? Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He really couldn't help but want to beat him up on behalf of the Buddhists. Hallelujah, brother Jiang Qin, this is my home. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have my own Tao in my heart. That's enough. Wu De said in a competitive manner. Hallelujah? Where the fuck did this monster come from? Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but there is a holy church in the central region, and they worship Yahweh, who is also our Buddha. No, the Buddha in your eyes, Amateus Buddha. Jiang Qin didn't want to listen to Wu De's nonsense anymore. Jiang Qin couldn't even figure out which side this bastard belonged to. As time passed, Bailey Xingyang's aura became weaker and weaker. He was suppressed by Jihe Donglu. The halberd swept across and directly broke the long saber in Bailey Xingyang's hand. Bailey Xingyang's expression changed and he backed off. The veins on his face bulged and he was full of unwillingness. However, no matter if it was Jia Quanshan or Bailey Zhangyang, neither of them went to help them. As long as they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. Since they wanted to fight, they would let them fight. As long as it was not a life and death situation, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhangyang would definitely not fight. Second brother, take this. Bailey Zhangyang said in a deep voice. He grabbed the godly staff in his hand and threw it at Bailey Xingyang. Bailey Xingyang's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Holding the godly staff in his hand, he instantly became spirited, and the battle spirit in his eyes intensified. After getting the godly staff, he also sensed an astonishing power emerging from the inside out. A terrifying aura filled the air. The two soldiers who weren't afraid of death collided fiercely again. It's a waste to give you the godly staff. You are no match for me. Ah. Jihe Donglu said in disdain. That's not necessarily true. Take good care of the godly halberd in your hand. Perhaps its owner will be me soon. Bailey Xingyang sneered. Dream on. Take this. The battle between Jihe Donglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more intense. It had to be said that after Bailey Xingyang got the godly staff, his fighting strength had increased a lot. The two of them fought back and forth, and it wasn't as one-sided as it was at the beginning. It wasn't hard to believe that the Emperor divine weapons in their hands had played a crucial role in their battle. Both of them seemed to be on par with each other. If it wasn't for the two of them sealing the circle, the people around them would have suffered great injuries. Even if they didn't die, they would have been suppressed. At least, Jiang Chen and Wu De did not have the chance to escape from such a powerful expert. Wu De and Jiang Chen's strength was too great. Jiang Chen and Wu De's strength was too great. Jihad Donglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more furious as they fought. They were originally suppressing him, but they didn't expect that after Bailey Xingyang gave him the godly staff, the two of them fell into a stalemate. One should know that xuanhuan was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor. He was not even afraid of an ordinary divine emperor. However, Jiang Chen's punch completely blocked xuanhuan's attack. The mountain crumbled and the earth cracked. Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His punch could kill 3 to 5 ordinary half-step divine emperors, but Jiang Chen was not affected at all. This guy is only a peak hierarch, how could he be so strong? Most importantly, after they devoured the bodies of Bailey Xingyang and Jiaga Donglu, they had completely turned into themselves. The soldier souls had their own souls. They had their own consciousness. That's why they were immortal. Even if the great sovereign had passed away, they would still not be covered in dust for thousands of years. Chapter 3266. However, Tantai Jingzong, Bailey Zhangyang, and the others were all true experts. With the 4 of them working together, they were able to fight the 2 weapon souls to a standstill. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? 100 Qi Huayu roared furiously. Although they were able to fight the 2 weapon souls to a standstill, no one knew about the pressure they felt other than themselves. The halberd and staff in the hands of the 2 weapon souls were basically unstoppable. They smashed down horizontally, and every single move caused the earth to shake. If I do something just because you want me to do it, won't I lose a lot of face? Weren't you very arrogant before? Why should I help you? I've come here because I'm acquainted with Tantai Jingzong. What does your life or death have to do with me? If it weren't for Tantai Jingzong's handkerchief, why would I come here without any regard for my life? I only care about Tantai Jingzong's life or death. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen said proudly, causing 100 Qi Huayu's face to turn green. Even Tantai Jingzong's face reddened. However, they had no time to pay attention to Jiang Chen right now. That guy had actually left behind the handkerchief she had used to wipe his blood. She could not help but feel rather conflicted. Seeing how Jiang Chen was waving the handkerchief in his hand, which was clearly something Tantai Jingzong had used before, and he kept calling him Tantai Jingzong in such an intimate manner, there was definitely something going on between the two of them. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen risk his life to come here? He was definitely afraid that something would happen to Tantai Jingzong, yet she was still acting all high and mighty. Who was she putting on an act for? The more 100 Qi Huayu thought about it, the angrier he became. She pretended to be aloof in front of him, looking down on everyone in the sect with an incomparably cold and elegant demeanor. He had never thought that she had already been hanging out with that bastard Jiang Chen. How was this guy better than him? Tenli was not as good as him, nor was he as handsome. His background was also not as noble as one of the successors of the fossil sect. What did he do to deserve Tantai's heart? Bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later. 100 Qi Huayu thought. He glared at Jiang Chen, but he didn't dare to be careless. If something happened, they would all die. In the face of such a terrifying crisis, the oppression of the soldier souls made them want to leave this place. Jiang Chen, Taoist priest, please help us find the exit. If we continue to be entangled with these 2 fellows, we will be doomed. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and Wu De and said in a low voice. Wu De hurriedly kept the small stone stool and nodded with a smile. Let's go, brother Jiang Chen. For the sake of preventing little sister Tantai's chest from being too big, no? Too bad. Let's hurry up and find a way out. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to escape misfortune. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This Wu De is too much. The 2 of them quickly searched for the next exit in the surroundings. Because at this moment, their exit had been completely sealed without them noticing. The 2 of them searched for a long time and finally found a mechanism to change the situation of the hall on the stone pavilion on the left side of the hall. This hall wasn't the last layer. After activating the mechanism, a huge door was pushed open. At that moment, a blue light appeared in front of the two of them. Jiang Qin and Wu De looked at each other. This seemed to be a terrifying ocean because they saw countless fishes swimming in the water. They saw countless seaweed swaying along with the waves. It was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The water-blue world was completely isolated. It didn't seem to be the same world as this hall. It was like a private harem. However, in front of this world of seawater, it was completely sealed by a formation. The seawater couldn't enter the hall at all. It was like a water curtain wall. Jiang Qin, come and lend us a hand. Force these two soldier souls to retreat so that we can retreat together. Tantai Jingzong was also helpless. Now the only person she could rely on was Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have saved this guy. Let him fend for himself. Jiang Qin sneered and looked at Bai Chi Huayu. The two of them didn't give in to each other. The legend is true. The 5 great emperors have the ability to connect to Shikahai. Could that be Shikahai? Bai Chi Huayu's eyes froze as he looked at the water-blue door. Everyone was staring at this scene, but they were once again forced to retreat by the two soldier souls. Shikahai. What's Shikahai? Jiang Qin looked at Wu De. This guy must know where Shikahai was. I don't know whether Shikahai exists or not. No one has ever found it and no one has ever walked out of Shikahai. It's just a legend. The 5 great emperors have the ability to enter Shikahai, but the later generations don't know where Shikahai is. They don't even know what kind of existence it is. Wu De also shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what Shikahai was. Jiang Qin, what are you waiting for? Tantai gritted his teeth and said. At this moment it was the last moment. If they combined their strength and forced Jiang Qin to retreat, then they would have a chance to escape. At least, these two soldier souls couldn't do anything to them. Jiang Qin nodded his head after hearing what they said. Then he quickly struck out with his fist, shattering the mountains and rivers and shaking the heavens. Jiang Qin's strength was not any weaker than the 4 of them. His attack immediately pushed the two soldier souls back. The 5 of them quickly retreated into the blue door, but the 2 soldier souls were still chasing after them. They didn't want to let them go at all. At this moment, when all of them approached the water-blue door, Bai Chi Huayu and Jiahe Quanshan looked at each other and their expressions changed. They attacked forcefully, directly forcing Jiang Qin back. Meanwhile, Bailey Zhangyang also interfered. Jiang Qin couldn't resist the attack of the 3 people at all. At least at this moment, Jiang Qin was forced into the middle of the 2 soldier souls. Jiang Qin's fists surged and whistled, hitting the Emperor Divine weapons. However, there was no effect. Instead, he was forced back. You've gone too far. Tantai Jingzong's expression was gloomy. Her eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Qin saved them from danger, but he was once again forced into the palace by the 3 people. Moreover, he was completely surrounded by the 2 soldier souls. Jiang Qin was forced back by the 2 soldier souls with his strength alone. The situation was extremely dangerous. He only has himself to blame. Who told him to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Do I need him to save me? Jiahe Quanshan sneered. Brother Jiahe is right. This kind of scum should die. Chapter 3267. You bunch of bastards, I Jiang Qin will never let you go. Jiang Qin's eyes were sharp as he said angrily. He didn't expect that Bai Chi Huayu and Jiahe Quanshan could be this shameless. He had already prepared himself, but the impact of the 3 made it hard for him to resist. He was instantly stuck by the 2 soldier souls, which made his situation even more dangerous. Haha, this is your end. You still want to come out? Dream on. Even the 4 of us couldn't defeat those 2 soldier souls. Do you think you can do it? Die without a burial place, boy. This is your destiny. Jiahe Quanshan said with a laugh. The only pity was that his brother was already dead. I'll leave you to be my brother's Zhang. That's not a bad thing. Jiahe Quanshan said disdainfully. Jiang Qin's death was a good thing for them to have one less competitor. This guy was really arrogant, so they couldn't wait to kill Jiang Qin, especially Bai Chi Huayu. One could imagine the anger in his heart. The girl of his dreams gave him a handkerchief. The 2 of them were entangled. Bai Chi Huayu was always thinking about how to kill Jiang Qin. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? It's over, it's over. I'm afraid Jiang brother is in danger this time. Wu De said in a low voice, his eyes were filled with pity. However, at this moment the aqua-blue door was about to close, but Tantai Jingzong still jumped out of it without hesitation, rushing towards Jiang Qin. Tantai. Bai Chi Huayu's expression changed. He wanted to grab Tantai Jingzong's hand, but he was pushed away by the latter. There was no joy or sorrow in Tantai Jingzong's eyes. He looked at Bai Chi Huayu coldly. Tantai Jingzong didn't want to owe anyone, especially Jiang Qin, who risked his life to rescue her. However, he was tricked by those people. If Jiang Qin died, the guilt in her heart would never be erased. Jiang Qin had fallen into this predicament because of her. If it wasn't for her, he could have left with Wu Da, but he didn't do so. Instead, he stepped forward bravely and saved her. But now he was trapped in this predicament. How could Tantai Jingzong just stand by and watch? He must advance and retreat with Jiang Qin. "You crazy woman." 100 Chi Huayu couldn't help but say. But at this moment the aqua-blue door was completely shut, trapping Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong in here. This was equivalent to a dead end. Bai Chi Huayu hesitated over whether he should save Tantai Jingzong or not, but his rationality still prevailed over his so-called love. As long as he became an emperor that attracted the attention of the world one day, would he still have to worry about not having a woman? All the women in the world would throw themselves at him. The allure of an emperor was just too great to them, so they had to do this. Even if it was their younger brother, they could only give up. Bailey Changyang was like that, and Jia Quanshan was the same. A coward was not a gentleman, and a man could not be ruthless. As he watched the door of hope slowly close, Jiang Qin glanced at Tantai Jingzong. The latter's expression was calm, but there was an obvious apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Qin fought the two weapon souls together, but they were unable to resist at all. The two of them were constantly forced back. It had to be said that the weapon souls were just too powerful. They could not resist them at all. Even if Jiang Qin used everything he had, he might not be able to defeat them. After all, the two of them were indestructible, and they were puppets with a mind of their own. That was the most terrifying thing about them. With a weapon in hand, it was like they had the help of the gods. They were no weaker than god kings. There's nothing to say. The human heart is unpredictable. I saved them, but they repaid my kindness with enmity. That's pitiful human nature. But they might not have a good ending either. Jiang Qin said as he fought the weapon souls, but their situation was becoming more and more difficult. Tantai Jingzong fell silent because she had nothing to say. "You didn't leave either, did you? If you didn't abandon me, then everything I've done for you is worth it. I don't care if they leave me, but if you abandon me, I will really be sad," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. Jiang Qin's words caused ripples in her heart. Jiang Qin was indeed a person with a strong character. Although he was annoying, he was loyal to his friends. The two of them were similar in this aspect. "Thank you for saying that to me. Don't overthink it. I didn't come here for you. I'm here to search for treasures, but I didn't expect to be dragged down by you," Jiang Qin said. Tantai Jingzong rolled her eyes in anger. "I didn't say anything. You're just being sentimental, aren't you?" Tantai Jingzong was originally very grateful to Jiang Qin, but at this moment she hated him very much. He was clearly sacrificing himself for others, but it made people feel that he had his own motives. This guy was really too annoying. "We're still in deep trouble and can't get out of it. We should at least think of a way to leave, right? If we sit and wait for death, we will only be tortured to death by these two guys," Tantai Jingzong said coldly, regaining her coldness. This Jiang Qin couldn't be nice to him. Otherwise he would take advantage of him. "Let me go. I can do it alone," Jiang Qin said. "We're already at this point, so why are you still talking about us? How can you handle it alone? Even the four of us were almost seriously injured by these two guys in the previous battle," Tantai Jingzong said angrily. Jiang Qin was really dragging it too much. At the moment of life and death, he actually wanted to bear it alone. Tantai Jingzong would never put all the pressure on Jiang Qin. "Sai, why don't you believe me?" Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He was helpless. Was he so untrustworthy? "I know your strength very well. It's impossible for you to deal with these two soldier souls." Tantai Jingzong shook her head and said. Jiang Qin knew that she was worried about him, but at this time, he only had one way left. "Now it's time to unsheath it." The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curved into a cold smile. Although he couldn't deal with these two soldier souls, the heavenly dragon sword would definitely not let him down. "Get out of my way," Jiang Qin shouted angrily. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the sword soul was unsheathed. At that moment, the two soldier souls were shaken off. You, there's something good to eat." Chapter 3268. Let's see whose weapon soul is more powerful. Jiang Qin glanced at Tantai Jingzong. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and moved forward. At this moment, the two weapon souls seemed to have seen the devil and quickly retreated. However, they were still being chased by Jiang Qin. To be exact, they were suppressed by the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword to the point that they could not even lift their heads. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The two weapon souls could not resist at all and were directly enveloped by the heavenly dragon sword. "Spare me," a hoarse voice reverberated in the hall. However, in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, it was so crisp and sweet. The two weapon souls were actually so dispirited and listless under the pressure of Jiang Chen's sword soul. "Didn't you want to kill me before? Now all of you must die," Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. These weapon souls for them could not be avoided. However, for Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, they were a great tonic. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword could absolutely devour them completely. Swords had spirits, tools had souls, especially primal origin treasure. Each primal origin treasure had its own soul. Some of them had not awakened, some of them had died. These primal origin treasures were quite weak. Although they were called primal origin treasures, they were not much stronger than a peak primordial divine tool. At most, the difference was in quality. A primal origin treasure with its own weapon soul was a real primal origin treasure. The moment the sword soul of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was awakened, it was filled with endless sword qi. Although Jiang Chen did not know how powerful the heavenly dragon sword was, the two weapon souls gave him the answer. The two divine weapons of the five great emperors did not dare to stop in front of the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was. "There's something delicious to eat. Baby is going to grow up again. You are." Even Jiang Chen was not affected by the sword soul's childish voice, because it was so powerful that the two soldier souls had no room to resist. Moreover, it was still so cute at this time. Jiang Chen knew that his sword soul was still in the growth stage, which meant that the heavenly dragon sword still had enough room to grow. At least for now, among the primordial treasures, there should be no divine weapon that could compete with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly dragon sword swept across the void and the two soldier souls were completely devoured. The heavenly dragon sword shone even more brilliantly. The terrifying sword qi was even more shocking and intimidating. "This is simply appalling," Tantai Jingzong murmured. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing, but it was the truth. This guy was really terrifying. Tantai Jingzong didn't know where he came from, but his loyalty was admirable. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword instantly devoured the two soldier souls. The bodies of Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu finally fell to the ground. They were dead because their spirit, qi, divine spirit and soul were all devoured by the soldier souls. What was left was just a bag of skin. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This guy was really too handsome. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked disdainfully in all directions. His momentum was like a dragon. This was a real peerless genius. At this moment, the two of them were finally out of danger. The two soldier souls were unstoppable in their eyes, but in Jiang Chen's hands they were nothing. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but think, how many tricks does this guy have that I don't know? Sun Xiaolong leading Jiang Chen to the palace of the five great sovereigns was definitely a good thing for the fossil sect. However, this matter was messed up by the 100 Qi Huayu. This guy could not bear to see others doing well, and it was mostly because of Tantai Jingzong that he held a grudge against Jiang Chen. However, Tantai Jingzong never cared about such a narrow-minded person. Although Jiang Chen's true strength had not reached the half-step divine emperor realm, his ability was something that even divine emperors could only look up to. From this point alone, Tantai Jingzong knew that he would not be in any danger if he followed Jiang Chen. "How is it? I have already said that I can handle it alone, but you still don't believe me. Are you scared by my handsome side now?" "Ah." Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. At this moment, the corner of her mouth finally revealed a smile. Although it was full of disdain, Jiang Chen noticed that this was the first time Tantai Jingzong smiled. "You look beautiful when you smile. Why don't you smile a little? Isn't life meant to be happy? If you're not happy, then what's the point of living?" Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Tantai Jingzong stopped smiling again. Even if it was just a gentle smile, it was still a sweet smile that could move people's hearts. "Everyone's fate is different. I don't have the right to laugh at you for being crazy, and you don't have the right to laugh at me for being crazy. There are many meanings to life. It's not necessary to live for happiness. Tantai Jingzong said Lung Lung as if there was a hidden meaning in her words. Just like what she said, it was the truth. It's fine if you don't want to laugh. How can you have such a great understanding of life? Forget it, we should go in and have a look. Alright, the place that those fellas entered, is it called Shikahai? Jiang Qin frowned and asked. This fellow was really reasonable. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with her. Tantai Jingzong shook her head. No, Shikahai is an incomparably huge ocean. Rumor has it that the 5 great sovereigns can connect to Shikahai, but it doesn't mean that they can take it in their hands. Shikahai is mysterious and unfathomable. There are countless legends about it. No one knows about it. Every time Shikahai appears, it will be accompanied by a terrifying disaster. Some people want to find Shikahai, but there's no trace of it. The 5 great sovereigns is the last one to enter Shikahai. His strength might not be the strongest in the history of the divine world, but the secret on him is something that everyone wants to know. Where is Shikahai? How did he break through the barrier of the Emperor realm? These are all things that people want to know. Tantai Jingzong's words made Jiang Qin even more curious about the 5 great sovereigns. What was this person's background? He actually had such a glorious history. Were the 5 great sovereigns really so fascinating? However, the first thing that the two of them needed to do now was to catch up with those fellas and enter the deep sea hall. It was hard to determine whether this place was Shikahai or not, but if they didn't go in, they would never know the secret inside. Chapter 3269. After the great Emperor Divine Weapon lost its soul, it became a masterless object. Although it could not be compared to before, it was still a primordial origin treasure, which was much stronger than a peak primordial divine weapon. As for the soul, it was formed by the spiritual energy of the user or when it was refined. Therefore, even if a primordial origin treasure did not have a soul, it could still be nurtured slowly. Every divine weapon that had its own soul was quite terrifying. Jiang Qin took the 2 great Emperor divine weapons without hesitation. Although Tantai Jingzong was a little envious, he had nothing to say. After all, the great Emperor divine weapons were obtained by Jiang Qin. If it were not for him, they would have died without a burial place. He had no objection to the 2 great Emperor divine weapons. Moreover, he did not like any of the 2 great Emperor divine weapons. Now it's time to see where these guys have gone. Whether it's Shikahai or something else, I want to find out the truth. These bastards have deceived me. I want to kill all of them here. Jiang Qin said with a cold look in his eyes. He stared at the closed door without blinking. Don't be too full of yourself. Those guys are not easy to deal with. They did not use their full strength at all. The major sects can send the real mainstay of the great emperors, the best of the younger generation, to the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors. Firstly, the temporary imperial residence is very important. Secondly, if they are not strong enough, why would they be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility? If they use all their trump cards, even a divine emperor expert would have to avoid them. I know you are not weak, but you want to make all of them your enemy? You are too arrogant. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Qin. This guy is still so arrogant. I hope he will not do anything too reckless. Otherwise even I can't save him. I hope they won't let me down. Jiang Qin smiled evilly. The two of them opened the closed door again. An aqua-blue world entered Xiao Chen's eyes. Countless fish swam through the water, creating a beautiful scene. The underwater world was a beautiful sight to behold. Tantai Jingzong looked at the beautiful underwater world and was instantly captivated by the scenery. Were they going to enter the underwater world next? He couldn't believe it. What an underwater world. Jiang Qin looked at this scene solemnly. Even he felt that this place was very spectacular, but he didn't know what kind of existence it was. The two of them looked at each other and stepped into the underwater world. The bone-chilling coldness penetrated their hearts, but to Jiang Qin he didn't care at all. As soon as they entered the underwater world, they quickly moved forward. The seaweed, corals, and fish were all within reach. However, after admiring it, Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong didn't have the mood to linger. Instead, they quickly caught up. This underwater world was connected to the palaces of the 5 great emperors. It was not simple. The two of them moved forward for several thousand meters. The fish around them were getting bigger and bigger. They were only the size of a palm at first, but as they walked out of the door, the fish became bigger and bigger. The ordinary deep-sea fish had already reached the size of a human, the giant turtle the size of a stone lion, and the octopus the size of a house. Gradually, there were more and more fish around Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong. Look, there's an underwater divine palace. It's all made of ice. Tantai Jingzong's eyes moved. The incomparably huge divine palace in the distance had attracted their attention. It was surrounded by incomparably huge schools of fish. The horrifying schools of fish had almost completely blocked the underwater divine palace. Only through the gaps could they see a trace of the underwater divine palace. The two of them kept swimming forward, but at this time, there were countless giant fish rushing towards Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong. "Let's go!" Jiang Qin shouted. His face was gloomy as he grabbed Tantai Jingzong's hand. A gigantic shark brushed past the two of them. Its terrifying bloody mouth almost swallowed the two of them. That terrifying gigantic shark bared its bloodthirsty fangs. It was 40 to 50 meters long, and its body was incomparably sturdy, covering the sun and sky. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Qin. The scene just now was too thrilling. Even a half-step divine emperor expert might not be able to dodge it. Even if he managed to dodge it, he would definitely be attacked by that gigantic shark. Jiang Qin and the gigantic shark looked at each other. The shark's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. It wanted to eat Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong. These two humans would be great nourishment for it. This fella has actually reached the half-step divine emperor realm. But this is its territory. It'll be very difficult for us to defeat it. Under such circumstances, its strength might increase tenfold, and our strength will be weakened by a lot. We must be careful. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. At this moment, the two of them were facing the terrifying gigantic shark. Their eyes were extremely solemn. They were like fish in water in the other party's territory. Therefore this gigantic shark was extremely crazy. It was not afraid of Jiang Qin at all. Two lowly humans. Your flesh and blood are the perfect ingredients for me. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, that incomparably massive giant-toothed shark bared its fangs and spoke sinisterly. All living things have spirits, let alone this ferocious gigantic shark. Its strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Most importantly, they were under the sea, not on land. The attack power of the gigantic shark was far beyond that of an ordinary half-step divine emperor. Now the gap between the two of them was non-existent. It would depend on their luck as to who would win. This damn gigantic shark. How dare it provoke us? The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth carried a cold expression. Looks like if I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Roar, roar, roar. Lowly humans. I am your supreme emperor. I am not a shark. I am the tidal sea spirit. My name is Xuanhuan. Tidal sea spirit, Xuanhuan? Never heard of it. But you are still able to leave your name in front of me before you die. That's a pretty decent death. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Brat, I see that you don't know what's good for you. You still don't know what's good for you. You're courting death by fighting me. Chapter 3270. Then just take it that I'm not afraid of death. I'll capture this big guy and get to the bottom of this. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as he exchanged glances with Tantai Jingzong. Be careful. Tantai Jingzong was prepared to join forces with Jiang Qin to deal with this so-called tidal sea spirit. However, Jiang Qin did not plan to let Tantai Jingzong take action. He alone was more than enough to deal with it. Just watch carefully. Leave this kind of laborious work to me. A woman should have a woman's attitude. Jiang Qin said. Tantai Jingzong was slightly stunned. She did not expect Jiang Qin to say such considerate words. In fact, she did not know that Jiang Qin was worried that if Tantai Jingzong took action, the tidal sea spirit would definitely target her. Then she would be restrained instead. Just you alone? You dare to clamor at me? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Go to hell for this sovereign. Roar, the tidal sea spirit let out a furious roar. The fishes at the bottom of the sea retreated. No one dared to approach their battle circle. Jiang Qin stood proudly without fear. Roar, Jiang Qin also let out a deep roar. Compared to the tidal sea spirit, his voice was not loud, but it was deep and resounding. Even Tantai Jingzong was surprised. This voice was filled with a domineering aura, the aura of a king. It's actually the roar of a dragon? In an instant, the eyes of the tidal ocean spirit were filled with shock as it took a step back instinctively. Its eyes were filled with fear. It had not expected that this inconspicuous-looking fellow would be a member of the dragon tribe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The tidal sea spirit was filled with disbelief. But that was indeed the roar of a dragon. Otherwise, why would it retreat? The pressure that came from its bones was something that it could not resist. The dragon roar resounded, startling the entire underwater world and causing it to go berserk. Why? Are you a dragon? That's impossible. You're clearly a human. You're definitely not a dragon. The tidal sea spirit said fiercely. It did not expect that it would be forced to retreat by a human. This was its territory. Don't you know whether I'm a dragon or not? You better think it through if you want to fight with me. Jiangchen smiled. All of this is just an illusion that you created. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The tidal ocean spirit roared furiously and dashed towards Jiangchen. It didn't believe that Jiangchen was really a descendant of the dragon race. Although its heart was filled with greed because the dragon roar had made it feel a tremendous pressure, it wouldn't be willing to let these two bastards go just like that. It couldn't even get its hands on those bastards before as they escaped together. Now that these two were alone, it wouldn't show any mercy to them. If such delicious food were to escape, how could they lead the underwater creatures here? The tidal sea spirit recklessly charged at Jiangchen. Jiangchen knew that this would be a tough battle, so he immediately used his dragon transformation. The moment the tidal sea spirit appeared, the tidal sea spirit felt that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. However, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. It had already launched its attack. Even though it could feel the increasingly terrifying dragon might coming from Jiangchen, it did not want to give up. Most importantly, this was its territory. That was why it dared to be so unbridled. Although the dragon might was suppressing it, it was not enough to turn it into a soft-footed shrimp. At this moment, it had to make a swift and decisive move. Jiangchen stood at the bottom of the sea. His eyes were extremely clear, completely disregarding the tidal sea spirit that was charging at him. Jiangchen punched out. The water rippled and whirlpools were formed. The punch landed on the tidal sea spirit's head. The tidal sea spirit trembled and felt dizzy. After being hit by Jiangchen's punch, all its preparations were in vain. It did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. His strength seemed to have increased. A peak hierarch realm could actually make a half-step divine emperor like this? The tidal sea spirit's heart was filled with shock. However, it could not stop. This battle must be fought to the last moment, for its delicacy and to verify whether this guy was a true dragon or not. Roar, roar, roar. The tidal ocean spirit kept roaring as if it was declaring its ownership over Jiangchen. It was fearless and unflinching. That terrifying airwave had changed the color of the heavens and earth. Under the sea, the tidal ocean spirit was twisting the universe. Numerous whirlpools were rising up from the bottom of the sea, and the tidal ocean spirit was crashing towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen sneered. The tidal sea spirit that was charging towards him was also shocked. The whirlpools that it created could not move Jiangchen at all. Moreover, it seemed that his strength was not limited to this. The horrifying dragon prestige had suppressed at least 20% of its strength. The tidal sea spirit felt that this guy must have come prepared. No matter how strong the dragon prestige was, it must give this reckless human a head-on blow. The tidal sea spirit swung its tail and slashed horizontally. It was like a sharp long blade slashing through the water. It was extremely fast and light, making it hard for one to defend against it. Jiangchen looked calm. He grabbed the tidal sea spirit's tail in an instant. What the tidal sea spirit did not expect was that Jiangchen started to grab its tail and swung it around crazily, causing the entire underwater world to become violent. An extremely horrifying whirlpool was formed with Jiangchen as the center. The tidal sea spirit was swung around by Jiangchen, as if its flesh and blood were going to fly out. Jiangchen was extremely strong. His head was above the sky and his feet were on the ground. He looked calm as he swung the tidal sea spirit that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms as if it was nothing. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. This guy is too much of a freak. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Jiangchen's strength, speed, and strength were not affected at all in this underwater world. Even the overlord gigantic teeth shark was helpless in his hands. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. Needless to say, the tidal sea spirit was in a miserable state in Jiangchen's hands. It was swung around until it reached its limit. Finally, it fell to the bottom of the sea. Countless corals and boulders were smashed, sinking deep into the seabed as if they were embedded there. Spare me, Lord Long, spare me. Chapter 3271. The tidal ocean spirit was extremely shocked. Even if this guy wasn't a dragon, he was most likely a close relative of the dragon race. Not only did he have such a terrifying dragon aura, he even had the body of a human dragon. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Where's your ferociousness from before? Jiangchen grabbed the tidal ocean spirit's tail and fiercely swung it up, once again smashing it into the giant rock in the underwater world. Blood dyed its body red, but strangely the blood didn't spread across the entire ocean. It only lingered within a 10-meter radius around the tidal ocean spirit. Even Jiangchen was surprised by this. He didn't know if it was because this tidal ocean spirit was different from a human, or it was because of the strange nature of this ocean. Spare me, Lord Long. I know I was wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare this lowly life of mine. The tidal ocean spirit's miserable voice echoed in the underwater world. Jiangchen frowned, but he didn't kill it. After all, he had to ask the tidal ocean spirit if he wanted to know something. He knew nothing about the underwater world. In order to avoid taking a detour, he might be able to learn some secrets from the tidal ocean spirit. Now you know how to surrender? Hehe, what were you thinking just now? I love eating fish the most. You're so big you should be enough for me to eat for 8 to 10 years. I heard that it's best to dig out the eyes. What do you think? Jiang Qin said with a smile. The tidal ocean spirit's eyes were filled with fear. It had already witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. How would it dare to be disrespectful now? Lord Long, please be magnanimous. I beg you to let me go. It's not easy for me to cultivate for thousands of years. Are you saying that if you eat me, my cultivation will be easy? Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. No. I didn't mean that. Lord Long, please forgive me. Facing the tidal ocean spirit's attitude, Jiang Qin found it funny. Jiang Qin still had use for it. There was no meaning in killing it. Then I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me well, I might be happy and let you go. Lord Long, please ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. The tidal ocean spirit said hurriedly. What is this place? What kind of place is the ice palace? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. The tidal sea spirit trembled in fear, not daring to be negligent. This is the Xianxia Sea, one of the largest oceans in the world. As for the ice palace, it was built by a great emperor. It's called the ice palace of the sea. Shikahai? Could it be that in front of them was the endless Xianxia Sea? If we go out of the sea, where will the outside world be? Tantai Jingzong asked. I don't know. I've never been out. I haven't even been to the surface of the sea because I can't go out. All the creatures here can only live at the bottom of the sea. They can't jump out of the water. Although I really want to go out and see the outside world, I can't. The tidal ocean spirit said helplessly. Jiang Qin and Tantai Jingzong looked at each other. This was really Shikahai, so why couldn't they break out of the sea? Not even the creatures of the sea like them could. What's going on with this ice palace? Was it built by the 5 great emperors? Jiang Qin continued to ask. I don't think so. This ice palace has always existed. It wasn't built by the 5 great emperors. As for what's inside the ice palace, I don't know either. All the divine emperor realm experts under the sea have entered this place. However, I don't know why they have never broken through to the next realm. Moreover, they have left an ancestral rule in the underwater world. Those below the divine emperor realm are not allowed to enter this ice palace. This ice palace seems to be a place protected by our number 1 clan. I wonder what kind of place this ice palace is. I'm also very curious about it. However, I can't enter it now. The tidal ocean spirit sighed. It was also very curious about this ice palace. However, they were not allowed to enter the ice palace unless they had reached the divine emperor realm. Is this ice palace that strange? Moreover, all the divine emperor realm experts under the sea have entered the ice palace. However, none of them came out. Don't you think that this is an ominous place? Jiang Qin asked doubtfully. It can't be. All the living beings in the underwater world, almost all the experts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles are here. That's because the ice palace has extremely dense divine origin energy for us to cultivate in. Cultivating around the ice palace can yield twice the result with half the effort. The tidal ocean spirit said. Jiang Qin was shocked. He had also noticed this. However, there was no reason for him to do so. The ice palace had an extremely dense divine origin chi for billions of living beings under the sea to cultivate endlessly. This ice palace was not any weaker than the dragon vein. It even made people curious. Such a dense divine origin chi was irresistible. These living beings came to this ice palace for cultivation. This ice palace is 100 miles wide. It's very grand. I really don't know who built it. Was it really not built by the 5 great emperors? Tantai Jingzong was even more curious. The ice palace's magnificence was rarely seen. The ice palace of 1,000 miles was a huge project. Even if the great emperors were to personally build it, it would not be completed in a day. However, what Jiang Qin cared about the most was the tidal ocean spirit's words. All the divine emperor experts had entered the ice palace, but none of them came out. Could it be that this is a holy land for cultivation? But why didn't any of the experts come out? This was the strangest thing. Moreover, the descendants of the underwater world were also warned that they must reach the divine emperor realm before they could enter the ice palace. What's the meaning of all this? Jiangchen always felt that this ice palace was not a good place. The existence of this ice palace was quite thought-provoking. It was in the palace of the 5 great emperors and it was in the xianxia Sea. However, the xianxia Sea could not break out from the sea. Jiangchen felt that everything here was quite strange and inexplicable. Even divine emperor realm experts couldn't come out after entering. I also want to see what's in here. Jiangchen was getting more and more curious. No one could stop him from exploring this place. Even though he knew that there were tigers lurking in the mountains, he still had to find out the truth. Plus, those bastards had already disappeared. He couldn't stay here any longer. What kind of place was this ice palace? He had to find it as soon as possible. Have you seen anyone enter the ice palace before? Jiangchen asked. Yes, there were 4 of them. However, it's not easy for them to enter the ice palace. I tried to enter the ice palace before, but I couldn't find the entrance. It's very difficult. The tidal ocean spirit shook her head and said, "Why don't you go down with us? I don't know if you're lying to us now. Half-step divine emperor, could it be that you can't transform into human form?" Jiangchen said lung lung. Chapter 3272. I can't go against the ancestral behest. Master Long, the tidal ocean spirit was in a difficult position. You should be very clear about the other path. Jiangchen said. All right, I'll go with you. The tidal ocean spirit hurriedly said because it knew that if it disobeyed, there would only be one ending for it. Although this peak hierarch realm human was not strong, his means were shocking, especially his terrifying human dragon body. Even the tidal ocean spirit was defeated by him. The tidal ocean spirit instantly turned back to its human form. It was wearing tattered clothes, holding a trident in its hand, with seaweed in its mouth. Its hair was messy, making it look like a fool. You're Xuanhuan, right? Don't worry. Since I'm asking you to come with me to this so-called ice palace, I won't use you as cannon fodder. However, you must not harm anyone. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. Jiangchen said coldly. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile on his face. It was not easy for Jiangchen to spare his life. He had always wanted to enter the ice palace and explore it. However, due to his weak strength and the existence of the ancestral behest, he did not dare to recklessly search for the ice palace. Ah, help, help. A shriek resounded through the water. Jiangchen frowned. The source of the shriek was Wuda, who was running for his life not too far away. At this moment, Wuda was being chased by an incomparably huge tortoise crazily. Under the sea, even a slow tortoise's speed was extremely shocking. As for the fast legs on land, it was completely useless in the underwater world. Wuda looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was being chased by the tortoise until he fled in all directions, narrowly escaping death. It's him? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Taoist Wuda, I didn't expect you to be so fast in the water. Ah. Jiangchen said with a laugh. However, he was being chased by a giant tortoise. Brother Jiang, you're still alive? Save me, I really can't run anymore. Wuda's face was full of fear. He didn't expect Jiangchen to be able to enter this place alive. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he actually came back from the dead. He was really a powerful character. However, Tantai Jingzong probably played a big role. Otherwise, how could Jiangchen turn the tide and destroy the 2 great soldier souls by himself? However, for now Wuda's life was on the line. He was being chased by the giant turtle until he swam back and forth in the water. It was extremely tragic. You can play with it first. I'm willing to bet that this giant turtle won't be able to catch up to you, Taoist Wuda. Jiangchen stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Since this matter had nothing to do with him, he sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Previously, when he was in danger, this old Taoist turned and ran. Now that he was being suppressed by this giant turtle, he was quite depressed. Brother Jiang, you are a righteous and magnanimous person. You can't be so petty. Previously, I was also forced to abandon you. You don't know, but I thought your soul had already returned to heaven. My heart has always been filled with anxiety. If that's the case, how could I not be able to get rid of a mere old turtle? Wuda said with a solemn face. After being bitten by the giant turtle a few times, his clothes were torn to shreds. His Taoist robe had completely turned into a beggar's outfit. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I'll save you once. Jiang Chen smiled and stopped teasing Wu De. Other than being a timid person who was afraid of death, Wu De didn't seem to be a bad person. Xuanhuan, do you know this giant turtle? Jiang Chen said. Xuanhuan nodded and said in a deep voice, Master Turtle, give me some face and let it go. This person is our friend. Roar, roar. The giant turtle roared angrily. Its eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for you, I would have swallowed this guy alive. This is infuriating. Taoist Wu De, what did you do to infuriate the heavens? This master turtle has never had a temper. Even if some marine creatures went to provoke him, he would never get angry. You must have provoked him. Xuanhuan said with a straight face. No. We are all friends. We are friends after all. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Wu De chuckled and quickly stood behind Jiang Chen. This stinky old Taoist shit on my back. The giant turtle gritted its teeth and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Wu De was too immoral. He was just like his name, completely immoral. Do humans have 3 needs? Who doesn't have priorities? We're all friends, so please forgive me. Wu De smiled awkwardly. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to give him a kick. You shit on someone's back and you are still in the right? Where's your Taoist charm? Where's your noble demeanor? Forget it. This poor Taoist has indeed done something wrong. I hope Master Turtle can forgive me. We are all friends. Wu De was also very sensible. He quickly apologized to the giant tortoise. After all, it was indeed his fault for this matter. Master Turtle, we are going to explore the ice palace. Do you want to go? Xuanhuan asked. The giant tortoise was the person with the highest seniority in this underwater world. That's why Xuanhuan was extremely respectful towards him. Although his strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm, even Jiang Chen was curious about how long he had lived. No. I will never go. You guys go if you want. The giant turtle shrunk its head and said in a deep voice. It stared at Jiang Chen with a sneaky look. Why not? Is there something bad in this ice palace? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the giant turtle. If you want to go, you guys go. I'm not going. I haven't lived long enough. None of those Divine Emperor realm experts came back. They must have died in there. I will never break through to the Divine Emperor realm in my life. I'm also too lazy to cultivate. I will not go and join in the fun. The old turtle curled its lips and said, You know that there is danger in there? Jiang Chen was even more curious about this old turtle. White skeletons under the ice palace, take care of yourselves. I've lived for more than 130 million years and no one has ever walked out from the ice palace. At least 20 divine emperors have entered, but none of them have come out. I don't want to die, Jiang Chen sneered. The old turtle acted like it was afraid of wolves and tigers. It stayed in its shell and refused to go out no matter what. Old Senior is knowledgeable. We are not asking you to go with us. We just want to know what kind of place this ice palace is. Chapter 3273. That's not bad. The old tortoise glanced at Xuanhuan and sighed, I've never been inside, so I naturally don't know what's inside. I've never entered before, so I naturally don't know what's inside the ice palace. However, there's definitely danger in there. Otherwise, no one would have entered and never come out. However, I've heard from my ancestor that the ice palace has existed since the ancient times. It's a mysterious place. During the era when the divine world was collapsing, the ice palace was a place that military experts fought for. I don't know who managed to enter the ice palace in the end. However, the ice palace is definitely not a good place. It's like a graveyard of thousands of people. So many divine emperor experts wanted to enter because they wanted to find a chance to escape from here. It's not that I don't want to, I just don't dare to. Death is a terrible thing. It's better to be alive. The old tortoise's eyes were filled with loneliness. He sighed as he recalled the things that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed even more. From the old tortoise's words, he was even more certain that the ice palace had existed since ancient times. It was not built by the 5 great emperors at all. Moreover, many divine emperor realm experts entered the ice palace just to find a way out. Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not know what was ahead of him and what was above this underwater world. However, he knew that this place should be a sealed death zone. No one could get out of this place. Entering the ice palace was their only way out. Moreover, the divine origin chi in the ice palace was the densest in the entire underwater world. All of these had left those cornered experts with no other choice but to enter the ice palace and search for a way out. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He did not know what was in front of him, nor did he know what was on the top of the underwater world. The mysteriousness of the ice palace was even more thought-provoking. Tantai Jingzong did not say a word, but Jiang Qin could see that she had the same feeling as him. Since they had entered the zone of death, they would not take a step back even if they knew that there were tigers in the mountains. Jiang Qin, Tantai Jingzong, Wu De, Xuanhuan, and the others went to the ice palace without hesitation. Old Tortoise looked at the backs of the 4 people as they left. He sighed meaningfully and murmured, "Looks like the ice palace is going to change." The closer Jiang Qin got to the ice palace, the denser the divine origin qi became. It had even reached the point of bursting. The terrifying divine origin qi was constantly stimulating the energy in his body. A surging feeling made him feel carefree and incomparably joyful. With the tidal sea spirit leading the way, all the fishes at the bottom of the sea made a path for them. In front of the ice palace was an extremely deep whirlpool of divine origin qi. The terrifying divine origin qi was enough to make a person explode. Divine origin qi. If I were to cultivate here, I would get twice the result with half the effort. If I would. Of Tao, I spirit, of divine. Wu De said in a low voice. His eyes were solemn. It could be seen that he was very happy with the ice palace's divine origin qi. Although the divine spirit qi here is extremely rich, no matter how good it is, if one absorbs too much of it, one's body will explode. Every year, countless underwater life forms that are eager for quick success die in this underwater world. If it weren't for the strong reproduction ability of the underwater world, I'm afraid they would have been completely extinct by now. Xuanhuan said in a low voice with a calm expression. If he wanted to break through as soon as possible, he might have reached the divine emperor realm a long time ago. However, the price he had to pay was that his body would explode from the divine origin qi here. For those greedy people, this place was like an invisible grave. Xuanhuan, do you know where the entrance to the ice palace is? Jiang Qin asked. I know, but I can't get in. Xuanhuan sighed. He really didn't have the ability to get in. The ice palace's gate weighed more than 1 billion pounds. With his strength he couldn't break through the gate at all. Take me there. Perhaps someone has already opened the door to the ice palace for us. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The 4 of them quickly went to the entrance of the ice palace. As expected, just as Jiang Qin had expected, the gate had already been opened. The huge gate was completely pushed open. The dark abyss of the ice palace was like an incomparably ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth to devour the world. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go in. Someone has already led the way for us. Jiang Qin said. Xuanhuan was still a little hesitant, but with Lord Long here, he was also filled with curiosity. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to reach the divine emperor realm. Once he reached the divine emperor realm, he would definitely choose to enter this place. Because he had cultivated for millions of years without being able to leave this place. It was really like a prison. Xuanhuan had the heart to improve, so he was unwilling to be trapped here. Unlike the old tortoise who had lived for more than 100 million years in this underwater world, he didn't want to leave this place at all. Jiang Qin took the lead and rushed to the front. Obviously, the road in front of them had already been passed by Baiqi Huayu and the others. Even if there was danger, it should be impossible to kill them. Gradually, Jiang Qin and the others entered about 1,000 meters. The entire ice palace began to light up gradually because of the surrounding luminous pearls and colorful ice, which illuminated the dark underground palace. On both sides of the ice palace, there were colorful ice sculptures. The sculptures were of the people who had sacrificed their lives to build this ice palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Some were driving the carriages, some were transporting the ice, some were supervising the construction, and some were struggling to walk, all for the sake of building this ice palace. Those people are really pitiful. Wu De revealed a rare sorrowful expression. Those tens of thousands of people had suffered a great deal of pain when they were building the ice palace. Only then did the ice palace gradually build up. Although it was 100 miles wide, it carried the lives of countless people. They walked for more than 5 miles before the ice palace's relief murals completely disappeared. The huge palace in front of them was actually filled with broken ice sculptures. Obviously there were traces of a battle here. Above the palace, there were hundreds of ice statue guards guarding this place. At this moment all of those ice statues had shattered, and the scene here was extremely chaotic. It should be Baiqi Huayu and the others. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. She was extremely familiar with the traces. The 3 of them should have gone deeper, but for some unknown reason, they had experienced an extremely terrifying battle here. Less than half of the hundreds of ice sculpture guards were left. Be careful. Chapter 3274. Jiang Qin frowned. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the divine weapon of the ice sculpture. With a roar, the ice sculpture was shattered by Jiang Qin's roar. That ice sculpture was at least a half-step divine emperor. These fellas look majestic and powerful, but they're actually so weak. Looks like I don't have to be afraid of them. Wu De said with a smile when he saw Jiang Qin shattering the surrounding ice sculpture with a roar. It turned out to be a false alarm. That might not be the case. Tantai Jingzong gently crushed a piece of ice in his hand. However, the ice did not melt at all. Instead, the surrounding ice fragments began to reform at this moment. In less than 10 breaths of time, the bodies of the dozens of ice guards that had fallen were all reconstructed. Although they did not have souls, the terror of these hundreds of ice sculptures was self-evident. 100 Qi Huayu Jiahe Quanshan and Bailey Changyang seemed to have spent a lot of effort to break through these ice sculptures. Your words are truly accurate. Jiang Qin looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. However, being surrounded by hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice sculptures, they became nervous, especially Xuanhuan and Wu De. When Jiang Qin turned around, the two of them hugged each other, their eyes were filled with fear. Master Long, you must protect me. Brother Jiang, you and Sister Tantai won't be bothered by these ice sculptures. I'll stand guard for you. The two of them did the same thing and quickly retreated, filled with fear. Think about how to escape. I can't protect you too. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Hundreds of ice spears swept through everything in their path, closing in on Jiang Qin and the others. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it. Every time he swung his sword, he would shatter an ice sculpture. He killed 10 of them with a single step. Countless ice statue guards rushed towards Jiang Qin one after another, but they were mercilessly chopped into pieces by Jiang Qin. The ground was covered with ice shards, and the ice spears were also fiercely deflected by Jiang Qin. 1 against 100, Jiang Qin did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Qin's sword chi was terrifying. He was fearless in the midst of the hundreds of ice statues. Wu De and Xuanhuan looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Wu De and Xuanhuan looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Tantai Jingzong was also merciless. She followed behind Jiang Qin. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to face these ice sculptures alone. It was extremely difficult for Tantai Jingzong to deal with these terrifying ice sculptures. Tantai Jingzong encountered more than 20 ice sculptures at most before he was entangled. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was fearless. No matter how many ice sculptures there were, he would shatter them with his sword. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin in awe. This guy's monstrous strength was reflected in every aspect. He couldn't even see Jiang Qin's sword clearly, but his sword was merciless. Every single one of the ice statues couldn't even last a second against him. In less than half an incense stick's time, the two of them had already chopped down all the ice sculptures. Jiang Qin's back view was like a mountain, and his arrogance was like a dragon. Xuanhuan was shocked. Fortunately, he did not fight with Lord Long, otherwise, he would have died in a very ugly way. The scene before them completely shocked Xuanhuan and Wu De. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Qin's unstoppable manner was like a demon god descending from the sky. He was unstoppable, domineering, and extremely handsome. Beautiful. Brother Jiang is really not satisfied with our expectations. I said that you are a dragon among men. My foresight is still top-notch. You can't help but be impressed. Wu De said sincerely. What are you waiting for? Otherwise, those ice sculptures will reform again. Jiang Qin frowned. These ice statue guards that could resurrect infinitely were quite strange. Hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice statue guards? What kind of place would need so many experts to guard it? Although they were just ice sculptures, their strength wasn't weak. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, they wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Furthermore, they would have been severely injured. During the battle, Jiang Qin had seen traces of blood. It should be left behind by 100 Qi Huayu and the others. It seemed like they had encountered much more difficulties in breaking out of the encirclement of the ice sculptures than Jiang Qin and the others. Wu De and Xuanhuan heard Jiang Qin's words and immediately rushed to the front. At this moment, Jiang Qin, who was at the back, felt that someone was following them. When he turned his head, he saw a white fox. Yes, this time Jiang Qin saw it clearly. It was a white fox. The white fox and Jiang Qin looked at each other. Jiang Qin frowned. When did this white fox appear? It seemed to be the one that he met when he entered the five great emperors' palace. At this moment, the white fox smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a playful look. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. This fox really smiled. When it looked at him, there seemed to be a meaningful look in its eyes. Jiang Chen? Why aren't you leaving? Tantai Jingzong called out to Jiang Chen. When he turned his head, there was nothing left on the ground. Jiang Chen frowned. Was it an illusion? Definitely not. The white fox's smile was still fresh in his mind, it was incomparably real. What is it? Jiang Chen murmured in his heart, but he wasn't sure where that white fox came from. The ice sculptures had started to gather together again. Jiang Chen dared not to be careless. If he continued to stay here, there would be no end to it. These ice sculptures seemed to be indestructible. No wonder Xuanhuan and the others had a rule that only divine emperors were allowed to enter the ice palace. Even a divine emperor would not fare any better than Jiang Chen in dealing with these hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice sculptures. Jiang Chen didn't think that he would be able to deal with them. Xuanhuan turned his head with lingering fear. He felt lucky that he did not take the risk to enter the ice palace. Otherwise he would have died a horrible death. Even if he wanted to enter, it would not be that easy. The terror and mysteriousness of the ice palace had piqued everyone's curiosity. This poor Taoist is really lucky. But it's all thanks to Brother Jiang. If I were to follow those short-lived fools, I would not have a good life. Jiang Chen and the others moved forward quickly. They passed through several palaces, halls and ice sculptures. They felt very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. Jiang Chen's head felt like it was going to split open at this moment. He wanted to remember where he had seen these ice sculptures, but he could not remember. It felt like his brain was going to be dug out. It was extremely painful and his head felt like it was going to split open. That is, my ancestor. Chapter 3275. That's my ancestor. Xuanhua's expression was incomparably solemn as he looked at the sculpture at the end of the seventh hall. His eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow and nostalgia. Are you sure that's your ancestor? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. The person on the ice sculpture held a long spear in his hand. His long beard was like a waterfall, his eyebrows were cold and his aura was vigorous. However, his entire body was sculpted from ice and looked very lifelike. I'm sure that's my ancestor. When I was young, I even played on his lap. I will never forget my ancestor for the rest of my life. Xuanhua's expression was desolate, and his eyes seemed to be struggling. Amateus Buddha. Could it be that the people on the ice sculptures are all dead? We've already seen dozens of ice sculptures. Don't tell me they're all dead? Wu De said with a surprised expression. However, no one dared to confirm who the ice sculpture was. Would it be like the ice sculpture guards from before, pointing its spearhead at them? Everything was unknown. It seems like most of these ice sculptures are the ancestors of your seabed clan. After they entered this place, they were frozen here for some reason and turned into ice sculptures. They probably can't find the way out. Jiang Chen said in a slightly regretful tone, but the truth was that every one of them was in a precarious situation. Once those ice sculptures moved, they would be trapped once again, and this wasn't a good sign. Xuanhuan seemed to be a person who valued relationships, especially the kinship between him and his ancestor. He knelt in front of the ice sculptures and felt sad. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He actually saw the divine blade that Baiqi Huayu obtained in the corner. Why was it here? Jiang Chen quickly walked over and picked up the divine blade. This divine blade had not been recognized by Baiqi Huayu as its master. Otherwise, Baiqi Huayu would have been completely devoured by the weapon soul. Why is this divine blade here? Tantai Jingzong was also very surprised. This should have been the 100 Qi transforming rain item. Could it be that the 100 Qi transforming rain encountered some mishap? It must be because of some reason that 100-foot rain didn't have the time to deal with the divine saber and escaped by himself. Looks like this ice palace is getting stranger and stranger. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that he couldn't stay here for long. At the very least, he had to find 100 Qi Huayu and the others first. Are you saying that 100 Qi Huayu isn't dead yet? Tantai Jingzong said. He shouldn't die so easily. Haven't you heard that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years? Jiang Chen sneered. This time, Tantai Jingzong didn't refute. She thought that 100 Qi Huayu was just a little selfish, but he would stand above the sect's benefits. However, he dealt with Jiang Chen without any reason, causing their relationship to fall apart. Moreover, he went alone at this time, completely leaving her and Jiang Chen behind. This made Tantai Jingzong very disappointed. However, everyone had their own ambitions. She couldn't say anything more. Some people always liked to think that they were infallible. She just let him be because she felt that Jiang Chen was more reliable than 100 Qi Huayu. Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with Jiang Chen, and she had been friends with Bai Qi Huayu for tens of thousands of years, it was hard to tell what kind of person Bai Qi Huayu was. After this incident, she had a clearer understanding of what kind of person Bai Qi Huayu was. He was narrow-minded, and sinister. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. Tantai Jingzong was a very righteous person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned back to save Jiang Chen and Tyrant even though she had already escaped. Jiang Chen smiled and said with a disdainful expression, "Smelly old Taoist, you don't have to struggle anymore. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change the fact that you were a pig in your previous life." Ah. Jiang Chen's ridicule made Wu De speechless. After all, he was the one who said that pig's head. This damned pool of rebirth. Wu De flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned around and sat on the ground, sulking like a child who couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 3276. How could this be? Could it be that you were a cloud of mist in your past life? Xuanhuan said with a surprised look on his face. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's good that I can't see it. There's no next life after all. It's better not to know about some things. Life will become boring if you know about it. Tantai Jingzong did not believe Jiang Chen's words. However, she could not understand. Did this fella not have a past life? What's going on? Chaotic Qi? Tantai Jingzong was curious but she could not understand. Perhaps even Jiang Chen did not know why. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. You come and try. I'll forget about it. Just as you said. Now that I know, my life has become boring. Tantai Jingzong said faintly without any emotion. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a terrifying flying dagger pierced through the void and shot towards Jiang Chen. It was a close call. Jiang Chen caught the terrifying flying dagger with 2 fingers. His eyes were cold. 3 yellow-clothed men looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Kid, you're really lucky to be able to be together with the heavenly lady of the fossil sect. Even Bai Qi Huayu was abandoned by you guys? The yellow-clothed man who was leading said with a smile. Huang Baidang, watch your mouth. Tantai Jingzong frowned and said coldly. Ah. Could it be that Miss Tantai has flown into a rage out of embarrassment? As far as I know, Bai Qi Huayu has also entered this place. However, his figure has disappeared. This is really intriguing. Huang Baidang said with a smile. Jiang Chen frowned. This fella is really annoying. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, 3 ice arrows shot out from the rebirth pond, heading straight for the trio. The 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to be careless and instantly melted the ice arrows. However, their faces turned gloomy. This peak-late hierarch kid was so strong. He fought against 3 of them alone and made them look like they were facing a formidable enemy. Interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Jiang Chen said coldly. He looked at them coldly. These 3 fellows were not good people. They should be from Zhongxing sect. Brat, you're courting death. Huang Daqi's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack, closing in on Jiang Chen. He immediately executed a terrifying attack, causing a terrifying gust of wind to sweep across the place, causing the hearts of his opponents to tremble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He met the attack with one hand and punched out with his fist. All of the palm winds were dispersed by Jiang Chen. Huang Daqi and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so abnormal. Not to be outdone, Huang Daqi still wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by his big brother, Huang Baidang. Third brother, come back. Huang Baidang shouted in a deep voice. Huang Daqi's face turned gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. He was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen, but his big brother asked him to come back. How could he not be angry? Why did his big brother not let him teach this guy a lesson? Zhongxing sect, Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong, Huang Daqi. Brother, looks like you're quite skilled. No wonder you're able to win Miss Tantai's heart. We're all here for the hidden treasure. There's no need to fight, right? Huang Baidang said with a smile. His facial expression changed rapidly. This kind of person was the most dangerous because you never knew when he would appear behind you and give you a fatal blow. Alright. Sure enough, Jiang Chen had guessed the identity of these 3 people. Jiang Chen did not continue to fight with these 3 people. Although he was not afraid if there was an accident at this time, things would not be so easy to solve. Huang Baidong's intention was the same as Jiang Chen's. If it was a soft persimmon, they could play with it. However, this guy's strength was obviously not ordinary. The ice arrow just now was just a warning. Moreover, there were Tantai Jingzong and 2 unidentified guys. In this battle, they would not have any advantage. These 3 guys are not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Tantai Jingzong transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen and said, "I'm not easy to mess with. If they have evil intentions, I won't be merciful." Jiang Chen sneered in his heart, transmitted his voice, and glanced at Tantai Jingzong. "Miss Tantai, is Brother Baichi really gone?" Huang Baidang asked doubtfully. "He and xuanhuan are already in front of us. We are just trying to catch up with his pace." Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. "I see. I knew that Brother Baichi wouldn't die so easily. I know his strength. Even an ordinary divine emperor might not be able to withstand his attack." Huang Baidang said with a smile. "We should go too. Otherwise, Brother Huang, aren't you afraid that all the good things will be taken away by those people? Baichi Huayu and xuanhuan have already taken away 2 great emperor divine weapons. Tantai and I almost died in the hands of this bastard." Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. "There's such a thing?" Huang Baidang said with a surprised expression. However, his heart was as calm as still water. In the palaces of the 5 great emperors, all of them came for the hidden treasures. If they died, it would only mean that they were not strong enough and were not qualified to continue. However, it seemed like they had completely fallen out with Baichi Huayu. This was a good opportunity. "Brother, I know Baichi Huayu's character. He's just a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be able to achieve anything great. If we join hands, we will surely be able to kill him and avenge you." Huang Baidang said confidently. "Let's catch up with them first," Jiang Chen said faintly. The group quickly entered the deeper palace. Tantai Jingzong was the last one. He couldn't help but look back at the rebirth pool with a complicated expression. Is this the place where the 5 great emperors hid their treasures? Oh my god, it's so magnificent. Baichi Huayu stared at the palace in front of him. Countless treasures blinded his eyes. Even though he was a half-step divine emperor, he couldn't control his emotions. "I have never seen so many treasures in my life," xuanhuan murmured. In this incomparably huge palace, there was a mountain of treasures, and there were 5 guards standing around it. Every one of them had a ferocious aura. Although they were ice sculptures, they were vivid and lifelike, giving off an intimidating feeling without being angry. At the back of the great hall, there was an incomparably gigantic relief sculpture. This relief sculpture was made from bluestone and wasn't made from ice. On the surface of the relief sculpture, there was a man riding on a majestic eagle, wielding a divine weapon and piercing it into the body of the majestic eagle. The scene was extremely brutal and majestic. However, no one paid attention to the magnificent carvings. Everyone's gaze was focused on the treasure mountain at this moment. Haha, it's all mine. Everything here is mine. Chapter 3277. 100 Qi Huayu's eyes were filled with greed. At that moment, the 3 of them, xuanhuan and Bailey Changyang, were all extremely excited. Who would not be tempted by a treasure that could be described as a mountain of treasure? Is that a divine origin crystal? There are dozens of them. That's too terrifying. xuanhuan murmured. A piece of divine origin crystal was priceless. Even a supreme-grade divine origin stone could not be exchanged for it because it could provide an endless supply of divine origin qi for one's cultivation. Who wouldn't be shocked? Dozens of divine origin crystals were simply a windfall from the heavens. With the 7 chaotic origin treasures in hand, Bailey Zhangyang seemed to become incomparably powerful. His face glowed with radiance. With so many treasures, they had completely lost themselves. With all these items added together, it was enough to establish an everlasting sect, so why would they still need to live under someone else? With these things, even divine emperors could be ordered around by them. This was the true glory and wealth. You 2 will split it among ourselves. We'll all have meat to eat. If anyone has any evil thoughts, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to leave this place alive. So we'll split into 3. Do you 2 have any objections? Baichi Huayu said indifferently. All right. I agree. I agree as well. Bailey Zhangyang and xuanhuan looked at each other and silently nodded. Although they did not trust each other in the face of absolute benefits, they had no choice but to establish that fragile trust. Otherwise it would be just like what Bailey Huayu had said. If they killed each other it would be too difficult for them to leave. Fortunately that stinky old Taoist did not follow us. Otherwise we might have to take a share. Bailey Zhangyang said. If he comes I'll kill him first. That guy wants to take a share of my things? If he's dreaming. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The boundless wealth in front of them all belonged to him. Dozens of divine weapons, dozens of divine origin crystals, countless spiritual herbs and cultivation techniques. This was something they could never imagine before. You're right. You're right. A guy who hasn't even reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I don't know how that stinky old Taoist and Jiang Chen have the courage to come here. They're just courting death. Now it seems like we've made the right decision. Even if we don't keep them there, they're still doomed to die in this ice palace. Xuanhuan said indifferently. His eyes were filled with boundless wealth and treasures. Haha, after going out I'll establish my own sect. Once my strength reaches the divine emperor realm, I'll definitely establish my own force in the central region divine land. 100 Feet Huayu's eyes shone brightly. It was as if he could already see the moment when he established his own sect. Tens of thousands of people would respect him, and countless people would come one after another to congratulate him. He would become a true sect master instead of being a parasitic child of someone else's sect. He would also have to experience the cruelty of a life and death battle. If he lost it would be a crushing defeat. But now he already had this strength. Why would he return to the fossil sect to ask for trouble? Bai Chi Huayu was ambitious and heroic. He had already calculated everything. The moment he got out of this ice palace would be the day of his rise. Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Quanshan were basically the same. They would only survive if they went crazy. They were now completely caught in the battle for the treasures. Fortunately there wasn't too much of a fight. Even if the treasures were to be divided among the three of them, there were still countless of them. Who wants to kill me? Let me see. I promise I won't beat you to death. Just when the three of them were extremely excited, an extremely discordant voice rang out. Bai Chi Huayu and the other two's expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. They suddenly raised their heads. In that instant, their hearts could not help but thump. How could they still be alive? Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen had survived the attacks of the two great soldier souls? How was that possible? The two weapon souls were crazy and powerful. They could not control them at all, but Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong still managed to escape. This was extremely bad news for them. More importantly, there were three existences behind Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong that they were rather fearful of. So many treasures. It's simply a huge treasure trove. Yeah, looks like we've made the right decision this time. Aha, big brother, how many treasures do we want? Huang Daqi and Huang Chenglong both looked at Huang Baidang. Huang Baidang smiled, but the softness of his lips was even more unfathomable. Naturally, we want as many as we have. The three tigers of the Huang clan. Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong and Huang Daqi. The three of them were powerful cultivators from the Renaissance sect. Their strength was no weaker than theirs. One could imagine that the current situation was no longer as simple as they had imagined. After all, after seeing so much wealth, who wouldn't be shocked and go after it like a flock of ducks? Bailey Zhangyang and the other two understood that it was very likely that they were in the most danger right now. The appearance of the three tigers of the Huang clan and the fact that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen were still alive posed an unimaginable threat to them. So many treasures. We're rich. We're rich. At that moment, Wu De directly leapt into the pile of treasures. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth, rolling around and kicking his legs. Jiang Chen could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was still so shameless. He actually rolled into the pile of treasures as if no one else was around. Tantai, you're still alive. That's fantastic. Our petrified sect definitely won't be the same as them. Bai Chi Huayu exclaimed in joy. A sliver of excitement flickered through his eyes. You still have the face to say that? Haha, when you left Tantai Jingzong there, why didn't you think about whether you're a part of the petrified sect or not? I originally wanted to help you, but you bastards are so cruel and unscrupulous. Without me, would you be able to split the spoils here in peace? Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Chi Huayu's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for you, why would Tantai return? You're a jinx, Bai Chi Huayu said shamelessly. 100 Chi Huayu said shamelessly. At this moment, all he wanted was for Tantai Jingzong to stand on the same side as him. That way, the three tigers of the Huang clan would definitely not dare to take the initiative to attack them. However, Bai Chi Huayu had never thought Tantai Jingzong would be so decisive. My petrified sect does not have a shameless person like you. Chapter 3278. Haha, isn't it because of the fossil sect? This guy deserves to die. He's not strong enough, yet he still came to cause trouble. If it weren't for him, would you have become enemies with me? We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Don't tell me you've forgotten all of this? Tantai, step by step, we became the strongest geniuses of the rock sect, the cornerstone of the sect. How magnificent and peerless were we? How peerless were we? But ever since he appeared, everything changed. That's why I have to kill him. Only by killing him can I obtain you. Only then can I let you know who is worthy of you. Bai Chi said hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment he revealed his boundless love for Tantai Jingzong, the love that was hidden deep in his heart. Jiang Qin sneered. This guy just wanted to use the trick of injuring himself to gain Tantai Jingzong's sympathy. However, his acting was too clumsy. It's too late to say anything now. Bai Chi, do you really think it's for love? Aha, do you believe what you just said? It's really despicable. It's disgusting to have a scum like you in the fossil sect. Are you worthy of Tantai Jingzong? You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Jiang Qin sneered and pointed his spear at Bai Chi Huayu. Their eyes met, and a shocking battle intent burst out from their eyes. Bai Chi Huayu must kill Jiang Qin. Only by killing him could Tantai Jingzong change his mind. Bai Chi Huayu could not be delayed. This time was the best opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also full of killing intent as he faced Bai Chi Huayu. This guy must die. He must get rid of the hatred in his heart. Otherwise it would be a stain on his heart. Jiang Qin wanted to kill Bai Chi Huayu as a warning to others. Both of them were at each other's throats. The killing intent in their eyes gradually converged and was filled with an explosive effect. Jiang Qin, today 100 feet rain, will sacrifice you to the 5 great emperors. 100 Chi Huayu said in a deep voice. He shouted angrily and pointed his long saber at Jiang Qin. The fact that Jiang Qin was holding the divine saber that 100 Chi Huayu had obtained before made 100 Chi Huayu even more furious. His eyes lit up. This fellow had actually obtained his divine saber. Give me back my divine saber. The 100 feet transformation rain was like a dragon as it charged towards Jiang Qin. The terrifying waves of air rolled over. After all, the 100 feet transformation rain had the ability to fight against the divine emperor. The peerless genius of the petrified sect was evident. Jiang Qin did not dare to be negligent. He held the divine saber in his hand just to anger this 100 chi rain. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Jiang Qin smiled faintly, the coldness in his eyes became more intense. You're courting death. Even if you manage to escape from the hands of the weapon soul, I will definitely let you die knowing the truth. 100 Chi Huayu was furious. This fellow had made things difficult for him time and time again. So what if the petrified sect was indebted to him? After obtaining these treasures, he would definitely leave the petrified sect. At that time he would be the sect master. He did not need to care about anyone's feelings. He wanted to become a true ruler and occupy a place above the central region divine land. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Qin and 100 Chi Huayu clashed together. Rays of saber-like crisscrossed. The 3 tigers of the Huang clan, Jia He, Quanshan and the others were happy to watch the show. Because if one of them died, there would be one less person competing with them for the treasures. Tantai Jingzong frowned. Although she hated 100 Chi Huayu very much, he was still a member of the petrified sect. If he really died now, she would definitely be surrounded by enemies. In addition to the Sword of Solitude, it was naturally easy for him to destroy the might of 100 Chi Huayu saber. The wind and clouds were stirred up, and the sword chi was released. The sudden change of the sword move had shocked everyone on the scene. Their strength should be on par with 100 Chi Huayu. At this moment they all looked at Jiang Qin in a new light. No wonder he could escape from the 2 soldier souls. It turned out that his strength was strong enough. Even the 3 tigers of the Huang family had to re-evaluate Jiang Qin's true strength. Puff, 100 Chi Huayu saber was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. Blood spurted out from his mouth and the blood in his body was boiling. This move had directly injured him. He did not expect Jiang Qin's strength to be so terrifying. His previous prediction was all wrong. This guy was comparable to a divine emperor. How could he be a peak hierarch? The gap between them was too huge. The sword shadows dispersed. 100 Chi Huayu saber retreated step by step and instantly fell into a passive position. I don't need to use a butcher's knife to kill you. Jiang Chen kept his heavenly dragon sword and looked straight at 100 Qi Huayu's saber. He took a step forward and his aura was like a rainbow. His fists were cold and powerful. Chapter 3279. Jiang Chen was incomparably tyrannical. Barehanded, he clashed head-on with 100 Qi Huayu. At this moment, 100 Qi Huayu was completely stunned. Everyone's expression became extremely marvelous. Jiang Chen's punches landed on 100 Qi Huayu's divine weapon. Saber light flickered, and Jiang Chen's fists were actually comparable to Vajra. Waves of terrifying qi surged as Jiang Chen clenched his fists and attacked. Each of his moves contained the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. This battle caused 100 Qi Huayu to be completely dumbfounded. He had unleashed all of his strength, yet he was still heavily injured by Jiang Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even subdue the barehanded Jiang Chen. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's unparalleled momentum. This scene caused the spectators to involuntarily click their tongues. Jiang Chen is like a human-shaped weapon. He's too scary. Yeah, I don't want to face this fellow. He's too ferocious. Looks like 100 Qi Huayu isn't a match for Jiang Chen. He's too terrifying. Everyone feared Jiang Chen like a tiger because the methods he displayed were simply too shocking. Each of his punches was comparable to the mountain and river Great Seal. Tsunamis surged forth and his attacks were like tigers, causing people to feel dread. Jiang Chen's punches shook people's hearts, landing on 100 Qi Huayu's saber. 100 Qi Huayu's entire body trembled, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger cracked. His entire being was forced back by Jiang Chen's unparalleled tyrannical aura. It was an indescribable tyrannical aura. 3000 flame heavenly imprint. True dragon palm. Each of Jiang Chen's attacks was ruthless, forcing 100 Qi Huayu to be unable to face Jiang Chen head-on. He could only passively defend, retreating in order to advance. Exquisite indestructible blade. The 100 feet range saber light slashed out, cutting through the thistles and thorns as it swept out, colliding with Jiang Chen. However, he was pushed back by Jiang Chen's seal. He staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had a weapon to support him, otherwise he would have lost even more miserably. The saber light shattered and shattered. There was no room for Jiang Chen to retaliate at all. After using the dragon transformation, he had unleashed his strongest battle prowess. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to defeat the 100 feet rain. Trash, it will always be trash. Jiang Chen coldly looked at 100 Qi Huayu. 100 Qi Huayu's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. At this time he could no longer contend against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you cannot kill me. Otherwise the petrified sect will definitely not let you off. 100 Qi Huayu said in a deep voice. At this moment, his face no longer had the arrogance from before, nor did he have the domineering aura from before. He only wanted to live. Living was more important than anything else. In the past, he was the true pride of the petrified sect. However, he did not expect that he would be in such a difficult situation at this moment. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. All of this was due to the despicable Jiang Chen. His past glory had all turned into a bubble. The monstrous genius of the petrified sect had also become a laughing stock. Oh, is that so? Do you think that I will put the petrified sect in my eyes? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The coldness in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. 100 Qi Huayu's breathing stagnated. His face turned gloomy. Then he turned to look at Tantai Jingzong. Right now, Tantai Jingzong was his only hope. Tantai, on account of our many years of friendship, save me. You can't just watch as Jiang Chen kills me. How are you going to explain this to the petrified sect? 100 Qi Huayu was extremely emotional, but Jiang Chen was walking towards him step by step. The threat of death was also approaching step by step. 100 Qi Huayu's inner struggle had already reached the most dangerous moment. Jiang Chen would really kill him. Tantai Jingzong was still a little soft-hearted. After all, they were from the same sect and their friendship was hard to break. If he were to watch as Jiang Chen killed 100 Qi Huayu, then he would not be able to explain this to the petrified sect. Jiang Chen, on account of me, spare his life, right? Has he ever spared my life because of you? Aha, I have never been lenient to my enemies. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This sentence also made Tantai Jingzong understand that he had nothing to say. Yes, when had 100 Qi Huayu ever spared Jiang Chen's life because of him? If 100 Qi Huayu hadn't forced Jiang Chen into a bottomless abyss back then, Jiang Chen wouldn't have hated 100 Qi Huayu so much. Life and death, gratitude and grudges, everything is determined by fate. Your death today is directly proportional to the sins you have committed. You don't have to feel wronged. Even without me you would still have died here. Because this is your destiny. Jiang Qin said coldly. His eyes grew even colder as he took a step forward and approached 100 Qi Huayu. 100 Qi Huayu's expression turned ugly as he roared. I'll fight it out with you. 100 Qi Huayu wanted to perish together with Jiang Qin, but how could Jiang Qin give him such a chance? The saber gave Jiang Qin a lot of pressure. This was 100 Qi Huayu's strongest attack, but Jiang Qin's method was even more terrifying. The azure lotus star flame in his hand turned into a stream of light and entered 100 Qi Huayu's body. 100 Qi Huayu still wanted to charge forward, but in the next second his body actually started burning. Everyone's expression changed. What kind of method had Jiang Qin used? It was simply too shocking. Ah, save me Tentai, save me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm a disciple of the petrified school, I'm the heavens of the petrified school. 100 Qi Huayu directly turned into ashes under the azure lotus star flame. The moment the flames burned, he knelt down and eventually turned into ashes. Everyone couldn't help sighing. This guy was purely reaping what he sowed. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have wanted to kill him. Bailey Zhangyang and Jia Quanshan glanced at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so strong. He killed 100 Qi Huayu just like that. In this way, Jiang Qin became one of the strongest existences among them. At least for now, it seemed that no one could contend against him in a one-on-one fight. At least, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhangyang didn't dare to try. The three tigers of the Huang clan were inseparable, and they definitely wouldn't fight alone. Tantai Jingzong could not bear to see Jiang Qin kill Yachi Huayu. However, he had already killed Yachi Huayu. He only had himself to blame. Jiang Qin wouldn't be so ruthless if he had no intention of harming Jiang Qin. Tantai Jingzong knew that it was useless for him to say anything because Jiang Qin would never go back on his words. 100 Qi Huayu's death was a huge blow to them. After all, the strength that Jiang Qin had displayed was something that no one dared to easily try. Jiang Qin had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, letting them understand that they weren't easy to bully. It's moving, it's finally moving. The ice sculpture is moving. Although the three Divine Emperor Realm experts were not real Divine Emperor Realm experts, the terrifying oppressive aura still put him in a worrying situation and put him in deep danger. Chapter 3281. Jiang Qin knew that he had to take on the attack of the ice sculpture guards. Huang Baidang, Bailey Zhangyang, and Huang Baidang didn't care about them at all because the 5 divine weapons had nothing to do with them. Even if it was Jiang Qin wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. Wouldn't it be perfect if he just stood aside and harvested the treasures? However, now that Jiang Qin had become the first to bear the brunt of the ice sculpture guards, he had to take the lead in this battle, because the 5 divine weapons and treasures were extraordinary. Jiang Qin knew that these items must be the most precious treasures of the 5 great sovereigns. Otherwise, the 5 ice sculpture guards wouldn't ignore anyone who tried to steal the treasures. They only had one goal, and that was to snatch the divine weapons and treasures from Jiang Qin's hands. Whoever had the divine weapons and treasures would become their target. Jiang Qin was fighting against 4 at the same time. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult for him. However, the limitless sword allowed him to move in and out with ease. Even when he was being attacked by the 4 ice sculpture guards, he was still able to resist all the pressure. However, even though Jiang Qin was strong enough, it was a pity that his teammates were like pigs. Moreover, they were more of a hindrance than a help. Under the attack of the ice statue, Kaga Quanshan was instantly defeated. The shadow of the spear pierced through the void. He had no way to evade it. The divine spear in his hand had already been taken away. The ice statue seemed to have the help of a god. Its momentum was unstoppable. Kaga Quanshan had no strength to fight back. Radiance of charm of water, bloom. Jia Quanshan struck out with his palm. Streaks of melodious water sword chi descended from the sky with an imposing aura. However, under the spear of the ice statue, it seemed to have no power to resist at all. The streaks of melodious water sword chi were pierced by the spear, shattering the ice flowers. Jia Quanshan was seriously injured by the ice statue. Ice flowers and blood interweaved, resplendent and tragic. Damn it. In the end, it still won against 5. Jiang Qin said while gritting his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it. However, the most terrifying one was the ice statue guard with the divine spear. If the other four were ordinary divine emperor experts, then the ice statue guard with the cold spear was almost at the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it didn't have its own consciousness, its terrifying techniques had already been integrated into its body. Each of its moves was natural. As long as Jiang Chen could obtain their divine weapons and treasures, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This xuanhuan was too useless. He was defeated so quickly. However, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. If he hesitated, he would only become a stepping stone for others. Especially when these ice sculptures were entangled with him, he could only fight with his life on the line. Tantai Jingzong's expression was solemn. She had been supporting Jiang Chen from the beginning. Xuanhuan was not to be outdone. Although his strength was limited, he was still able to block the ice sculptures and solve the problem for Jiang Chen. At this moment he didn't run away. This was enough to prove his character. The most unreliable one was that bastard Wuda. No one knew where that bastard had gone. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. Tantai Jingzong and Xuanhuan weren't any better. Their paths were blocked and they were even forced out of the hall. The situation was extremely dangerous. Huang Baidang threw a glance at Jiang Chen and the others who were running away in a panic. A sneer could be seen on his face. Later on, it would be the perfect time for them to reap the benefits from their fight. Azure Lotus Starfire burned for me. Jiang Chen brandished his sword Qi and the flames rose. The Azure Lotus Starfire burned unceasingly. A terrifying heat wave rushed towards them. The scorching feeling made even Tantai Jingzong and Xuanhuan feel uncomfortable. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Other than the ice sculpture with the long spear, the other four ice sculptures were all struggling to resist. Jiang Chen's Azure Lotus Starfire had caused them great pressure, but the spear guard didn't show any mercy. He fought back and forth with Jiang Chen. It was very enjoyable. Moreover, the longer they fought, the more shocked they became. Jiang Chen didn't expect that this guy could actually raise his strength to this level. He had the attitude of having a divine spear in his hand. Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, kill for me. These guys had completely aroused the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. As soon as the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards made their move, they instantly blocked the ice sculpture's momentum and blocked its path. However, even with 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, it was still quite difficult to repel this warrior with a long spear. It wasn't easy for them to hold him back for a while. Cold River Stone, suppress for me. Jiang Chen held the Cold River Stone in one hand and the Azure Lotus Starfire in the other. He attacked the ice sculpture from both sides. Finally, the ice sculpture began to melt and was gradually suppressed by Jiang Chen. Kill, kill without mercy, kill. The ice sculpture holding the long spear was still murmuring. It seemed to be filled with unwillingness, but Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. In order to kill this guy, he used all his means. The ice sculpture's body gradually melted, turning into a pool of ice water. Only the long spear was left. Jiang Chen held the long spear tightly. His eyes were incomparably sharp. Those guys, I will never let them go. The remaining 4 ice statue guards were melted by Jiang Chen's Azure Lotus Starfire and melted into icy water, dispersing into the air. Jiang Chen finally let out a long breath. In the end, the 5 ice sculptures were defeated by him. This mace should also belong to you. Tantai Jingzong held the mace in her hand and directly threw it at Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen didn't know what she was thinking. Did she not like the design of the mace? Or did she think that the mace should belong to him? After all, he was the one who defeated the 5 ice sculptures, and each ice sculpture corresponded to a divine weapon. However, this mace was a primal origin treasure after all. Tantai Jingzong was willing to part with it, which made Jiang Chen a little surprised. He even looked at her in a new light. Jiang Chen held the mace tightly and looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that I should thank you. Jiang Chen already had 5 divine weapons in his hands. However, at this moment he felt that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. It was going to happen. Brat, so many divine weapons and treasures, can you swallow them all? Huang Chenglong said with a smile. He stopped what he was doing. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely envious of the divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands. From your tone, I can't swallow them. Could it be that you still want to help me? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. How could he not know the intentions of these guys? We won't force the 3 of us and Brother Changyang. A chaotic origin treasure will be enough for each of us. What do you think? Huang Baidang put on a righteous look and said lightly. Haha, this is truly a good plan. To be able to display shamelessness to the extreme, the few of you can be considered to have made quite an achievement. In the end, I Jiangqin am still far behind him. Jiangqin said with a sneer. These people actually wanted to give each of them a primordial essence treasure. They were simply daydreaming, indulging in the wildest fantasies. So, you're not willing? Little fellow, don't blame me for not warning you. If our big brother makes a move, you won't be far from death. Huang Chenglong said proudly. It's not too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistakes and offer up your divine weapons and treasures. How many shameless drugs are there in the world? All of them have been eaten by you brothers. I've finally seen it today. However, I Jiangqin specialize in treating all kinds of shamelessness. Chapter 3282. Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Jiangqin, oh Jiangqin. Do you really think you can dominate the world all by yourself? So what if you have the assistance of the fossil sect? My revival sect will never give you any chance. Since you don't want to hand over the treasure artifact, I can only send you to paradise, Huang Baidang said indifferently. Huang Baidang said faintly. Since Jiangqin was acting recklessly, there was no need for them to continue talking nonsense with him. You two brothers are geniuses for being shameless to the limit. If you want the treasure artifact in my hands, you'll have to get past me first, Jiangqin said sternly. His eyes shone like torches. His gaze was filled with a sense of unflinching death. He did not fear Huang Baidang at all. All right, then let's see who's stronger. Second brother, third brother, brother Changyang, kill Jiangqin first. It's not too late to collect the treasures afterwards. Huang Baidang's cold voice seemed to announce Jiangqin's death sentence. In his eyes, no one dared to oppose the revival sect. Jiangqin was basically looking to die. He was only a peak hierarch. What did he have to fight so many of them? Those so-called ice sculpture guards were merely mediocre people. They could not even enter the limelight at all. Be careful. Tentai Jingzong cried out. There were actually 5 ice sculpture guards behind Jiangqin, and they all struck out. Jiangqin gasped at this sight. The 5 ice sculpture guards were actually still alive? In other words, were they unkillable? They had been completely melted by his azure lotus starfire, so how could they still stand up? This was simply unimaginable. Right now, Jiangqin was basically surrounded by enemies. In front of him was Huang Baidang and behind him was the 5 ice sculpture guards. He was immediately caught between a rock and a hard place. Jiangqin furrowed his brows, retreating in order to advance. However, the two groups of people disregarded everything and rushed towards him. At this moment he had 5 divine treasures in his hands, and was being targeted by Huang Baidang's group. It was extremely difficult for him to move forward. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Let's see how you are going to contend against me now. Looks like this ice sculpture guard is not as simple as you think it is. Huang Baidang said with a laugh. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 4 of them were half-step divine emperors and the 5 ice sculpture guards. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiangqin. It's too early to be happy now, Jiangqin said coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up to fight again. Under the dragon transformation, his roar was like a mountain and his sword was like a raging wave. Huang Chenglong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and he was pushed back by Jiangqin's sword. The terrifying power almost caused Huang Chenglong to be defeated in one move. His qi and blood were boiling. Jiangqin's sword was like a flying immortal from the heavens and it completely shocked him. Big brother, this guy is very strong. Be careful. Huang Chenglong gasped. He initially thought that Jiangqin was just a peak hierarch. Even if he had some ability, it would be limited. However, it seemed like this guy's combat strength was quite extraordinary. Huang Chenglong felt that he was not a match for him after just one sword. Jiangqin squinted his eyes. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against 10 people alone. This time he was completely enraged. Whether it was the Renaissance sect or these ice sculpture guards, Jiangqin wanted to kill all of them. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiangqin's strength continued to increase. The current him was not weaker than anyone. Huang Baidang was in the front and wanted to kill Jiangqin, but he did not have the chance to do so. Jiangqin's strength had really shocked them. Under the siege of 9 people, he still did not reveal his true strength. Each of his moves was ruthless and he forced all the strong enemies to retreat. Jiangqin's dreadfulness had made Huang Baidang and the others realize what true terror was. Huang Baidang and the others couldn't compete with Jiangqin at all. If it wasn't for the ice statue guards helping them to bear half of Jiangqin's strength, they wouldn't have been able to remain undefeated. Jiang Chen's aura was like a peerless emperor from the 9 heavens. It was unstoppable. The limitless sword shocked the heavens. No one could withstand its sharpness. Huang Qinglong and Bailey Zhangyang were heavily injured by Jiang Chen and were on the verge of death. At this moment they finally felt Jiang Chen's dreadfulness. But at this moment, there was no way for them to back down. Jiang Chen would never give them a chance to back out of the battle. "Motherfucker, let's fight," Huang Baidang said while gritting his teeth. He could only fight with his life in this battle. He had no other choice. Yellow Dragon Sword skill, Lone Wind Oriole rises, sword leads the heavens to crack. Huang Baidang turned into a long sword and roared. The sword's shadow was buzzing, tearing the heavens apart and pressing down on Jiang Chen. His aura shook the heavens and earth. 15th sword. Jiang Chen roared furiously. He drew out his sword and swung it. The terrifying peerless sword shadow was completely torn apart by Jiang Chen. Huang Baidang's facial expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he was sent flying backwards. Jiang Chen was furious. The sword shadow was broken and he was heavily injured. Blood spurted out. Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow. He took advantage of the situation and chased after them. The Ling Tian sword will seal the void. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Chen was unstoppable and killed 3 people from the resurgent sect. The 3 Huang brothers were also completely annihilated at this moment. They could not believe that they were killed by Jiang Chen so mercilessly. It was too shocking. Bailey Zhangyang was completely dumbfounded. At this moment he couldn't believe that the 3 Huang brothers were killed by Jiang Chen just like that. It happened in a split second. He didn't even have time to react. How crazy and shocking was that? He couldn't believe it. Just like that, they're all dead? Bailey Zhangyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to retreat, but he found out that he had been locked by Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, let's talk it out. I didn't mean to harm you. You can't kill me," Bailey Zhangyang said with a bitter smile. But how could Jiang Chen listen to his side of the story? Since Jiang Chen had decided to stand on the same side with the Huang brothers to deal with him, there was no room for negotiation. "Don't you think it's a bit too late to say this now?" Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He didn't plan to let any of them go. These guys were all fence-sitters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have been killed by them by now. "The 3 Huang brothers are still waiting for you. How can you live alone?" The smile on Jiang Chen's face became colder. He took a step forward and the sword shadow blurred. Blood splattered and souls were destroyed. Bailey Zhangyang clutched his throat tightly, but his eyes gradually lost their luster. Jiang Chen's power was completely displayed at this moment. No one could resist him. Chapter 3283. As Jiang Chen turned around abruptly, the 5 ice sculpture guards had also arrived. These fellows were extremely annoying and could not be killed. Even Jiang Chen had no idea how to completely wipe them out. Jiang Chen frowned and retreated again and again. He did not have the time to fight against these ice sculpture puppets. The 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards appeared and blocked the path of the 5 ice sculpture guards. For a moment they were in a deadlock. Jiang Chen no longer had the mood to care about these ice sculpture guards. "Pa, pa, pa. Marvelous. This is too marvelous. Jiang brother, you're truly domineering. Truly admirable." A voice of praise rang out. Jiang Chen frowned and realized that Wuda had just popped his head out from the pile of treasures and said with a surprised look on his face, "You coward. I thought you were dead." Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. At the crucial moment, this fellow had disappeared without a trace. Now that he had come out, Jiang Chen was naturally furious. I'm a virtuous man. Heaven helps me. Although this place is strange, it can't trap me," Wuda said with a chuckle. Jiang Chen should have known that this fellow had burrowed into the pile of treasures. At this moment, the scene of him climbing out from the pile of treasures looked extremely comical. "You're quite confident," Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. "Jiang brother, don't be impatient. I only found a place to hide because I didn't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise you'll have to worry about my safety while fighting. You'll definitely be distracted," Wuda said with a straight face. "You're quite narcissistic. You're so useless and useless. Why should I save you?" Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. Cough cough cough. "Jiang brother, you can't say that. You should know that I'm the one who broke through the stone array and helped you guys escape from danger. Time is like a grain of sand. Even a grain of sand has its use. My use isn't limited to that. Who broke through that formation? Don't you have any idea? Jiang Chen asked. Wuda's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. On one hand he felt guilty. On the other hand he was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. In other words, he was the one who broke the stone array? Brother Jiang is really a godly person. This poor Taoist really admires you. This old Taoist's admiration for you is like an endless torrential river, like the overflowing Yellow River, which can't be stopped once it starts. You are simply a dragon among men, a rare talent in the world. Wuda kept on praising Jiang Chen, his face full of solemnity. Alright, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I would have thought that you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Jiang Chen glared at Wuda. This guy ran away the moment he encountered danger. This was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up to. Moreover, Wuda was still able to talk in such a dignified manner. His shamelessness had been cultivated to such an extent. It was truly shocking. Brother Jiang Chen, under the treasures there are 5 grooves. Can you guess what they are? Wuda said with a smile. Could it be that there are other mysteries under the treasures? Jiang Chen frowned and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you acting like an official? Xuanhuan curled his lips and said. He didn't like this smelly old Taoist who ran away in the face of danger. It was already very fortunate that Jiang Chen didn't kill him. What's the hurry? Haste makes waste. I think you should have guessed it, right, Brother Jiang? After Wuda finished speaking, Jiang Chen also frowned. He already had his own guess. However, whether it was true or not, he didn't know. Those 5 divine weapons and treasures? Are they the keys to open the grooves? Jiang Chen looked at Wuda with a puzzled expression. Not bad. Brother Jiang is really knowledgeable and talented. Possessing both wisdom and courage is rare in this world. Wuda boasted about Jiang Chen again. Moreover, his face was filled with admiration, causing Jiang Chen to feel a little uneasy. This guy was really a clown. These 5 great emperors are really scheming. Who would have thought that with the treasures, they would be able to defeat the great emperors? I didn't expect that under the treasures, there would be other mysteries. Xuanhuan said with incomparable astonishment. Let's move the treasures away first. Jiang Chen and the others began to move the treasures away. As expected, it was just as Wuda had said. Under the treasures there was actually a door. There were 5 grooves on the door. They were the 5 divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands. Saber, spear, staff, halberd. Jiang Chen held the 5 divine weapons in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the 5 divine weapons fell into the grooves. The bluestone door that had been sealed for God knows how many years slowly opened. Dust flew everywhere. What appeared was a pitch-black staircase. Below the staircase was a deep and bottomless cave, emitting a cold and oppressive aura. Looks like this is the real divine palace, right? Xuanhuan murmured. In front of the door there were 4 incomparably huge words. The words were written with strong strokes and silver hooks. Sea Ice Palace. Looks like we finally found the real treasure of this underwater divine palace. Wuda's eyes lit up. Although those treasures were incomparably precious, he didn't seem to care about them at all. Tantai Jingzong silently looked at the entrance of the Sea Ice Palace. His expression was incomparably solemn. At this moment there were only 4 of them left. Entering the Sea Ice Palace was even more relaxed. Let's go down and take a look first. This Sea Ice Palace is really quite secretive. Jiang Chen said. Of course. If it wasn't for my underground scouting method, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be able to find the location of the Sea Ice Palace in such a short period of time. You might even have overlooked it. Wuda said proudly. He glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. This fella only knows how to flatter himself. The 4 of them entered the Sea Ice Palace. The path under their feet became colder and colder. They walked down the stairs for a full 100 meters before they finally entered the Sea Ice Palace. Jiang Chen moved his palm. Green light flickered and flames rose. The entire Sea Ice Palace appeared in front of them. It was an ancient hall with a radius of 100 jiang. However, there was a bronze coffin in the middle of the hall. In front of the coffin there was a stone tablet. Heavenly tomb. What does this mean? A heavenly tomb? Xuanhuan murmured. He was extremely puzzled. Behind the stone tablet, the bronze coffin was what shocked them the most. In front of the bronze coffin, there were 5 experts holding sabers, spears, rods, and halberds. They were kneeling on one knee. They seemed to be the most loyal guards guarding the bronze coffin. The 5 great emperors. Could this be the tomb of the 5 great emperors? In the bronze coffin should be the 5 great emperors. Chapter 3284. Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head and saw a figure standing at the end of the hall. The figure was full of power, unparalleled majesty and dominance. Jiang Qin involuntarily walked towards the figure. Even Wu Da and the others were shocked. When Jiang Qin stood more than 10 zhang away from the figure, he suddenly realized that it was just a statue. However, this statue gave Jiang Qin an extremely oppressive feeling. The back view of the statue was extremely similar to the mysterious man in the ice. However, Jiang Qin was sure that this person was not the same person as the man in the ice. Moreover, the man in the ice had disappeared a long time ago. This statue made Jiang Qin feel that the ice palace of Sihai was not as simple as it looked. The 5 great sovereigns, even if they were the last great sovereigns of the divine world, it was impossible for them to have such a powerful technique. This underwater divine tomb, in the ice palace of the divine sea. Just by looking at this statue, Jiang Qin was sure that the master of this underwater divine tomb was not an ordinary person, and it was impossible for them to be the 5 great sovereigns. Even the 5 great emperors were not so terrifying. The statue's face couldn't be seen clearly. No matter which angle Jiang Qin looked at it from, he could only see the back of the statue. However, the chi of the back of the statue was very similar to that of the frozen man. Jiang Qin had no idea what kind of connection they had, but at this moment he felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his life. Smelly old Taoist, this is not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, right? Jiang Qin suddenly turned his head and met Wu Da's eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme determination. Wu Da smiled bitterly and shook his head, but then he nodded his head. You found out. This is indeed not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors. Because the 5 great emperors are not qualified to build their temporary imperial residence in the Shircha Sea. Wu Da's words made Tantai Jingzong and Xuanhuan confused. Even Jiang Qin was no exception. Although he knew that this should not be the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, he did not know what kind of place it was. This place was still mysterious to Jiang Qin. Then what is this place? Tantai Jingzong also looked at Wu Da with a blank face. Would you believe me if I said that I don't know? Wu Da looked at Jiang Qin and said, I believe you. Jiang Qin nodded. I only know that this is the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The heavenly tomb should be the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The 5 great emperors in fact should be 5 people. The 5 emperor realm experts guarding this mysterious almighty are divided into 5 directions: north, south, east, west, and center. To be able to make emperor realm experts guard the tomb, it's not something an ordinary person could do. Wu Da continued with a solemn expression. Now that they had finally entered the ice palace of the Shircha Sea, he had nothing to hide anymore. This was also the problem that he discovered after walking in step by step. From the beginning, I only had my suspicions. However, when I saw these 5 terrifying guards standing before the bronze coffin, I was able to confirm my suspicions. Jiang Qin glanced at Wu Da. This fellow was indeed hiding his strength. He felt that Wu Da was not simple from the beginning. Now it seemed that he was right. However, who was the mysterious almighty in the bronze coffin? Looks like it's not easy for us to reach this step. Xuanhuan said with a sigh. The 5 great emperors were just small soldiers. The true master of the ice palace of the Shircha Sea was the ultimate almighty. However, until now no one knew the identity of this mysterious almighty. Jiang Qin stared at the bronze coffin silently. Everything that they wanted to know would be verified in the bronze coffin. However, at this moment, the pressure in the ice palace of the Shircha Sea made Jiang Qin feel that it was hard to breathe. This was definitely not a good place. I don't know who the tomb of the ice palace of the Shircha Sea is. So the only way now is to open the coffin. Only by opening the bronze coffin, we can find out which unparalleled almighty it is. Wu Da said in a deep voice as he withdrew his mischievous smile. Opening the coffin, especially the coffin of an ancient almighty, was definitely not an easy task. Even though they had already reached this step, they could not be certain that the next step would be safe and sound. If we open the coffin, perhaps there will be danger. Jiang Qin thought for a long time and said in a low voice. At this moment even Wu Da looked at Jiang Qin. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. Whether it was Tantai Jingzong, Wu Da or Xuanhuan, they all looked at him. Along the way Jiang Qin had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies. He was the most qualified person to say this. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. This time Wu Da did not act recklessly. He stood quietly beside Jiang Qin. He was no longer laughing or cursing like before. He was completely like an otherworldly master. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was full of vigor. Open it or not? Wuda asked in an incomparably solemn manner. No one knew what would happen after the coffin was opened. It was also unknown if that unparalleled expert who had died tens of thousands of years ago still had any tricks up his sleeves. Hence, the danger within the sea ice palace could descend at any time. Jiang Qin turned his head and looked at the back of the majestic figure. He still decided to open the coffin. After all, they could not come here for nothing. Since things had come to this, they had no way out. If they were afraid of the wolves in front of them and the tigers behind them, could they still be called cultivators? The reason why the Almighties from generation to generation could step into the Almighty Emperor realm was because they had an indomitable spirit and faith. The strong were always fearless. Jiang Qin knew that he had no way out. He had to open the coffin. Even he was not sure what kind of danger he would face. At the very least, the pressure brought by the ice palace of the sea was hard to resist. Jiang Qin was ready. Perhaps the real outcome of this battle would be revealed at this moment. The heart of the strong was fearless. Jiang Qin cultivated the way of reaching the heavens. There was no fear. They only had one choice, and that was to move forward and be the hero. Open the coffin. Jiang Qin nodded silently. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. At this moment, he had no other choice. This step was imminent. No matter how terrifying the person in the bronze coffin was, he had to take a look. Perhaps, to them, this was a great fortune. No one knew whether it was a good or bad thing. Life and death were separated by a single thought. No one knew whether it was good or bad. All right. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.